rain here affecting the beach now, moving over toward the city of Miami. Also in the Hialeah, Miami Springs area, very heavy rain at this moment. Now let's go on and talk about the hurricane, and here's what's developed during the day today and then this evening, and it is a very confusing and difficult to understand situation. First of all, we had what we thought was an eye showing up on radar right in there. You see that little circular thing right there? And what that was doing is moving off to the northeast, and that caused us to think that the storm had made a major easterly turn. Then we figured out, no, that was a false alarm. Here was the eye, here, more or less moving north. But now where is the eye there? Look at that circle right in there. Now where did it go? Okay, it looks like it backed up and moved to the east a little bit. Now, the aircraft has indeed confirmed not much forward, in fact, maybe even backed up a little bit, so not any forward motion over the last hour or two. Now, what does that mean? Well, it means a couple of things. One is, the other thing we can notice by looking at this radar is that we have no radar echoes on the west side of what we think is the center of circulation. That tells us that there is some bad influence, so to speak, good influence from our standpoint, but bad influence from the storm standpoint, that is causing the storm not to be well organized and could be have it coming apart a little bit. So right now we're only seeing strong storms just on the east side of that center of circulation. That's the first thing. We see really all these echoes, all the heavy rain, everything on the east side of the center of circulation. Does it mean that the storm is going to change direction? We don't know the answer to that. We just know that something is going on now that is disrupting the circulation right around the center. The aircraft that's flying down in there and using their radar is confirming that. They're saying the eye is open to the west. So we will just have to see what develops here and what the Hurricane Center's take on that is. No doubt they're analyzing it right now. As a matter of fact, I just was talking to them, and they are trying to sort out what exactly that means. But the thinking is that the storm, all indications are, will continue to move in some generally north direction. The question is, where's the starting point going to be? The further east the starting point is, the more threat there is to the Keys. If it were to stay off to the west for the center, then the center would miss the Keys if it comes due north. So we're just in a wait-and-see mode on exactly how that develops. Talking about the Keys, we see on the close-up radar of the Keys tremendous area of rain just now moving into the Keys. You see it's just now crossed the lower Keys and actually crossed all the Keys up through about Tavernier, and this is a solid area of rain down here, all to move north now. So the heavy rain has begun in the Keys for a good long stretch, and in these rains will be some strong gusty winds just offshore of the Keys. Within the last couple hours, we've seen winds right near 40 miles an hour. So we expect windy, rainy, very rainy weather to continue over most of the Keys here for the foreseeable future, really. Satellite picture confirms that. We see a large area showing up bright red now just moving into the Keys. That's that same thing we just looked at on radar. And you can see that that extends well down. Each one of these degrees is almost is about 60 miles. So there's about over 60 miles in distance south is how far that heavy band extends south of the Keys. So this is going to take a long while for it to go through, and this could be a real flooding event. Now, looking closer to the center of the storm, look right in there, and what you're going to see is some dark reds. And you notice what's happened. We had one big ball flare up, and now here's another one flaring up. And again, I think this is a sign that the storm is reorganizing itself. Perhaps some of the influence of the mountains here in Cuba and the mountains over there that's disrupted the circulation some. But we do see, as we look at the overall package, the overall area of moisture, that it is indeed continuing to move to the north. So indications are that this is temporary, but it may buy us some time in the Keys to when the real bad weather arrives, if it does, because the real bad weather is in a real small area, very, very close to the center. Now we continue with the same, as of right now, watches and warnings. And I would not expect a significant change in this since the hurricane has slowed down dramatically. There doesn't seem to be any real reason to make a big change. Hurricane warnings in effect for all of the Keys and Dry Tortugas and up the west coast of Fort Myers. In Dade and Broward now, the hurricane watch continues in effect just for the possibility that the storm veers on off to the east and brings that little core of hurricane winds close to us. And the tropical storm warning in effect, and more about the tropical storm warning and why that's significant and we could have some significant winds here beginning tomorrow and increasing and lasting into Saturday. And also there is a hurricane watch up further up the west coast, up toward the Bradenton area. The thinking is if the storm were to make a northerly track to the west of the Keys, then veer off to the east somewhere along the west coast of Florida, would take a direct hit. And that could be a significant event up that way, but of course that's down the road. All right, now this is the 8 o'clock advisory. This is not the 11 o'clock advisory, the 8 o'clock advisory at 23.3, 82.7 with 75-mile-an-hour winds. At that time, moving north at 7. But as I said, in the last couple hours, it hasn't moved at all. In fact, it may have backed up a little bit during reorganization. And the pressure has gone up 1 millibar, not significant, but that was just recent from the aircraft. As of 8 o'clock, it was 105 miles southwest of Key West. It might actually be a little more than that now, more or less south of Key West, but just a little bit to the west. Now, talking about that future turn that we've been anticipating, and this is the same story we've been talking about forever. Right now we have a very light steering flow to the north, very, very light, nudging the storm to the north. The strong steering winds are way up to the north. In fact, these are the winds causing the bad weather in the northeast and the cold weather in the northeast right now, driving cold air in there. Now, what's going to happen as we go through tomorrow is these winds are going to start to migrate down to the south. Here you see just beginning tomorrow to migrate down to the south, so not much influence tomorrow, but then by Saturday we'll get some strong winds down here, steering winds, that we think will turn the storm to the northeast. If this thing doesn't move much, it's going to bring the center part of this hurricane over South Florida. If the storm does resume its movement to the north and gets up past the Keys by Saturday, this is, day after tomorrow, then it's going to go up and into the west coast of Florida, up Fort Myers or somewhere points north. So that's the issue. How far north is it going to get by the time these steering winds kick in here? And it looks like that should happen on Saturday. So that opens the question marks. We think that by tomorrow sometime the storm will be in the vicinity of the Keys, perhaps west of the Keys, where the core of it, which is only about as big as the dot, not very big at all, is offshore, perhaps over the Keys. That's just uncertain. With all this uncertainty of this reorganization, we just don't know. We think that will happen tomorrow. Earlier we were calculating early in the morning, but the longer the thing sits down there by Havana, the longer we have before it's ever going to get up to the Keys. So that's a little bit of good news. At least we'll have more daylight to appreciate here what's going to happen. Now, after that, we have lots of question marks, because if it slows down more, then by Saturday it's not going to be all the way up in central Florida. As we talked about, it's going to be down here somewhere, and then it might turn more over South Florida. So those are the question marks, and that's going to be our discussion during the day tomorrow, is how far north is it going to get before that turn kicks in. Clearly, all of us here in South Florida are well within the track possibilities. Now, one more thing to talk about, and that is the wind as soon as tomorrow. Right now, the only wind we're getting is actually from the hurricane. There's not much else here that's producing any winds, and the strong winds are way down by Havana, although tropical storm force winds are very close to the Keys, 40-mile-an-hour winds, but in Dade and Broward, where our winds here are only about 10 miles an hour, it's just no big deal. But as the storm begins to move tomorrow and these stronger winds to the north begin to play a part, here's what we think is going to happen. The storm moves north, the stronger winds move in, arriving sometime tomorrow, so the winds start to pick up. By late in the day, it's very windy, and by Saturday, we have a strong wind here out of the southeast as these two things combined forces, essentially. And so beginning tomorrow on into Saturday, significant increase in the winds in Dade and Broward that could snap tree limbs and maybe knock the power out a little bit. We don't consider them dangerous winds, not hurricane force winds, we don't think, but that's why the tropical storm warning is in effect. Tropical storm warning meaning winds of over 40 miles an hour expected, and that's the reason, the combining of forces of the system from the north and the hurricane wherever it happens to be. Now, if again the hurricane doesn't move enough so that it gets swept over us, then we could go to a hurricane potential situation, but that would be delayed because it's going to take time for those steering winds to drop down this far. All right, that's where we stand right now. We'll continue to watch the weather here and also have more and give you a detailed forecast coming up in just a few minutes, but let's send it back now to Steve and Angela.
Thanks, Brian. And the bottom line for the Keys tonight, take action right now. Tomorrow morning just might be too late.
Our special team coverage continues now with CBS 4's Ted Scouten live in Key West. Ted. Well, Steve, we certainly can confirm what Brian was talking about. We're getting a lot of rain here in Key West. Take a look over here. You can see that there's some puddling going on. And we've been having varying amounts of rain throughout the day, and even last night we were getting some rain, and then it would stop and start and stop. Now we've been getting heavier rains this evening. You can see we do have some wind here. It's not all that windy just yet. Also, we are protected by this hotel right here, so we're not going to get the full force of the winds where we are. Now, I want to show you something. Right over here is the Gulf of Mexico. It's Florida Bay, and it's going to be a little bit difficult to take a look at it, but look down there. You can see how calm the waters are. Just a little while ago, we were on the Atlantic side, and those waters were really rocking and rolling. Well, here in Key West on the south side of the island, things are really picking up. Since around 7 o'clock this evening, the winds have picked up and so have the waves. Take a look right out here. We're right up against the seawall. When the water comes, it splashes out of the ocean. Take a look down here on the ground. All the water is coming out onto here. The same thing is happening on several streets here in Key West. You can see just how big those waves are splashing out of the ocean. Let me show you something else too. Look right over there at that pier. That pier, it shows you just how rough the seas are right now. If you're familiar with Key West, this part of the island normally, whoa, that was a big one. Normally, this part of the island, the water out here is pretty calm most of the time. But once again, you can see just how high that water is getting as Irene is approaching. And keep in mind that right now, we are still not feeling the full effect of the storm. That's probably going to come later on, early in the morning. Sometime we'll be feeling it on Friday as well. Once again, though, one more look out at the ocean there. You can see just how rough it is. Looks like here comes another big wave right here. So now some information we want to pass along to you in terms of the shelters and evacuations. The people who should be evacuated already are those who live in mobile homes in the middle and lower Keys, also low-lying areas. Now those are the areas that tend to flood, and most folks know who you are if your area floods. And also keep in mind that roads will also flood. And right now, some of those roads are already closing and will be closed probably by 11 o'clock because at this point they'll be impassable. Here around Key West, we've already noticed some roads beginning to flood. Now also those who should be evacuated, people with special needs. Those would be people, for example, who need oxygen, elderly who need medical attention, different people who need medical attention and shouldn't be at home alone during these storms. The evacuation center for them in Key West is the Harvey School, and they should already be there because most people are already registered. If you're not, though, you might want to make work of getting over there. And if things get too bad where you are, make sure you get a phone call in to let someone know where you are and what kind of help you may need. Now, in terms of visitors, there was a mandatory evacuation for visitors in the middle and lower Keys. They should already be gone. Now, if you're not gone by now, when you're listening to me here in the middle and lower Keys, you're probably just going to have to stay here because it's really not all that safe to be traveling at this point. If you're in a major hotel or resort, your best bet is just to stay there if the resort or hotel is still open because a lot of those structures are a lot safer than other places where you might be. Now, if you're in the Keys and you are a visitor and you have questions or you want to know where you should go to evacuate, here's a phone number. Grab a pen. That number is 1-800-771-KEYS. 1-800-771-KEYS, and I'll give that number to you again in just a second if you don't have a pen. Also about the airport. The airport right now, the flights are all canceled into Key West and into Marathon. Maybe about 3 hours ago I saw a plane come in, but that was the last plane that I saw come in this evening. So the airports, Key West and Marathon, both of them are closed right now. As far as tomorrow goes, chances are they probably will be closed, but your best bet is to check with your airline to see if they are going to be flying. Now also keep in mind, once the winds start coming in, the airport's going to close. Once it hits 35 miles per hour, that's when the airports here close. So if you're not sure, give your airline a call. But at least for tonight and probably tomorrow, the flights in and out of Marathon and Key West are going to be canceled. Okay, once again, for visitors, if you are here in the Keys, this is not for people coming to the Keys. And if you have plans to come to the Keys, don't do it. You're asked to postpone your trip. Once again, that number, 1-800-771-KEYS. That's for folks here who need information if you're a visitor. We'll keep you up to date from Key West. We're live in Key West. I'm Ted Scout, CBS 4 News.
Thanks, Ted. And we want to point out a couple of features we have running right now on your television screen. We have openings and closings, important phone numbers at the bottom of your screen. It'll be scrolling all night long. For the 90 minutes, it's information about Dade, Broward, and Monroe counties.
One of the other things that you'll see periodically in the upper left-hand corner of your screen is the satellite loop of the storm along with the latitude, longitude, and wind speed, just so you can watch the storm in smaller scale develop on the upper left-hand side of your screen.
Right. Now, we want to also put up a couple of important numbers now for the Keys, especially the rumor control hotline. Let's get that number up. It's up and running for anyone in Monroe County with questions about Hurricane Irene. The number's on your screen. It's 1-800-955-5504. I want to reiterate also something Ted was mentioning. Visitors in the Keys can call 1-800-771-KEYS if you have any questions or difficulties getting out of the Keys. This number, though, is not to be used for people outside of the Keys.
A shelter is opening in Miami-Dade tonight for people worried about flooding.
CBS 4's Gary Nelson is live at the Miami-Dade County Emergency Operations Center with the latest word. Gare.
Well, Steve and Angela, the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center has been activated tonight out of an abundance of caution. In the room behind me, the war room, they call it the pit. Representatives of various agencies, the power company, the phone company, fire rescue, public works, mass transit, that sort of thing, have all gathered to continually monitor Hurricane Irene and the level of threat she may or may not pose to those of us here in South Florida. Now, officials here are saying quite candidly tonight they do not at all expect this storm, as things look now, to huff and puff and blow our homes down in Miami-Dade County, but they are very much concerned about the threat of flooding. And we live essentially on a swamp that has been ditched and drained, and when it rains heavily here, we tend to flood. Now, the authorities are taking measures to eclipse the flooding problem we might experience, and here's what the mayor had to say about that just a short while ago.
We have begun our flood prevention and public works program. The county already began cleaning drainage structures earlier this morning, and we, of course, just received word. We've been in contact, in fact, throughout the course of the afternoon with representatives from the South Florida Water Management District who have informed us that the floodgates have been opened as of yesterday, which means, in effect, that lowers the level in canals and creates more capacity for rainwater. We believe this action on the part of the South Florida Water Management District will allow us the capacity of handling approximately 10 inches of rainwater.
So, hopefully, what flooding we experience will be, while inconvenient, at least tolerable. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Now, out of an abundance of caution, the mayor tonight has ordered one public shelter opened in Miami-Dade County, and it is Citrus Grove Middle School at 2153 Northwest 3rd Street in the city of Miami. It will open tonight at 11:30. This is not to say that anyone is being asked or certainly not ordered to evacuate in Miami-Dade County. They've opened this one shelter for those who may feel, for whatever reason, that they're not comfortable in their home. They can go there tonight and perhaps have some peace of mind. And in terms of keeping a peace of mind among the masses, they have activated the rumor control line here in Miami-Dade County, the number 305-598-7550, 598-7550. The folks there will take your call 24 hours around the clock from now on until this has passed us, and we'll be able to answer any question you might have. We're live at the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center. Gary Nelson, CBS 4 News.
All right, Gary, and CBS 4 is doing its part to spread the word and to offer help.
We've activated the Neighbors for Neighbors phone bank to answer any questions you have, also take important information from around South Florida. Operators are standing by at the number on your screen, 305-597-4404. Once again, 305-597-4404.
And we want to remind you, if you're away from your TV set, keep your ear tuned to our hurricane radio partners, that is, Light 101.5, Magic 102.7, Conch FM, and US 1 Radio, all simulcasting part of this special coverage tonight. Stay tuned tomorrow for continued updates.
Okay, let's move up to Broward for a moment. We've got some information we can put on the screen for you as far as some important things to know in Broward. Government offices, parks, libraries open tomorrow. Normal bus service, airport and port schedules will remain normal, as well as cruise and airline travelers, though you should check with your carriers just to make sure that there haven't been any changes because of Hurricane Irene as this storm develops and continues to move northward. So keep on track if you're on cruise or airline travelers. But everything for the most part in Broward will be, situation is normal.
All right, now our team coverage continues with CBS 4's Stacey Santos. She's live in Coconut Grove, which is normally a very happening place. I'm wondering, Stacey, if it's happening tonight.
Angela, this is no Hurricane Floyd. Right before that, these streets would have been empty. But yes, it is a happening place to be tonight. Some heavy rain was coming down just a little while ago. Now I'd say it's a light rain that's coming down. Now, we were looking for flooding earlier today. We saw some serious flooding only in the low-lying areas, so no serious flooding in other areas to talk about in Miami-Dade County. Let me show you some of the activity that's going on here in Coconut Grove. You have people out. Many people we spoke to said, you know, if the rain keeps up, they know it could get worse, but they don't even want to think about it.
It's nothing to worry about. This is not Hurricane Floyd. This is Hurricane Irene. And it's bringing rain.
Maybe so, but expect the slick streets in Coconut Grove to become even slicker as time goes on, as long as Hurricane Irene stays stationary. Be on the lookout for heavy rains and some serious flooding. But unlike Hurricane Floyd, this was not on everyone's mind.
I don't think it's going to be bad at all. We've been under worse situations, so.
Hurricane Floyd, you were worried?
We were. I boarded up my house, yeah.
And now?
No, I'm not going to worry about it.
Not something those enjoying their night out care to hear, especially if it spoils their weekend plans.
By Saturday or so, the hurricane will be gone. And it's just mostly rain.
Hours earlier, the showers caused headaches for local businesses. Cutting coconuts during downpours like these makes life miserable for Albert Rodriguez and his Tio Raul, and business isn't any good with no one wanting to leave their comfy cars. Now, Albert says the flooding has gone down right here, but with each band of rain showers, it keeps filling up, making his job here just impossible.
There's a lot of flooded streets, so the water just wet soaks us.
Are you wet? Did you get soaked?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, what happened? My pants got soaked?
Pants got soaked. I'm drying out right now, taking a little break, drying out.
Splashing around in Hialeah was no fun at all. Look at the conditions on East 4th Avenue. Cars and trucks tried to slow down, but avoiding the sprays and showers, forget about it. They even blinded drivers. If you're like this student trying to strategically dart the small ponds as you walk to the bus stop, you know the meaning of being soaked and frustrated.
All the roads I have water all over, and I gotta be like jumping here and jumping there and all over, trying to get away, not to get wet.
Live back here now in Coconut Grove, there's an active scene. A lot of people are out, a lot of cars. It's a busy scene here. Now in the low-lying areas, we did see some flooding, but no flooding in the other areas here in Miami-Dade County, although we are under a flood watch. Be aware, be careful, and we will continue to keep you posted. We are live in Coconut Grove. Stacey Santos, CBS 4 News.
Okay, thanks, Stacey. There's a little bit more than this to keep people out of the Grove on a Thursday night. But stay with CBS 4, your hurricane station, for continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene.
And before you start your 9 to 5 tomorrow morning, catch us between 5 and 9 a.m. We'll be on the air beginning at 5 o'clock to bring you the very latest on Irene. And we'll bring you hourly updates at the top of the hour all day tomorrow, and extended coverage as warranted.
Much more coming up on this special edition of CBS 4 News tonight, including our first pictures out of Cuba, and they're giving us a pretty good idea of Irene's punch.
We're also planning to take you to Tampa. The Bay Area could face the brunt of this hurricane. We'll tell you how they're preparing there.
This is a critical night. We're steering on top of the very latest developments for you. Our special CBS 4 coverage of Hurricane Irene continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
You're watching CBS 4 News with Angela Ray, Steve Walford, meteorologist Brian Norcross, and Jim Berry Sports.
The world celebrated in 1945 and is still celebrating at Fair's 54th anniversary sale with 40% savings store-wide. No down payment, no interest for 12 months. Fair's gives you the finest names in furniture: Drexel Heritage, Henredon, Stanley, Roy Hill, Lexington, and delicious leathers from Natuzzi. For 54 years, people have been experiencing Bear's fashion, design, and savings. For a better lifestyle, wear Bears.
Roadhouse Grill. Eat, drink, and be yourself.
Hurricane Irene has Cuba in its grasp tonight.
Winds topping 70 miles an hour have been reported, and tonight we're getting a look at the conditions that the people of Cuba are dealing with. Winds sent waves crashing over the seawall onto soaked streets near Havana, and some streets are so flooded right now that cars and buses are being stuck. But the flooding isn't keeping people from going outside, getting where they have to go. And obviously you're looking now at a satellite loop right now of the storm as it's passing over Cuba.
There's the picture.
There we go. We've got the pictures now. These are coming in from outside Havana, and this is some of the waves breaking over the seawall that we talked about a moment ago. People are basically going about their business as best they can. Street flooding as you'd expect, and a lot of wind right now, but for the most part it is business as usual. The storm has been taking somewhat of a toll, we're told, on the palm trees and the crops, and causing a lot of problems with plants in the fields, but it is at least they're dealing with it.
Yes, Steve, I was just looking on the wires here, and it says
video.
that the Hurricane Irene forced at least 130,000 people to evacuate the area, so that's a mean little hurricane for them right now.
Here in Miami-Dade and Broward, the big issue, of course, remains rain, and that means a lot of scattered street flooding.
Let's get out into the neighborhoods, beginning in Broward with CBS 4's Jim Bergamo.
The waves rushing by our camera make it appear as though we're next to Ocean Drive, but the truth is we're about 20 miles west of the coast in the Orange Park subdivision of Davie.
This can get real bad. This is just the start of it, so we're taking precautions.
Now, whatever it came through before, Floyd, Harvey, whatever, did it ever flood in this neighborhood this bad?
No, not before the real storm. This is the worst I've seen it, and I've been here for 9 years.
So does it concern you about what could be ahead?
It sure does. That's why I'm getting a hotel room.
Kids were doing what kids do in the rainwater, but there were some dangerous conditions to go along with the slip and slide style of fun. In certain sections of the neighborhood, flooded street waters merged right into canals, posing a hazardous situation for anyone taking a misstep or not knowing where they're going. A drive through the neighborhood shows the high water reaching halfway up the mailboxes.
I was out of town and I just got back today, and I didn't find out about it until last night on the news, and I was shocked, and I knew I had to get home and find a place to go if it gets any worse.
What are you going to do? Are you going to try to ride it out here? What's the situation for you and your family?
No, I'm getting out of here. If it hits, I'm getting out of here because I got my mother in the house.
Things weren't much better at the nearby Shenandoah Square shopping center, where most opted to do without the shoes and employ some of the store's equipment to get them back to their cars. And speaking of cars, at times they look like nothing more than diamonds in the distance due to the driving rain.
It was CBS 4's Jim Bergamo reporting from Fort Lauderdale. Brian Norcross is working the latest information right now on weather control.
Coming up, more on what we can expect in the morning and the latest on what's happening right now in the Keys. CBS 4's special extended coverage continues right after this. Stick with us.
When the big storm threatens, turn to CBS 4 News Hurricane Network, working to keep you safe. And our CBS 4 weather team join forces with Channel 2 for open captioning for the hearing impaired. WQEA for CBS 4 information in Spanish. And when you can't watch CBS 4 News, listen to our radio partners, Magic, Light FM, Waxy, and in the Keys, US 1 and Conch FM. The CBS 4 News Hurricane Network, keeping you safe.
If you see news in the making, dial star CBS 4 on your OmniPoint cellular phone.
This is our art. We sculpt in metal, paint in G-forces. You won't find our work in museums, for we are artists of the streets. Our art places form in harmony with function, moves body and soul. Cars are our passion. Engineering is our art. Acura.
What is the biggest day in Florida racing and Horse Fair 99? It is the Festival of the Sun, Saturday at Calder Racecourse.
Here's your regular internet homepage, and here's i1.com.
It's free. You use it like Yahoo, Excite, or other search engines. Only i1.com gives away $10,000 every day, $1 million a month, and $10 million on tax day. Which one would you choose?
So there's one guaranteed winner every day.
I'd definitely choose this one.
Would you consider telling your friends about this?
No.
Introducing i1.com. Why wouldn't you?
Do one little thing differently and change everything. Next Oprah.
Thank you once again for joining us. CBS 4 special continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene, a 90-minute special tonight as this storm approaches the Keys in South Florida.
Yeah, let's kick it back to Chief Meteorologist Brian Norcross now in Weather Control for more on Irene. Brian.
All right, well, let's take a look first of all what's going on here in Dade and Broward and also with real-time radar down into the Keys. And here you see we have this band. Now it has weakened some, thankfully, although still some good downpours in Dade and Broward. And then that first band has now moved north of the Keys, according to real-time radar, but we'll get a look at the Key West radar here in just a second. But first, I want to go close up here and just see. We have two areas, one extending, here's 95 here. So this is in the Liberty City area, on up to the northwest, on up to about, Silver Lake there in western part of Pembroke Pines. That's one band. And then we'll of heavy stuff, and then we have another band up here in Fort Lauderdale. There's commercial right there, Oakland Sunrise, and then it extends southwest down across Lauderdale. So all of these are rotating on up to the northwest, rotating around the edge of the hurricane. So just bear in mind there are good downpours embedded in that, adding to all the rain we've had. So no doubt flooding will be continue to be a problem. In fact, it's just going to get worse. Well, the sound you hear behind me is the new advisory just coming in, so let's let that happen for a moment while we look at a few other things. First of all, here you see the rain rotating in, and you notice there's one band after the other. Did you see that? Here goes one, here comes another one, and then here comes another one, and that's what we're going to continue to see here for the foreseeable future until this storm goes by us. Same story in the Keys. Here everything is rotating up around the hurricane, and here you see once again that very solid area of rain just now pushing in. One line went through, but now a very solid area moving in from the south. Now let's look once again here at the radar display and see if we can figure out where this center is. See, there's where it was. Now, where is it now? Well, the aircraft is indicating, I just got a report from the aircraft here, and the aircraft is indicating that it's right about there. Now, obviously, all we're seeing with the radar out of Key West, we're not necessarily seeing at the surface because we're seeing, there's a curvature of the Earth effect here. So this is all we're seeing, but the center seems like it's backed up a little bit. All right, I'll tell you what, let me just take a look here at what the advisory is, give you the highlights, and then we'll have the details for you in just one moment here. All right, they have changed. Tropical storm warning and the hurricane watch is continuing for us exactly the same. There are some changes on the west coast, but they don't affect us. The hurricane warning is extended north along the west coast, again, not affecting us. So Dade and Broward, the warnings and watches are the same. Warnings are changed on the west coast. Warnings continue. Hurricane warning remains in effect for Cuba. I just want to get to the Keys here. South of Florida City, around the Florida. Yes, okay. All of the Keys still under the hurricane warning, as we have been throughout ever since 5 o'clock this evening. So everything is about the same. The storm is located, as I indicated, very close to Havana, moving slowly and erratically, but expected to move back to the north again early tomorrow. But what that does is that gives us time before it gets into the lower Keys, and top wind still at 75. So those are the highlights of the advisory. I tell you what, why don't we get them plotted up for you, and we'll have it all for you coming up here in just a few minutes. So I'll send it back to you, and I'll see you here in just a minute or two.
All righty. Okay. Thank you, Brian. We're following other news for you this Thursday night.
A UPS driver shot to death while making a delivery. We'll tell you the latest on what happened.
And the walls come a-tumbling down at Cape Canaveral today. We'll tell you what caused this launch pad to fall. CBS 4 News tonight. We'll be right back. Stick with us.
This is an Ocean Spray cranberry. These are new Ocean Spray Premium 100% juices. 6 new Premium 100% juices. Our best cranberries blended with exciting fruit like Georgia peaches, Pacific raspberries, and even Granny Smith apples. Hey, you've never had 100% juice like this before. New premium 100% juices. It all starts here. Ocean Spray. You know it's good.
With so many interior creature comforts, everyone in your car can enjoy the ride as much as you do. The spacious, luxuriously appointed Accord from Honda. Now lease a new Accord LX for $229 a month for 36 months.
Hi, Bob from FPL here with Raymond Wong. Raymond, tell me about FPL's increased capabilities to restore power faster if it's knocked out by a storm.
Well, when a storm brews through, what we do is track it on our radar, and that way we can get our crews ready.
I've been hearing their info goes right to a truck.
Well, FPL's using onboard computers now. We know where the problems are and what we're going to deal with. It dramatically increased our capability to restore power faster.
Wow, I guess the future is now, right?
It's happening now.
It's all part of FPL's commitment to serve our customers better.
That's what we're here for.
Hey, give a big hand to the crews. Give yourself a hand.
Do one little thing differently and change everything. Next Oprah.
Hialeah police are interviewing several people after a UPS worker is killed on the job. Tonight, still no arrests in the murder, but the car that may have been used in the crime has been recovered. CBS 4's Evan Bacon has more.
Hialeah detectives dusting for fingerprints. They're scouring every inch of this UPS truck looking for clues to the shooting death of its driver.
We do not know a motive for this case as of yet. We will be speaking to all the witnesses here to try and determine what is happening.
Police identify the murder victim as 37-year-old Luis Fernandez, the happy father of a precious 5-year-old girl. At around 11 o'clock this morning, Luis Fernandez backed his delivery truck up to the loading dock there at ERP Exports. Seconds later, a gunshot was fired and Fernandez was dead on the scene. Fernandez worked 12 years for UPS out of this distribution center in Hialeah.
He was an excellent employee. All of his coworkers did a great job and going to be missed immensely.
Talk about dedication. Fernandez was robbed and kidnapped on the job several years ago, but he refused to hang up his brown uniform. Now, it's the detective's job to find out who killed him.
Obviously, there are quite a few people in this area. It is a heavily populated industrial area, and so we will be speaking to everyone in the area to see what they can tell us to help us out.
In Hialeah, Evan Bacon, CBS 4 News.
Emotional testimony today from the father of a young child beaten and burned. Kendia Lockhart was killed 2 years ago. Her father, Ken Wilkinson, has now finished 2 days of testimony, pointing the blame at his wife, Rosaline, the girl's stepmother. But he admits abusing the girl and disposing of her body.
You believe in her?
Yes.
Do you believe in justice for her?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe in justice for her when you chopped her up and burned her? After you believe you didn't kill her? Did you?
No, sir.
Wilkinson confessed to writing love letters to his wife even as he was planning to testify against her. While he says he mistreated his daughter, he says his wife struck the fatal blow.
Weather is slowing the search for a South Florida deacon who disappeared without a trace. Today, Miami-Dade police searching fields, wooded areas, and canals looking for any sign of Miriam Pratt. She was last seen by friends and family after leaving her church in Richmond Heights September 28th. But the weather forced officers to cancel a horseback search, and officers say rain is delaying their efforts.
What goes up eventually comes down, making way for the future at Canaveral Air Station. It took 180 pounds of explosives to make this historic launch pad at the Canaveral Air Station come down. The pad was built back in 1965. It was the starting point for NASA's Viking missions to Mars. Those, of course, were unmanned. The 7 million pounds of steel will now be recycled. The Tampa-St. Pete area is keeping a very close eye on Hurricane Irene.
Depending on the forecast track you follow, Tampa Bay could be seeing a storm surge before this is all over. We hope to take you live to Tampa for a special report. That's coming up next.
And that's all ahead on this 90-minute special edition of CBS 4 News. As we follow Hurricane Irene, we'll be right back. Stay with us.
It's the richest day in Florida thoroughbred racing, the Festival of the Sun at Calder Racecourse. A day you can't miss. The Festival of the Sun, Calder Racecourse, Saturday, October 16th. Gates open at 11 a.m. First race, 12:30.
Some say 50's old. Some say 50's not old enough. 2, please.
Oh, you have to be 65 with a discount.
But South Trust Bank does 50 right, because that's how young you have to be to qualify for their silver service checking. I get free checking and a lot of other free vision discounts.
Here are your free traveler's checks, Mr. Reynolds.
Wow, thank you. Hey, you're going to be a senior citizen. Might as well enjoy it while you're young.
Roadhouse Grill. Eat, drink, and be yourself.
This is an Ocean Spray cranberry. These are new Ocean Spray Premium 100% juices. 6 new Premium 100% juices. Our best cranberries blended with exciting fruit like Georgia peaches, Pacific raspberries, and even Granny Smith apples. Hey, you've never had 100% juice like this before. New Premium 100% juices. It all starts here. Ocean Spray. You know it's good.
Hurricane Irene. CBS 4 News meteorologist Brian Norcross and real-time radar track Irene from the Keys, the West Coast to here in South Florida. Plus updates every hour with the latest advisories. Hurricane Irene. Continuing coverage on CBS 4 News.
Cindy Crawford plus the untold Natalie Wood story on ET.
And tonight, much of Florida's west coast is preparing for Irene to make landfall.
The storm's forecast track eventually will probably take it up the west coast toward the Tampa Bay area. That's where our CBS 4 team coverage continues. Reporter Barron Johnson is joining us now live in Manatee County near Bradenton with the latest on what's happening there. Barron.
Steve, a very busy day here all across Manatee County. Just a couple hours ago, member agencies with the Manatee County EMS met. They got their plan together, but they still say it's up to the storm as to what they're going to have to do by tomorrow. Most of them say they went home tonight to get a good day's rest because for the next 2 or 3 days, they might be working 24 hours around the clock. So for them, they have everything in place. They're just hoping that Irene chooses another place to hit.
In relatively good shape.
It's just a matter of hours until Hurricane Irene rolls into Florida. The storm could stay clear of Manatee County, but then again,
it's too close to be comfortable.
That's why county leaders are checking their list to make sure everything is covered for an emergency. The plan involves everyone from law enforcement to the local Red Cross.
We've been mobilizing all day to prepare for that worst case scenario that was going to bring the storm into our neighborhood.
That also includes storm shelters for up to 20,000 people or more, and the food to feed them.
We generally try and provide food stock for several days for the maximum capacity of that shelter, because if we hit, we don't know when we're going to be able to get resupplied. So there's truckloads of food that gets delivered to each shelter.
Communication is the key, and because students are out of class on Friday, two-way radios could make the difference.
School is out, so, parents might be calling kids to make sure they're safe, so you clog the lines up that way.
Until Irene makes its next move, there's not much else to do.
Tonight, we're really gearing down so that we don't burn people out, because we're really looking at tomorrow. If anything needs to be done as far as evacuations, that's when we'll start it.
Right now, everything is quiet in Manatee County. The weather is fairly mild, a pleasant evening. The local agencies tell us they're waiting for the 5 a.m. advisory to find out from there what they need to do. At least 2 shelters are ready and up and running. If necessary, they would house about 1,800 people, including nurses and staffers. Steve, Angela.
All right, thank you, Barron. Well, we'll have much more information on what people in the Keys should be doing tonight to prepare for Hurricane Irene. First, though, a look at some other news this evening, including fallout over the decision not to press charges in the murder of JonBenet Ramsey.
Plus, a pair of pygmy whales coming ashore in Sunny Isles. We'll tell you about the fight to save them. Much more ahead tonight. Stick with us.
When you're looking for the finest, most convenient prescription services available, all roads lead here. Transferring your prescription to Walgreens is easy. Just call us and we'll do the rest.
What is the biggest payday in the history of Florida racing with $1.5 million on the line?
They come to the wire, and 3-Ring takes the My Dear Girl.
What is Horse Fair 99, showing over a dozen breeds of horses? What is the Super Sports Village with free fun for the kids? It is the Festival of the Sun, Saturday at Calder Racecourse. First race, 12:30.
Prosecutors say they will keep investigating after a grand jury fails to return indictments in the John Benet Ramsey murder. Colorado's governor is now considering the appointment of a special prosecutor. At this point, Colorado prosecutors apparently believe there is not enough evidence for a conviction in the 3-year-old murder case.
I can't second guess the work of the prosecutor or the grand jury, but I do know that there are questions remaining regarding this horrible tragedy.
The 6-year-old was found strangled to death in her Boulder home. Prosecutors say the case will remain open and indictments could come in the future. John Benet's parents, who have been considered prime suspects, insist they are innocent.
Tonight, new evidence in the case of a man arrested on sex crime charges and found with some suspicious possessions. 7 people were arrested yesterday on charges of lewd and lascivious behavior, offering to commit prostitution and indecent exposure in Virginia Key. In the car of suspect Glenn Richard Gardner, police say they found weapons, pornographic magazines, sex toys, and children's toys. And today, police are showing what they found after searching Gardner's Miami home. Detectives say he had an arsenal of weapons, knives, pornographic materials, sex toys, children's toys, even children's clothing.
A Cuban exile is weighing in on Los Bonbons' controversial concert last weekend in Miami. Today, the Democracy Movement condemned the scattered violence outside the Miami arena. Democracy leader Ramon Sanchez says the Cuban exile community can disagree without violating the rights and freedoms of others. Police are releasing surveillance video of a Hollywood bank robbery. It happened last Friday at Nations Bank on North 60th Avenue. A man with a southern accent handed a teller a note demanding $2,000 in small bills. He was last seen getting into the passenger side of a red pickup. If you've got any information on the holdup, call Crime Stoppers.
Volunteers are treating 2 stranded whales after the mother and her calf beached themselves. Now doctors, that is, are awaiting results of blood tests to determine what's wrong with the mother and her baby. CBS 4's Jack Hambrick has more.
Volunteers and marine biologists are working around the clock to try and save a pygmy sperm whale and its calf. The animals beached themselves last night, and at this point, no one knows why. This pygmy sperm whale has been named Sunny, its calf, Lopi. Volunteers with the Marine Animal Rescue Society have been in the water with Sunny since early this morning. It is critical that they keep her moving, otherwise she will sink to the bottom and drown.
The cause of it is going to be determined through blood tests and some of the cultures we took this morning.
Her calf, Lopi, appears to be healthy. Lopi is able to swim freely around the tank, but Lopi is only weeks old and is dependent on her mother's milk to survive.
Unfortunately, the calf is going to require its mother's milk, so if the mother doesn't make it, the chances for the calf aren't real great. There's always a chance, but they're not real great.
The whales were discovered early Thursday morning on the beach in Sunny Isles. It took hours for marine biologists to coordinate moving the whales to the research facility at FIU. It is not uncommon for whales to beach themselves when they are ill. But little is known about pygmy sperm whales. They don't do well in captivity. Just about the only time they're ever studied is when they are sick.
It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing to actually be in there and to be helping, to be holding it up in the water, feel its skin, feel it breathing and its heart rate. Unbelievable.
Best case scenario, the marine biologists and veterinarians hope that they can treat the animals with antibiotics and then release them into the wild, but at this point no one can say for certain if they will survive. In North Miami, Jack Hambrick, CBS 4 News.
Well, Hurricane Irene's timing couldn't be worse for some fishermen and restaurants. That tops tonight's Sun Sentinel report. Stone crab season starts tomorrow, and so the traps are already in place in the Keys and off the west coast. But tonight, fishermen fear Irene's winds and the rough seas could ruin tomorrow's catch. They're also worried they'll lose their traps.
Not the stone crab. Well, you could be paying too much in bank fees for your checking account. The consumer group says Florida ranks second in the nation for high bank fees. An average Florida customer pays nearly $237 for a non-interest earning checking account. The group says the best way to save on fees is to shop around for lower rates at neighborhood banks and credit unions.
Tonight, a study says Florida high schools are inflating their students' grades. Nationwide, most students get C's. In Florida, the average grade is a B. The study also says grade inflation appears more among the top students in each high school, while students who don't score as well in school tend to suffer from grade deflation. Those stories and more in tomorrow's Sun Sentinel and, of course, on CBS 4 News.
Well, let's get the latest now on Hurricane Irene. Let's go to Brian Norcross in Weather Control. Brian.
All right, let me just go ahead and show you the watches and warnings here. We've got them graphically presented for you because they have changed here since the latest advisory, but the change does not affect us here. We still continue under a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning. Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County. That's the yellow area there from Florida City to Jupiter. The Keys still continue under the hurricane warning. And now the hurricane warning goes up the west coast all the way, including the Tampa Bay area, Sarasota, Fort Myers, all the way here. Now up to about the Tarpon Springs point on the west coast. And then a hurricane watch goes a little further north than that on up to a place called Yankeetown. Now the reason for this change is that the storm has relocated again further west, and I'm going to show you the details on all that coming up here at 11 o'clock. But the thinking is that the odds are that the storm will move to the north somewhere just to the west or near the lower Keys, and the big threat from this hurricane is going to be somewhere here on the west coast. Now, the big question remains, is it going to make a turn somehow? And the reason we have the hurricane watch continuing here is because of the uncertainty involved here. As we showed you earlier, that the system is not well organized at this point. And when hurricanes are not well organized, how they end up when they finally do organize is always open to significant question. The problem is, in fact, we can go ahead and take a look at that radar once again. The problem is that the models, the computer models we talk about all the time, have to know where the storm is right now in order to be able to project where it's going to be in the future. So when they put in the data input into the models, where did they put it in? Did they put in something over here, or did they put in something up here? And that amount of difference, if the storm moves to the north, it doesn't look like that much, but just imagine if it moved north there, or if it moved north here. If it moved north on this second path, then the lower Keys get nailed. Because it's a very small storm, the actual business part of the storm is only about that big. This box here is about 62 miles across, or so, maybe 63 or 64 miles across, and the hurricane force winds are only about 25 miles. So, it's a dot, maybe not even quite that big. So maybe take that away, maybe closer to that. So you can see that where that is, if it's there or if it's there, makes a tremendous amount of difference in what happens in the lower Keys. So that's the challenge that sometimes with these computer models, if you don't start them right, then they don't end up right. And when there's uncertainty about where the beginning point is, we end up with all kinds of possibilities in terms of the end results of the various different computer models. The more well-defined the storm, in general, the better forecast. So that's why we have all this uncertainty tonight, and we'll look at more of that, more detail on all of that, and give you the new coordinates and everything else, including real-time radar, coming up at 11 o'clock. So I'll see you back here in just about 5 minutes.
We'll see you then, Brian. Let's check back out in Fort Lauderdale and see what's happening there.
CBS 4's Jim Bergamo is joining us live with the latest on some information that he can have. Hello there. There you are, Jim. At least you're dry.
Semi-dry.
Easy for you to say, Steve and Angela. Well, I can tell you what, it's been just a very strange afternoon here in Broward, which may reflect all of South Florida for the most part of the afternoon and in rush hour. Just torrential rain coming down. A few minutes ago, it was just virtually horizontal as far as the rain coming down. But for the most part of the evening, it's been relatively easy, shall we say, for the rain. It hasn't come down that hard at all. So just probably, again, a reflection of what's going on in South Florida, just the heavy rain moving in at times, and other times it's peaceful as this storm, Irene, approaches. Now, we will tell you that Broward authorities are meeting at 6 a.m. tomorrow to decide what their specific game plan is. But right now, these are the things that we can tell you. First of all, we've got some information that we can put up on the screen for you, that all government offices services in Broward County will be open as usual. Now, that includes parks and libraries. Bus service operation will remain on a normal schedule. Airport and port operations are also open, and cruise and airline passengers are advised to check with their specific carriers. Now, also, we have another sheet of information. We can show you that the Broward County Citizen Hotline will be activated at 6 in the morning. That number is 954-831-4000. That's the Broward County Citizen Hotline being activated at 6 in the morning. Now, for residents who would like to report flooding, they're advised to call the South Florida Water Management District. That number is 1-800-544-2323. This is non-emergency flooding, just to report high water and everything. They're advised that if it is indeed a true emergency, then and only then are residents advised to call 911. Steve and Angela, that's the situation in Fort Lauderdale at the moment. The rain, on again, off again, hard sometimes not, but a pretty good idea of what we're going to expect for the next couple of days.
Yes, that will be our plight. Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. Well, as Brian mentioned, the next several hours are going to be critical to know for certain where the hurricane is going.
Tonight, the Keys under a hurricane warning date and Broward under a hurricane watch. We're taking you back out live for team coverage next at 11.
Also coming up, heavy rain is already having an impact on South Florida streets.
And more on the story tonight in Cuba, now firmly in Irene's grasp. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
We're Sunshine Ford, and it's time for a change.
We're Hollywood Honda, and it's time for a change.
We're the Maroney Auto Group, and it's time for a change.
Over 400 new car and truck dealers across the country have joined AutoNation USA. Introducing the AutoNation USA Network.
It's about lower prices.
It's about higher standards. It's about change. It's about time.
This Saturday at every Macy's, it's Super Saturday with the last days of our semi-annual diamond sale. All jewelry 20 to 50% plus bonus dollars off selections, including all diamond solitaires. Look for sensational last 2 days specials. A dazzling 4-carat diamond S bracelet last 2 days special, $969. Half-carat diamond stud earrings last 2 days special, $279. Macy's Super Saturday, plus a preview day Friday.
Meet Carlos Sandoval, veteran Navy SEAL, trained to go through anything, equipped to survive it. Introducing the Chevy S10 Survival Pack. CD, automatic, air, aluminum wheels. Over $1,500 in savings and $1,250 cash back. You might think that could weaken a Navy SEAL. Fat chance. The Chevy S10 Survival Pack. Like a rock.
Hi, I'm Bob from FPL. We're here with Jane Tyree at the Boca Ballet Theater.
Hi, Bob.
What kind of energy improvements did you make in the new studio?
We added tinting to the windows. We like the big open space that it creates for us, but we don't like the afternoon sun. We put the tinting on the windows and saved money right away.
So, did it cool things down?
Oh, absolutely. It's changed the rate of which when we turn on the lights and the air.
Call FPL for your free guide to saving energy.
Tinting really makes that much of a difference, huh?
Yes. You know, it's good for dancers to sweat, but we don't want them to hyperventilate.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, man, look what I found.
Hey, that's a puppy. Cute girls own puppies.
Let's go.
Is this guy yours?
Sorry. I don't know where he lives.
Is this your dog?
Hey, sorry.
Did you lose a little puppy?
No.
We just need a good home. I wonder if he's housebroken.
Okay, guess we know the answer to that.
The Civic from Honda. Where will it take you?
For Your Health is sponsored by the University of Miami Jackson Memorial Medical Center. We know.
Now, live. This is CBS 4 News at 11.
Good evening once again, everyone. I'm Steve Wolford.
I'm Angela Ray. We've got the latest tonight on where we stand across South Florida. We'll tell you what's opened, what's closed tomorrow in Broward, Dade, and Monroe counties.
That information has been evolving through the night as we continue to watch Hurricane Irene, so let's go with what we know right now. We'll begin our team coverage with CBS 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Norcross. He's live in weather control. Brian.
All right, Steve and Angela. First of all, let's talk about this hurricane and what's happened here. just over the last couple hours that just causes a little bit of confusion. The thinking still is more or less on track that the storm is going to move to the north. It's going to move by the Keys. We are not here in Dade and Broward going to get the worst of it. We're going to get significant wind, but not hurricane force wind, and we are going to get heavy rain. The core problem is that the storm keeps misbehaving and doing things that cause us to put a little confusion into it and put question marks on it. And let me show you what it's doing right now that's causing that problem. First of all, here we were at 4:54 this afternoon. We thought we had figured out what had happened earlier and why we were confused. Earlier, that looked like it was the eye. It looked like the storm had taken off to the northeast. Indeed, that turned out not to be the case. It turned out to this to be the center of circulation right there, back further to the west. When it looked like it was further to the east, if it moved in that direction, that was slam into the Keys, and so that had us concerned. But with it back over here, and it looking like maybe now it's moved in a more northerly direction after all, then we thought, okay, earlier this evening, okay, that's good. Looks like it's going to miss the Keys to the west. But watch what's happened here through the evening hours. There's the rotation, there's the rotation. Now where's the rotation going? Well, is it going over here? Is that it? Or, well, what the aircraft is finding that's flying around down there is it's up in here somewhere. And it's just we're being fooled by the radar and the fact that the storm is getting very ragged in appearance. And maybe what's happening here is it's just kind of reforming. See what's happening in here? See it kind of reforming back around there? That we're just redeveloping the eye, and it's just been fooling us here. And indeed, it is behaving in a more or less orderly fashion, taking on the average over the whole day, moving generally to the north. It's going to go by and generally miss the Keys, although it's going to be a very close call for the lower Keys, and that puts the threat once again back on the southwest coast. But because of this raggedness, it's been very hard to figure out exactly A, where the center of the storm is, and B, exactly where it's going. As we have tracked it, this is where the center has seemed to be. It kind of veered off to the left, and then it made this kind of path. There's that angle. See, if you follow that, that'd scare you to death, because if it comes up north, now we're into Dade and Broward County. But what we have there now is it looks like a more straightening of the path. So if we look at it on average, it's more or less like that. It's kind of averaging out all those wiggles. Now, what you hear going on behind me is a statement coming out. Oh, it's just a reissue of the advisory that I'm just about to give you, so nothing new to worry about there. But that red area in the center is the hurricane force winds. So that's the area that we have to get past the Keys. So if the storm were to go directly to the north like that, you can see it would be a close call, but those hurricane force winds would indeed miss the lower Keys. But we can see how close a call that's going to be, and that's why we have a hurricane warning in effect for the Keys. The orange area, tropical storm force winds, just beginning to move in to the lower Keys, so we would be now expecting gusts up in the 40-mile-an-hour range, moving in from, say, the 7 Mile Bridge south. Now here you see on the satellite picture, there's this ball of thunderstorms, and this is where the new center seems to be forming under that, and you can see that the overall trend is indeed to move to the north, even though the center may be jigging and jagging around down here, but the overall trend of movement of everything does seem to be the north, and that's why the Hurricane Center has confidence that that's what's going to happen here as we move into the future. So here are the numbers as of 11 o'clock, 23.4, 82.6, the winds held at 75 miles per hour. North at 8 is the eventual movement, although the immediate movement is not very much, 988 millibars again. So the pressure has been holding steady. We'll just see. It seems like there's a little window of opportunity here for it to strengthen as it moves up toward the Keys and by 95 miles now southwest of Key West. I showed you just a moment ago. If you didn't see it, we continue with a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning for Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County. Hurricane watch just in case something untoward would happen and the storm veers to the right in a hurry here. The tropical storm warning, although that is not what's expected. What's expected is the storm will come up into here somewhere, and we will just get the tropical storm conditions, and I'll show you why that will be just a little bit later on. here's the question mark. It continues to be, we're under this kind of a steering current right now, easing the storm to the north. But what's going to happen here as we move over the next couple days is this strong steering wind that is up to the north right now is going to start pulling itself on down to the south. And you'll see that by Saturday, the question is where the storm's going to be at the time. By Saturday, we get this pretty strong southwest flow here. So if the storm is, let's say, up to Fort Myers or Sarasota, that's going to take it on across the state. If it's not that far north, then it may come closer to us, and that's why we continue with the hurricane watch, just in case that might happen. But as far as the future track goes, here's what we think will happen. By late in the day tomorrow, right tomorrow evening, it will be past the Keys, and if that indeed works out, and then by Saturday it's somewhere moving north, then we will not get the strong winds. We'll just get these tropical storm force winds off on the side here, here in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County. But, of course, it's going to be, again, a very, very close call for the Keys. We'll just have to see what happens as the storm redevelops. One thing to mention about the winds and why we are going to get these tropical storm force winds almost no matter what, we have two issues. One is the winds with the hurricane. The other are the winds to the north, these strong winds. And what's going to happen over the next couple days is these two things are going to join forces on the east coast, and that's why we expect strong winds in terms of 40, 50, maybe even 60-mile-an-hour winds here in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach, while we don't expect the hurricane force winds here, assuming the storm stays west, as we think now that it will. All right, we'll be back to take a look at our local weather. Real-time radar is showing things are calming down a little bit for now in Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, and the Keys in terms of the real heavy rain. We'll check that for you here in just a few minutes.
We'll see you then, Brian. If you live in the Keys, bottom line tonight, take action right now.
That's because by tomorrow could be too late as far as the gusty winds. Our team coverage continues now with CBS 4's Ted Scott, and he's joining us live in Key West with more on what's happening down there. Ted.
Well, Steve, right now we're in the dark here in Key West. The power just went out a few minutes ago. Take a look over here. You can see this whole area is pitch black. We have the most light in the area here. Some of the hotels and resorts that were over here were all lit up before, but now just completely in the dark. The constant thing that's been going on here is the rain. We've been getting lots and lots of rain here in Key West, and we have had some winds. Now, one thing, a little while ago, we were over on the southern part of Key West, over on the Atlantic side, and there you should have seen the shore. Take a look here. As Irene gets closer, the ocean is getting even more violent. The seawalls here in Key West are doing very little to keep the ocean from the streets. A little while ago, we got hammered by the waves. One thing, if you know much about Key West, is that in this part, the southern part of the island, is usually very tranquil. Whoa! Usually very tranquil out there. But right now you can see it's very strong. Around town, there is already minor street flooding, and it will likely get worse as the storm moves closer. Throughout the day, people were gearing up, jamming grocery stores getting supplies. You're almost there. And some people boarded up businesses, but as the storm moves closer, many places here remain unprotected as people hope for the best. And we certainly do wish them luck, those who did not board up. Now, we have some important information to pass along here. Who should be evacuated at this point? It should be people who live in mobile homes, low-lying areas. Those are the areas that normally flood, where the roads flood. Most of you who live in those areas know who you are. Also keep in mind, a lot of roads are going to start to close if they're not already closed already because of water on the road. So you do need to get out of those areas if you're in there. Otherwise, you are going to be stuck. People with special needs, those who have medical needs or need oxygen or something like that, are in the Harvey School. They should have already been evacuated. Most of them are already registered. Now, if you're sitting at home and have not been evacuated and you need to get in contact with someone to let them know where you are and what your needs are. Okay, in terms of visitors here in the lower Keys and middle Keys, they should have been evacuated already. If you're still here, well, it's too late now. You're going to have to ride out the storm with the rest of us here. If you're at a major hotel or resort, you should just stay put because most of those hotels and resorts are equipped for something like this. Now, here's an important number for visitors who are here in the Keys and need to know what to do. It's the Visitor Assistance Hotline. That number, 1-800-771-KEYS. Now, that's only for people who are here in the Keys right now. If you're planning a trip down here, you're going to have to postpone that trip until after the storm passes. As far as the airports and flights, so far the flights have been canceled for this evening several hours ago. I think I saw the last plane come in. Since then, I have not seen any planes come in, at least not after it got dark here. As far as tomorrow, check with the airline to see if your flight is going to be operating. Chances are it will not be operating, and keep in mind that once winds are over 35 miles per hour, the airports in Key West and in Marathon are going to close. So chances are you're not going to be able to get on your flight tomorrow, but just call just to make sure. We're riding out the storm here in Key West. We'll keep you up to date. We're live in Key West. I'm Ted Scouten, CBS 4 News Tonight.
All right, Ted, thank you. And we want to put up a couple of important numbers right now for the Keys.
Got the rumor control hotline number. It is up and running in Monroe County. For anybody with questions about Hurricane Irene, the number is 1-800-955-5504.
And we want to point out we have important information scrolling along the bottom of your screen there. It's openings, closings, it's important phone numbers. So as long as we are in hurricane mode, you can find that scrolling right along your screen.
Also, periodically, you'll see something in the upper left-hand side of your screen. That's a satellite loop, as well as the latitude, longitude of the storm, and the wind speed. A shelter is opening in Miami-Dade for people who are worried tonight about flooding.
CBS 4's Gary Nelson is live at the Miami-Dade County Emergency Operations Center with more. Gear.
Well, in terms of the teeth of this Hurricane Irene impacting Miami-Dade County, the official word just a few moments ago was something of a sigh of relief. Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas is now briefing the media, just wrapping up a briefing that began just a few minutes ago. He was pleased to hear what he heard from Brian Norcross and the National Hurricane Center in that 11 o'clock advisory, that in terms of Irene pummeling Miami-Dade with strong winds, dangerous winds, that's not something of tremendous concern at this point, but they are very much concerned about the possibility of 10, possibly more inches of rain in the next 24 hours or so here, and what that might portend for us in the way of flooding and that sort of thing. They have opened the floodgates throughout southeast Florida. All of the outflows along the coast and along the Cutler Ridge, that is west of US 1, have been opened. They're draining things down in hopes of alleviating whatever flood conditions we might experience. But just a short while ago, Mayor Alex Pinellas gave something of a stand-down announcement here in Miami-Dade County. As he said, it will be business as usual for the government, at least tomorrow.
We have decided to issue no evacuation orders. County employees should report to work tomorrow for their regularly assigned duties. Again, all county employees are to report to work tomorrow. In fact, all county services will go on as scheduled tomorrow. Again, that may change early in the morning. We may decide to send employees home early during the course of the day, depending on the course of Hurricane Irene. But at this point, all county employees should report to work tomorrow. I also just got off the phone with School Board Superintendent Roger Cuevas, who asked me to relay that all school board employees should proceed with their regularly scheduled assignments for tomorrow. All school board employees should continue with their regularly scheduled assignments for tomorrow. Public school.
And the mayor was about to say public school students, fortunately, don't go to class tomorrow. That has nothing at all to do with Hurricane Irene. It is a long, previously scheduled teachers' planning day. You teachers and public school employees, folks in the administration building downtown, and the maintenance workers throughout the system, that sort of thing, you are expected to report to work tomorrow. So the word here in Miami-Dade County tonight is we're open for business in Miami-Dade tomorrow, unless things, as the mayor said, should change. They have opened one shelter in Miami-Dade tonight for anyone who, for whatever reason, just doesn't feel comfortable in their home tonight or during the day tomorrow. You can go to Citrus Grove Middle School at 2153 Northwest 3rd Street. It'll be opening at 11:30 p.m. That's just a few minutes from now. Citrus Grove Middle School in the city of Miami, for those who will, for whatever reason, might feel that they need to stay somewhere other than home tonight. And the rumor control hotline is open 24 hours here in Miami-Dade. The number 305-598-7550, 598-7550. The folks who answer the phone there, and they're answering them right now, can answer virtually any question you might have relative to this hurricane and our preparedness, or the preparedness that you perhaps should undertake. We're live at the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center. Gary Nelson, CBS 4 News.
Well, tonight, rain remains the big issue around Miami-Dade and Broward, and that means a lot of scattered street flooding.
Yeah, let's find out what's happening in those neighborhoods, beginning in Broward, and CBS 4's Jim Bergamo live in Fort Lauderdale. Jim.
Angela, Steve, earlier this afternoon and during rush hour, just torrential rain in Broward County. In fact, so much rain came down that some places which did not experience flooding during Floyd nor Harvey got so today. The waves rushing by our camera make it appear as though we're next to Ocean Drive, but the truth is we're about 20 miles west of the coast in the Orange Park subdivision of Davie.
This can get real bad. This is just the start of it, so we're taking precautions.
Now, whatever it came through before, Floyd, Harvey, whatever, did it ever flood in this neighborhood this bad?
No, not before the real storm. This is the worst I've seen it, and I've been here for 9 years.
So does it concern you about what could be ahead?
It sure does. That's why I'm getting a hotel room.
Kids were doing what kids do in the rainwater, but there were some dangerous conditions to go along with the slip and slide style of fun. In certain sections of the neighborhood, flooded street waters merged right into canals, posing a hazardous situation for anyone taking a misstep or not knowing where they're going. A drive through the neighborhood shows the high water reaching halfway up the mailboxes.
I was out of town and I just got back today, and I didn't find out about it until last night on the news, and I was shocked, and I knew I had to get home and find a place to go if it gets any worse.
What are you going to do? Are you going to try to ride it out here? What's the situation for you and your family?
No, I'm getting out of here. If it hits, I'm getting out of here because I got my mother in the house.
Things weren't much better at the nearby Shenandoah Square shopping center, where most opted to do without the shoes and employ some of the store's equipment to get them back to their cars. And speaking of cars, at times they look like nothing more than diamonds in the distance due to the driving rain. Now, we can tell you first thing tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Broward authorities will meet and finalize a game plan. But right now, the situation, just like Miami-Dade, business as usual. We've got some graphics we can show you. All government offices in Broward County will be open as usual. That includes parks and libraries. Bus services will operate on a normal schedule. Airport and port operations are open as well, but cruise and airline passengers are advised to check with their carriers. We can also tell you a second page of information that we have for you. Broward County, the Broward County Citizens Hotline will be activated at 6 in the morning. That number, area code 954-831-4000. Now, for residents who are experiencing flooding in Broward County, they're advised to call the South Florida Water Management District. That number, 1-800-544-2323. If it is an emergency, a true emergency, then and only then are residents advised to call 911. Reporting live in Fort Lauderdale, Jim Bergamo, CBS 4 News tonight.
Our team coverage continues now with CBS 4's Stacey Santos.
She's joining us live in Coconut Grove to see if the rain around has been able to dampen anybody's spirits. Stacey.
Oh, Steve.
You're at Cocoa Walk right now, aren't you?
Spirits. I'm in Cocoa Walk right now. How could you tell? Anyway, it really hasn't dampened any spirits. People have been out all night here walking around. It's been traffic like usual. I found a great place to take some shelter. Let's turn you around, though, and show you what the weather does look like. The rain has stopped. It's only a little light drizzle out there. It's coming down pretty hard at times just about an hour ago, but it's been off and on all day. Trust me, I've been out here all day. And if you take a look, it hasn't seemed to bother those enjoying the night out one bit.
Worry about. This is not Hurricane Floyd. This is Hurricane Irene. And it's bringing rain.
Maybe so, but expect the slick streets in Coconut Grove to become even slicker as time goes on, as long as Hurricane Irene stays stationary. Be on the lookout for heavy rains and some serious flooding. But unlike Hurricane Floyd, this was not on everyone's mind.
I don't think it's going to be bad at all. We've been under worse situations, so.
Hurricane Floyd, you were worried?
We were. I boarded up my house, yeah.
And now?
No, I'm not going to worry about it.
Not something those enjoying their night out care to hear, especially if it spoils their weekend plans.
By Saturday or so, the hurricane will be gone. And it's just mostly rain.
Hours earlier, the showers caused headaches for local businesses. Cutting coconuts during downpours like these makes life miserable for Albert Rodriguez and his Tio Raul, and business isn't any good with no one wanting to leave their comfy cars. Now Albert says the flooding has gone down right here, but with each band of rain showers it keeps filling up, making his job here just impossible.
There's a lot of flooded streets, so the water just wet soaks us.
Are you wet? Did you get soaked?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, what happened? My pants got soaked?
Pants got soaked. I'm drying out right now, taking a little break, drying out.
Splashing around in Hialeah was no fun at all. Look at the conditions on East 4th Avenue. Cars and trucks tried to slow down, but avoiding the sprays and showers, forget about it. They even blinded drivers. If you're like this student trying to strategically dart the small ponds as you walk to the bus stop, you know the meaning of being soaked and frustrated.
All the roads I have water all over, and I got to be like jumping here and jumping there and all over, trying to get away, not to get wet.
So we got a light rain coming down right now, a lot better than what was happening earlier. We are under a flood watch though in Miami-Dade County. We were out today though. We saw no serious floods, only in the low-lying areas did we see flooding, but we expect plenty more rain, so drive carefully and take it slow. We are live in Coconut Grove. Stacey Santos, CBS 4 News Tonight.
And CBS 4 is doing its part to spread the word and to offer help.
We have our Neighbors for Neighbors phone bank online right now to answer your questions and take in important information around South Florida. Operators are standing by right now at the number on your screen, 305-597-4404.
And we want to remind you, if you're away from your TV set at all, keep your ear tuned to our hurricane radio partners, Light 101.5, Magic 102.7, Conk FM, and US 1 Radio, all simulcasting part of this special coverage tonight. Stay tuned tomorrow for continued updates.
Our special live team coverage of Hurricane Irene continues with the latest from Brian Norcross coming up next.
Keep it right here on your hurricane station, CBS 4.
Turned off his car radio and tuned up their love life.
And did things change?
Yeah. I believe it. Do just one thing differently. Amazing things could happen.
This is what every woman wants next Oprah. Watch Oprah tomorrow at 4.
While Lexus tests to the highest standards of safety, we also test for the intangibles. Luxury. Comfort. Ergonomics. Even beauty. The LS400, the true test of luxury.
Your diodes look stunning this evening.
See your South Florida Lexus dealer.
What is the biggest payday in the history of Florida racing with $1.5 million on the line?
They come to the wire and 3-ring takes the My Dear Girl.
What is Horse Fair 99, showing over a dozen breeds of horses? What is the Super Sports Village with free fun for the kids? It is the Festival of the Sun, Saturday at Calder Racecourse. First race, 12:30.
I need you to find these people now.
Okay, boys, release the hounds.
Someone's been here.
Searching for someone at your car insurance company after dark? At Geico Direct, we're here 24 hours a day. In fact, one 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
The new 2000 Toyotas are making their entrance, and they're making some big noise.
Stop, look, listen, here comes a big noise.
The spotlight's on Camry, Corolla, Tacoma, the distinct new Echo, and the new full-size V8 Tundra. The model year 2000 is here. Get to your Toyota dealer now.
Stop, look, listen, here comes a big noise.
The world celebrated in 1945 and is still celebrating at Bear's 54th anniversary sale with savings of 40% store-wide for a better lifestyle. Where? Bear's.
Let's get the latest on Irene now.
CBS 4 Brian Norcross is joining us live in Weather Control once again with some new information. Hi, Brian.
All right, we're going to take a look at the local situation here. Luckily, nothing torrential at the moment, although widespread rain around here. First of all, look out the back door here where we have had tremendous rain. Take a look at what we have right now. It's 74 degrees here. 74, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood as well. Tell you what, Donna, you need to change that and start the other show. Is the problem. Okay, 74 around here, 94% humidity, and look at the rain we've had, just over 3 inches of rain in our rain gauge here. Now, on to the real-time radar, and let's take a look at what we have going out there right now. At 84 at the airport today, and I wonder what the normal high is on this date. I think it's 85, so let's just, those numbers are kind of scrambled around there. I see what the problem is. All right. In any case, we don't really care about that, do we? What we care about is the rain. And here you see in Broward a band in South Dade, and then here's another band coming into the Keys. But notice nothing is tremendously heavy at this point. Let's go close up in Broward. We see a couple cells here, one coming in to North Broward, others coming in to Pompano, but again, not real heavy. Here comes a line, though, that is going to bring some pretty heavy rain here as it rotates up through Dade. But look at the widespread light rain everywhere around. Now, here's the radar in motion. You'll get an idea what we're going to have. There goes one band. Here comes another band through. Here comes another band through. And that's what we're going to have until this thing clears us. And some of these bands are just going to be very heavy. Same thing in the Keys. Here come the bands rotating through. And that's just going to be the continuing trend. So here is your forecast now. First of all, for tonight, the rains are just going to continue here. And some of them are going to be very heavy in spots. Tell me, guys, if we have the there you go. Rain's continuing, some of them very heavy, 73 for a low. For tomorrow, flooding rains, the winds increasing, especially by tomorrow afternoon. Of course, stronger winds in the Keys, closer to the storm, 84 for a high. For the boaters, small craft, stay in port. Those winds southeast 25 up to 40 knots offshore by late in the day tomorrow. Very rough in the bays. Of course, boats not going anywhere. Now looking ahead on Saturday, rain and wind continuing, and then just depending on Irene on Sunday where it goes. If it goes on by to the north, then Sunday should be a lot better, looks like, right now. All right, we're going to take a quick look at the that Key West radar, looking at the center of the storm coming up in a few minutes, and that'll be it for tonight.
All right, thanks, Brian. As Hurricane Irene moves closer to Florida, we're tracking its every move for you.
And we'll check back with Brian for a final look at Irene coming up later.
Your South Florida Toyota dealers are rolling out the all-new 2000 model year Toyotas.
Stop, look, listen, here comes a big noise.
Like the brand new redesigned 2000 Avalons, Toyota's luxury sedan. Drive one today for just $299 a month. 2000 Avalons, just $299 a month. Only at your South Florida Toyota dealers.
Here comes a big noise.
Don't just open my eyes. Open my soul. There's a cruise line that can do that. Celebrity.
You're simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anyone.
Celebrity Cruises.
When the big storm threatens, turn to CBS4 News Hurricane Network, working to keep you safe. And our CBS4 weather team join forces with Channel 2 for open captioning for the hearing impaired. WQEA for CBS4 information in Spanish. And when you can't watch CBS4 News, listen to our radio partners, Magic, Light FM, Waxy, and in the Keys, US1 and Conch FM. The CBS4 News Hurricane Network, keeping you safe.
Critics are calling The Story of Us the most wonderful and romantic movie of the year.
It's a boy. It's a girl.
A celebration of marriage and family.
Chicken pot.
Full of tears and laughter.
Come on, kids, Riverdale!
A Rob Reiner classic.
Dad, pull yourself together.
Michelle Pfeiffer, Bruce Willis.
A man can mend a fight with sex. A woman can't have sex until they've resolved the fight.
I'm ready. How about you?
Online sex is not cheating.
How do you figure?
We're typing.
The Story of Us. Rated R.
Starts tomorrow.
One life isn't enough. I need 2 lives. Maybe 3. For all I want to do.
First you hold it in your hands and you squeeze it real tight. Slow
Welcome to your Florida Lottery Fantasy 5 game for Thursday, October 14th, 1999. Match all 5 numbers, win thousands and thousands of dollars. Nancy Ruthven selects tonight's Fantasy 5 numbers. The first number is 4. The second number is 13. The third number is 7. The fourth number is 1. And the last number, 22. Here it comes, Florida Lotto fans. It's a whole lot of lotto. It's a new lotto. Now you'll have 2 chances to win with big jackpots every Wednesday and Saturday night. Tickets go on sale October 24th. It's Florida Lotto every Wednesday and Saturday starting October 27th. All drawings supervised by Lottery Security, certified by Valiente Hernandez and Company. Tonight's Fantasy 5 numbers, 4, 13, 7, 1, and 22. And remember, when you play, we all win.
Tim Bokamper joins us now in sports, and the Dolphins have a big game this weekend. Yeah. Rain or shine.
That's right. Every week you say the same thing. A big one's coming.
This one is.
You know, whenever the Dolphins and the Patriots play, you can bet you'll see both teams score numbers in bunches, and I expect this week's game will be no different with the game won or lost in the air. Drew Bledsoe leads the AFC in passing. He'll use all of his weapons to put the pressure on Dolphin defensive backs while trying to find the end zone early and often. If the Dolphins' running game continues to stall, Dan Marino will be called upon for the second week in a row to bring this team back, this time in Foxborough, where the Dolphins are 0-3 in their last 3 visits.
We've had a tough time playing up there for quite a while, so this is an important game for us. This is one going into the season we knew that we're going to have to win.
All right, you can see if the Dolphins will finally win one in Foxborough when they kick it off Sunday at 1 o'clock right here on CBS 4, your Dolphin station. Well, up in the Bronx, the Yanks are trying to keep the curse of the Bambino firmly embedded in the minds of the Boston Red Sox and their fans. They're in the 8th inning right now with the Yanks holding a 3-2 lead. Nomar Garciaparra has a 2-run home run for the Sox. Tino Martinez has a solo shot for the Yankees. About do it for sports.
All righty, thank you so much,
Sure.
Kim. That was the abbreviated version. Now let's go get a last-minute check, from Brian Norcross.
Okay, I wanted to check this radar once again because we get new radar pictures from the Key West radar every 6 minutes. So we should get a couple of them now that we didn't have before, exactly what's happening with the center of this hurricane. There's where it was. Then we see it kind of goes away. Now it looks like that it is indeed still trying to wrap up here. Right in there, so that's where the aircraft is indicating it is. So apparently it has moved off the Cuban coast now. You can see features trying to rotate around an apparent center in that area there. So that's good news. We like that news because what that tells us is it was down here earlier. It is moving in a generally northerly path. If it continues that, while it is going to be a close call for the lower Keys, the worst of the storm should stay off of the lower Keys, but no guarantees certainly. Certainly you folks in the extreme lower Keys need to be battened down and be ready for this thing to go by there tomorrow morning. All right, of course, we'll be on the air, and we'll see you then.
All right, thank you, Brian. And be sure to stay with CBS 4, your hurricane station, for continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene.
And before you start your 9 to 5 tomorrow morning, catch us between 5 and 9 a.m. We'll be on the air beginning at 5 o'clock to bring you the very latest on Irene. And we'll bring you hourly updates tomorrow all day long and extended coverage as warranted.
And to kind of lessen the drama a little bit before we say goodnight, let's go ahead and put your lottery numbers up tonight. Cash 3 was 105.
Your Play 4 numbers 0905. That's going to do it for us. We appreciate you joining us. You have a great evening, and please stay dry.
David Letterman's up next. From all of us at CBS 4.
Activity, tremendous thunderstorm tops right there. That's what the severe weather was produced by as it moved through the lower Keys, and it'll continue to be a problem down there. Worse there than anywhere else for the winds right now, but the winds are increasing in other spots as well. We're going to look at the numbers, we're going to look at the future track, and what's guiding this thing along. We'll do that all coming up in just a few minutes, guys.
All righty, thank you very much. Dave Rexroth following this storm every step of the way from Weather Control, and we've got crews throughout South Florida to keep you abreast of what's going on Right now, let's go to the Emergency Operations Center.
That's right. CBS 4's Evan Bacon standing by. We understand that Miami-Dade County Mayor Alex Pinellas is about to give us a news conference.
He's here. He is ready to take the podium right now, and we're going to cut right in and listen to what he has to say here at the Miami-Dade EOC.
Stacey from the South Florida Water Management District, which of course is working very closely with us on maintaining the flood levels down, and firefighter Eugene Germain, who will present Haitian Creole translation. Here's Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas. Mayor?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Based on the 8 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, we know that not a whole lot has changed from the 5 a.m. advisory. However, we continue to be very concerned with the amount of water, rainwater, that the South Florida area, in particular Miami-Dade County, will be experiencing during the course of today and into tomorrow, which leads us, of course, to be very concerned about the issue of flooding, especially in low-lying areas. We also believe that as the storm gets closer, that we have increased risk of tornado activity, and we want to advise the community of that possibility. As it relates to shelters, we had reported earlier, and I want to confirm at this time, that the 4 additional shelters will not open this morning. One is open. Citrus Grove Middle School at 2153 Northwest 3rd Street remains open, and in fact will be capable of handling special care individuals as of 9 a.m. this morning. But we have decided not to open additional shelters. We do not believe they are necessary at this time. As I've reported earlier as well, county services will proceed as scheduled. County employees are to report to work. Miami International Airport is up and running. And of course, all of these decisions are subject to change depending on future advisories this morning. The 11 a.m. advisory, of course, is a much more significant advisory with additional projections for the storm. We want to ask people to be very cautious today. This will be a very wet, soggy, miserable day. The traffic conditions are not favorable. We want individuals to use extreme precaution as they go about their daily basis. And if you're not working today, if you've got the day off, or if you've decided not to work today, the best policy is to stay home. That is, of course, the best conditions. Ahora, básicamente en español voy a repetir lo que acabo de decir en inglés, basado en el aviso de las 8 de la mañana.
Mayor Alex Pinellas saying the big concern right now is water. The amount of rain coming down, it continues. We've already had a half a foot of rain in many areas of South Florida. We could expect another 8 inches throughout the day. So we need to watch out for the amount of water and flooding in the area. Increased risk of tornadoes as the storm comes into Key West and into South Florida. Citrus Grove Middle School shelter remains open throughout the day. 4 additional shelters will not be open. We're staying at a level 2 alert status here. So in other words, be very cautious at this point. Traffic conditions are not good. Stay close to home. If you have to go to work, that's okay, but just stay indoors if at all possible. Now, a lot of questions from a lot of people coming through today. That's why we have a rumor control hotline. The number there, if you need to know any information, is 305-598-7550. Mayor Alex Pinellas wrapping it up here at the Miami-Dade EOC. That's where we are live. Evan Bacon, CBS 4 News this morning.
Evan, quick question. I was wondering if they've given you any information as to how many people have actually gone to that one shelter that's open. Is there anybody there?
Don't know. Haven't checked on that, but I'll get back to you with the numbers as soon as we can.
Thanks, Evan.
Well, right now we head down south. We have CBS 4 crews all over the place, and CBS 4's Ted Scouten is standing by in Key West. Has been there since yesterday. Ted, how are things looking right now?
Well, we had a bit of a break from the rain. We were in, I guess, a lull, but now it's starting to rain again, pretty heavy, too. And that's going to be devastating for a lot of homes and a lot of businesses here because there is so much flooding around Key West. Just a few moments ago, we went downtown Key West to Old Town to take a look. Take a look at what we saw when we were there just a few minutes ago. What you're looking at right here is Duval Street, and as you can see, certainly lots of water here coming down from one of the businesses here onto the sidewalk. The water starts to get deep, but then once you get over here to where the curb is and step down, you can see just how deep it is. It's actually to my knees. Right over here you have a bike that's covered almost up to the tires there. And coming out into the middle of the street, you can see why traffic just can't make it through here. Look down the street there. If you can see down there a bit, there's a car that's stalled I would imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of scenes like that around Key West today as people try to get out and about. They're really not going to be able to do that too easily. Right here, as we said, the water is just about to my knees and quite deep in this area. Now, the problem that some of the businesses are experiencing, like you can see over here, is the water is getting very close to getting into the businesses. Right there, fortunately for this place here, it is just up a little bit of a hill. So this one is not getting water inside of it, but as we've been walking around here this morning, we've seen a lot of places that have had sandbags put in front of their door because they're afraid the water's going to get in, and obviously when you have water this deep, it's going to. You can see someone walking through the water right there. He's in the shallow water actually because he's over on the sidewalk. But once again, scenes like this going on all over Key West. Okay, so you saw how deep the water is in downtown Key West. It's for that reason that you're told to stay home. Don't get out there if you don't need to, because you saw that car stranded right there in the middle of the road, completely stuck. And as we said, a lot of businesses are going to find just a big mess once they get over there because there is just a lot of flooding here, and it's not looking good right now either because we're getting more rains, heavy rains coming once again. So it's going to be a very ugly day here in Key West. We'll keep you up to date. We're live in Key West. I'm Ted Scout in CBS 4 News this morning.
Hey, Ted, before you go away there, let me ask you, I know a lot of the tourists were supposed to have left the Keys as of yesterday, but what's your experience? Have you noticed if there were any that stayed around?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, sure, Ted. I know it's probably hard for you to hear with the rain. The tourists, have most of the tourists evacuated like they were supposed to yesterday, or is it your experience that many stayed behind?
You know, what we found is that there were a good number that did listen and heeded the warnings and they got out of here. A lot of the people who aren't from hurricane-prone areas, heard about a hurricane, they just wanted to get out. But there is a good number of people who also stayed. What happened there is, even though there was a mandatory evacuation and they stayed, fortunately, the ones who were in the larger hotels were able to stay at the hotel, but only after signing a voucher saying they were advised to leave, that there was a mandatory evacuation, and they're staying there at their own risk. Apparently there's an insurance problem, obviously, for hotels housing people. So this way they sign the waiver and they stay there at their own risk.
Well, hopefully if they stay long enough, they'll be able to see sunshine again. Thank you, Ted. We will be right back with more information as we continue to track Hurricane Irene, so don't go away. We want to give you an idea of what this storm is doing to the rush hour traffic, which is bad anyway. But as you can see, this is the Palmetto at Northwest 122nd Street. Traffic almost at a crawl space because of this awful weather.
And right now you're looking at a windshield wiper in front of our camera to try to keep it clear. That's I-95 on Northwest 79th Street, also a traffic mess. So if you have to head out, make sure you give yourselves extra time. Otherwise, stay indoors, as per Mayor Alex Pinellas. We'll be right back.
Around here, you can't buy a reputation for quality. You have to earn it, the way Wall did. Wall invented the first electric clipper 80 years ago, right here in America's heartland. And they're still the choice of millions of professionals worldwide. Today, Wall makes products for home, too. A whole line of clippers, trimmers, and shavers, all backed by the Wall family commitment to innovation and value. That's what being a leader is all about. Wall, bringing quality and value home.
Hi, Mr. Food here. We've all experienced wanting something so much that we could just taste it. Well, if we want the best, it's Cadillac. And if we want the best deal, University Cadillac.
Lease a new 99 Catera now only $349 a month. Just $349 a month for a sporty new Cadillac Catera.
Yep, Ed Morse University Cadillac on University Drive in Pembroke Pines. You'll taste the ooh, it's so good. You just can't beat an Ed Morse deal.
This segment of Mr. Food is sponsored by Ed Morse University Cadillac. You'll always pay less out west.
And you're watching continuous news coverage here on CBS 4 News of Hurricane Irene. Right there, a shot of 836, the Dolphin, eastbound at Northwest 72nd Street.
And take a look at the Palmetto at Northwest and 122nd Street, bumper to bumper, as rush hour traffic has to deal with the pounding rain that Irene is dropping in our direction. Let's get more on the latest on this storm. Dave Rexroth in Weather Control is tracking it.
Even better than Dave Rexroth at Weather Control, we're going to go out to the Hurricane Center and the director, Jerry Gerald. Good morning, Gerald. Jerry,
okay.
Thank you for being with us. We were just showing a lot of the traffic out there. The road's pretty full. in Dade and Broward. It looks like we're going to continue to see the flooding continue. Any ideas to talk about maybe sending some folks home early today because of the flooding potential?
Well, I suppose that's somebody else's decision other than ours, but I think things are only going to get worse during this day. We may see a little bit of a let up tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be good, but it will be better than today.
Right, we've already saturated everything, so everything coming down now is pretty much going to run off and be more of a flooding problem. I was looking at the 8 o'clock advisory that just came out, and you talked about the Bahamas now changing some things and putting up a tropical storm watch there. That may have some people getting a little more worried since that's off to our east. Do you think there are any significant changes, and why do you think they did that?
We did that because they wanted it. We only report for them, and they were getting the strong weather already, so no, I wouldn't put any significance at all to that. We simply responded to their seeing the weather coming in and feeling like that they needed to be covered at least for tropical storm force winds.
Speaking of those winds, we saw last hour at Homestead we had a gust over tropical storm force. As we go throughout the morning here in the Upper Keys and in the southeast part of the state, the winds are going to keep coming up. Do you think we're going to actually ever get to sustain tropical storm force winds along the southeast coast?
Oh, I wouldn't be at all surprised that we would see that. In fact, I would expect that, and I'd expect to see gusts occasionally to near hurricane force.
Here on the southeast coast?
Right. Sure.
So we've been talking, the reason I brought that up, we've been talking so much about the emphasis of the rain. We're still going to have to deal with this wind, and once we get up around that threshold of tropical storm force winds, we can still have some problems with debris flying around, things like that.
Yeah, don't forget that there are tornadoes embedded in some of this, and I know the forecast office has just put out a tornado watch for South Florida, and so we could have some tornadoes embedded in there, and that could be a shock for any of us.
Right, and the likelihood of the tornado activity will be increasing from this point on, don't you think?
As we get closer to that really strong thunderstorms surrounding the hurricane, yeah.
Right, and even though on the southeast coast, again, different from the Keys, we're extended farther away from the center, that our threat for tornado activity should be increasing as well, don't you think?
That's right, and ours is in the bands,
right.
And those bands are reaching us now.
Now, as we go along through the day here, eventually, about what time do you think the folks are going to see down the lower Keys this thing start to move by them? Not in the sense that the storm is going to be ending, but the center of the storm moving by the lower Keys and Key West.
Well, we think it's about 25 miles southwest of the city, so that's about 2.5 hours worth of motion. So sometime around noon, they ought to be on the backside of it.
Right, now we've seen historically with this thing, it's been a lot less activity in the backside, but they're still going to have a pretty good punch of the winds until this actually gets an appreciable distance away from them, don't you think?
Yeah, and the Cayman Islands had really heavy rain for a long time after it passed them, and so did Cuba. It's still raining hard down there, so we're going to have a lot of rain behind it.
Yeah, it's going to be some time before we can put this one to bed. Jerry, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We'll be back with you in touch later on.
Okay, Dave.
All right, thank you. So we're talking about the fact that we've been emphasizing the rain so much this morning. We still have to be concerned about the winds. As Jerry mentioned, there is a tornado watch now for all of South Florida, including the Keys and the southeast coast here, and that will last through the afternoon until around 3 o'clock. Wouldn't be surprised to see that last even longer as we get these more intense bands getting closer to our area because of the position of the center of the storm. There is a greater likelihood for that. We've already seen some of that activity down in the lower Keys. We had some tornado warnings and actually had a tornado come on shore down there around Blue Water Key earlier this morning. So it could be a problem for us all later on this afternoon. So even though we are going to have the flooding and it's going to continue to be a problem, we still need to be aware of the winds all day today. So please don't let your guard down about that. And we'll talk more about when this is going to end, and we'll look at the forecast coming up in just a little bit. First of all, let me show you what's been happening down here with the radar. This is starting at 3 o'clock in the morning as we go along with the Key West radar watch. This is the band he's talking about, the very heavy thunderstorm activity that rotated through. You see it again right in here. This is the bright reds, and that thing is working its way off to the west and northwest. The center of the storm about 25 miles to the southwest of Key West down in this vicinity here, and moving due north now at 8 miles per hour. And we'll expect to see the backside of this activity later on this afternoon, and even that could be quite strong, even though we have been talking about the northeast side of the storm for so much last night and again this morning. Up in Dade and Broward, we still have some very heavy rain coming through. Some clusters of even stronger rain now in southern Dade. Going to work their way through from about Bryan and Cutler Ridge down through Homestead as they move off to the west. Still not quite as strong in the northern half or northern third or so in Broward, but your hour is coming as well as all this activity continues to move slowly off to the north. Show you one more thing here, and we'll go back to back to Ken and Ileana. You can see the rain amounts since 8 o'clock yesterday, and now down here in the Keys we're into this pink area, which is approaching and exceeding 8 inches in the lower Keys, and we have very near that some of the spots in northern Dade as well. So that's the big concern for the flooding, but we can't rule out the winds. Guys?
Good deal. Thank you very much. That's an awful lot of rain. Just one quick announcement for you. As of about an hour ago, that was the latest we had here. We have 12,500 customers from Florida Power and Light that currently do not have power between Miami-Dade and Broward counties.
Irene, certainly creating havoc throughout South Florida. Take a look outside. We're going to give you a live picture of what the traffic is looking like this morning with all the rain that we have to deal with. This is I-95 at Northwest 79th Street. Rush hour traffic moving very slowly, and we can only expect it to be even worse as commuters head back home later this afternoon when flooding should be worse.
And this is a shot from Chopper 4 right now, flying over Miami Beach. That looks like it's it looks like we're going up toward the Aventura area, if I'm correct. And you take a look at the buildings, taking all that rain and the hard surf a moment ago. CBS 4 News coverage of Hurricane Irene will return in just a minute.
Watching a special edition of CBS 4 News.
Next Oprah.
I turned my radio off.
I turned off my beeper. Just changing your clothes.
Changing your clothes.
There's some serious changing going on. Do one thing different. Just tiny little steps. He turned off his car radio and tuned up their love life. And did things change?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been really nice. I believe it. Do just one thing differently. Amazing things could happen. This is what every woman wants in the world. Next Oprah.
Watch Oprah today at 4. Then CBS 4 News at 5. Yes, Angela!
The world celebrated in 1945 and is still celebrating at Bear's 54th anniversary sale with 40% savings store-wide. No down payment, no interest for 12 months. Bear's gives you the finest names in furniture. Drexel Heritage, Henredon, Stanley, Roy Hill, Lexington, and delicious leathers from Natuzzi. For 54 years, people have been experiencing Bear's fashion, design, and savings. For a better lifestyle, wear Bear's.
Here's your regular internet homepage, and here's i1.com. It's free. You use it like Yahoo, Excite, or other search engines. Only i1.com gives away $10,000 every day, $1 million a month, and $10 million on tax day. Which one would you choose?
So there's one guaranteed winner every day.
I'd definitely choose this one.
Would you consider telling your friends about this?
No.
Introducing i1.com. Why wouldn't you?
If you're leaving for work right now and can't watch CBS 4 News this morning, listen to our special reports with Lee Davalos on Magic 102.7 FM.
What's the big noise? Kendall Toyota is selling 2000 model Toyotas at 99 prices. New Y2K Camrys were $219, now $119 a month. Corollas were $179, now $79 a month. Avalons were $379, now $279 a month. Don't make a $5,000 mistake. Get the lowest new Toyota price in America, or get $5,000 cash. March on in to Kendall Toyota on US 1, just south of Dadeland. Open late every night.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage on Hurricane Irene, and this is what it looks like in downtown Fort Lauderdale as seen from our Union Planners Cam.
Well, CBS 4 News has that continuing coverage. We'll do it all morning long, and we're going to go right now to Shadow Traffic's Linda Lucci to tell us how all those wet roads are looking at this hour. Good morning, Linda.
Good morning to you. They are not moving along very nicely, as a matter of fact. This is I-95 in Miami-Dade. You can see very heavy traffic from the Golden Glades all the way down to the 112 Airport Expressway. That problem still working right in the Golden Glades, south by 95, that jackknife tractor trailer. It is uprighted. However, all roads leading into the Golden Glades are still backed up. It is just a mess out there. Let's move on on over to the Palmetto now to 122nd Street. It is moving at a snail's pace southbound between I-75 down to the site of an accident northwest 58th Street. Let's take a look at the Dolphin now. Eastbound traffic coming at you still very, very heavy. You can see also there's some rain in the area. Very heavy travel still eastbound from the Turnpike past the Palmetto now to Milam Dairy Road. This report brought to you in part by Metropolitan Mortgage, also brought to you by Furniture Warehouse Prices. And that's the latest from CBS 4 Traffic Control. From Shadow Traffic, I'm Linda Lucci.
Thanks, Linda. And obviously, we're already seeing the effects, have been feeling the effects of Hurricane Irene for a while here, but it is much worse in the lower Florida Keys where they're really taking a pounding right now. Let's go live to Lisa Cabrera. She's in Marathon.
Hi, Ileana. Yeah, we've been dealing with some severe weather that has basically kept us off the air probably for the past couple of hours or so. Really strong wind gusts here, some torrential downpours behind me. You can kind of take a look. This is the parking lot in front of the Emergency Operations Center. They are having some flooding here all across Marathon. There are some downed trees. Emergency management officials in the building behind me over here have hunkered in. They do have their storm shutters up. There's only one way to gain access inside there. We've been talking with them all morning. In addition to that, going out on the streets to check out some of the weather and try and see how people are dealing with this. I can tell you that some of the emergency management officials who arrived early this morning were barely able to make it here. They told me that they were coming from areas like Key West, Big Pine Key. One sheriff's deputy who is a veteran who has been on the job for more than 30 years told me this is the first time in any storm that he has actually experienced fear, because as he was driving here, he said he was disoriented. You can't see the roads. You don't know if you're driving on water or pavement or what. Really gusty winds also making visibility really limited. We did take some pictures this morning. Hopefully we can look at those. Really strong downpours early this morning. And it was almost as if some of the gusts would come and go. Some of the trees have been downed. We've noticed power lines precariously close to crashing down. Some have hit the roadways, which is why emergency management officials have been warning people this morning. People in Monroe County, in Marathon, in Key West are being warned to stay indoors. We happen to be near a very safe facility, and we've been taking extra precautions as we travel about the area. At least we hope we are. But the warning is for people who have not already evacuated or gone to shelters. The word is stay indoors because it is a dangerous situation outside. On Big Pine Key, an emergency management official told me he clocked the winds at 103 miles per hour. As we all know, that can lift debris up, and if something like that strikes you, I mean, this is the kind of storm, even though it's a Category 1, that obviously can be potentially deadly. And emergency management officials have been concerned about some of the wind gusts as another squall kind of sets in here in Marathon at the Emergency Operations Center. Pretty much no break from the driving rains. We were out by the water earlier today, and the rain felt like ice pellets. And it was that sideways rain, severely cutting to the skin, and some of the gusts continue to come through, and then it'll calm briefly. But for the most part, still bad weather here in Marathon. Ileana, Ken?
Lisa, let me ask you, have people really heeded the warnings? Because I know a lot of folks in the Keys have been through a lot of storms, and this is a Category 1. I think even yesterday I was up in Broward County, for instance, and a lot of folks were kind of laughing about a Category 1. But as you mentioned, 100-mile-an-hour winds is the one wind gust there that was clocked. That's pretty severe.
And you know, it's not the sustained winds so much, although they are high winds when you're talking about 75-mile-an-hour winds. But some of the gusts come through and lift things literally off the ground, and at any time can strike you. This is a time to stay indoors. And I notice out by the water there are homes that line the waterway in Marathon. Some people, I think, are probably regretting not putting up their hurricane shutters. I see some activity inside some of the houses. The lights are on, and I see faces like this peering out because really a dangerous situation. Over these houses, power lines are sparking and coming down like this. So people, I have to imagine, are a little concerned now that they did not probably go to a shelter, but at this point the word is and the advice is from emergency management officials, stay inside.
Okay, Lisa, why don't you take that, heed that warning for a little bit. We'll let you take a break as we take a break and come back with more on Hurricane Irene.
I got a taste for cookies.
Oh, everybody, to the fridge. Let's bake. Break, break, break. Break and bake. Bake your cookies.
new Nestle Toll House refrigerated cookie dough. Like magic, Square's baking round cookies with rich Toll House morsels just...
Break and bake Toll House cookies.
Uh-oh, I'm breakdancing!
Nestle Toll House, now available in cookies and brownies too.
Why keep pounding the pavement when you can discover heart-pounding excitement with Pontiac Wide-Track Grand Prix? Precise cornering, road gripping performance. Wider is better. And now during Discovery Days, if you're a resident of one of these Southeast Florida counties, get a special Grand Prix cash bonus. That's on top of already great deals. Discover driving excitement. Pontiac Grand Prix. For more great offers, visit our website.
What is the biggest day in Florida racing and Horse Fair 99? It is the Festival of the Sun, Saturday at Calder Racecourse.
Hurricane Irene, continuing coverage on CBS 4 News.
And you're watching CBS 4's live continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. Look at the size of that there as it continues to swirl just south of South Florida.
And here's a look at what it looks like right now as Chopper 4 travels over Miami Beach. Not exactly the kind of weather the Chamber of Commerce likes to boast about, but this is what we're facing as Irene continues to pound South Florida.
And let's take a look at some of the roadways now. You're looking at the Palmetto and Northwest 122nd Street traffic, an absolute nightmare, even worse than it normally is for South Florida on any weekday morning. Give yourselves a good 30 to 60 minutes extra travel time, no matter where you're headed. Roadways are slick and there's lots of pooling water.
And of course, the big concern continues to be the flooding problem, which we expect will get worse as the day grows. And Dave Rexroth, that's one of your concerns, but I understand that you're also worried about the wind, which a lot of people weren't expecting.
Well, we just don't want to downplay the wind so much because we talk so much about the rain that people forget about it, because we are expecting tropical storm force winds here. That's why we have a tropical storm warning up and a hurricane watch for the southeast coast north of Florida City. But it will be more of a problem down in the lower Keys, obviously, because they're very close to the center of the storm. So we've been talking a lot about their winds in the lower Keys, but not about the winds along the southeast coast. So I just want to keep people in mind that we're going to have tropical storm force winds, expecting that here, as you heard Jerry Gerald say just a little bit ago. So you certainly don't want to let down your guard. And as we have these bursts of storms come through and these bands, we could have some gusts obviously much higher than that, and maybe even the possibility of a few gusts approaching hurricane strength in the southeast area that is so far displaced from the center of the storm. Just because we've been concentrated on the lower Keys so much, mostly because of the tornadoes there, we just don't want to bypass that part of the wind for us. But you are right. With all that said, you are right that the flooding is going to be extremely widespread and a major problem. As a matter of fact, I can show you right now what's happening on real-time radar. I'll read you a few numbers here as we go along. As of 8:30, just a few minutes ago, we updated our numbers here. 4.17 inches in Miami at the airport there. Fort Lauderdale, 4.5 inches at the airport there as well. Homestead, we've got a gust to 47 miles per hour in the last hour. So that certainly is well above tropical storm force, which is 40 miles per hour. We've got a 4.76, almost 5 inches now in the Opelika area at the airport there. And Key West has got 8.5 inches, Marathon 4 inches, and 45 mile per hour gusts in Key West, but we've had gusts reported much higher than that down the lower Keys. We'll look at that more in detail in a second. But 47 mile per hour gusts in Homestead at the Air Force Reserve Base there certainly should wake up some folks to the fact that, yes, this is going to continue to be a wind problem, just that we've been talking so much about the rain, and that will continue to be a widespread problem for everyone. You can see a band right there in South Dade moving to the west-northwest, going to rotate through, a very heavy one there, and very widespread moderate to heavy rain in a good portion of North Dade and southern Broward as well. Let's jump down now to the middle of the night and down to the Keys. We'll watch this on Key West radar. You can see for a while there's a pretty good eye sitting down in here, and now we can't find it quite as well, but the center of circulation is about 25 miles to the southwest of Key West, which is right there at the little dot. And we're starting to see some of these bands now on the back side of this system, and it's not going to just clear away immediately. There's plenty of action back here, even though we haven't seen it so well on the radar yet, that we're going to have to deal with as this thing continues to move on. Even with that said, certainly the northeast or the east half of the storm is the wet side, and that's why we have all the flooding concern. The flooding has begun in the Keys and in the mainland, and it's going to continue to be more and more of a problem as we go along because the ground's saturated and everything now should run off. Here is a real heavy band. You saw it move through. Now it's out here into the open waters area. But watch now, another band, very strong one coming through right here, and one that's just going to rotate around Marathon and just to the southwest of Marathon. That is going to be very heavy as well. Anytime you see these reds starting to pop up, you're into some nasty, nasty weather. The storms get bigger and taller, and there could be a real big problem with thunderstorm activity and tornadoes. The whole area of South Florida under tornado watch until much later on this afternoon, so we have to be aware of that as well, and the more likelihood to have them as we go throughout the late morning hours and this afternoon compared to what we've had so far, so keep that in mind. Here's another one of those strong bands that we looked at real-time radar moving through southern Dade, and we'll take a look now at the big picture, so to speak, and watch what blew up here. See that big batch of thunderstorm activity? That purple color is extremely, extremely tall thunderstorm activity. The taller they get, the more the stronger they get, and the more severe they get, and that's what actually produced the tornado activity earlier in the lower Keys. There has been certainly some blow off of the top of the storm in this general direction. You can see it spreading out there, but it's certainly no shear that is going to really help tear this thing apart. We're going to pretty much sustain the kind of strength that we have right now. Here are the watches and warnings, hurricane warnings in effect for all the Keys and up the southwest coast all the way to Tarpon Springs. A hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning from Florida City up to Flagler Beach. That means we will more than likely see a sustained tropical storm force winds, and we have the possibility of seeing some hurricane force winds in gusts at best, I think, right now, unless the storm actually starts to make some kind of a turn that we don't particularly expect at this time. So what's going to move this thing? Well, we've got a trough you can see digging down here in the west. We'd like it to see it get out and really pull this thing out quickly, because then we'd have less of a flooding problem. But actually, if it doesn't get down here, we have to deal with the floods. But we don't want it to get down here too fast and turn the severe wind part of the storm into South Florida. So we're waiting to see this thing get a little farther to the south. Right now, it's just barely getting down to Texas, so it's going to be a while. That thing means this will continue to move slowly, and we'll continue to have a problem with the rain and the wind. Here's a projected future track sometime up around tomorrow around Fort Myers, and then it starts to accelerate with that trough coming down in from the west and pushing it off to the north-northeast, and by Sunday we expect it up around Jacksonville. It's going to take that long to really move the rains out of here. We're going to see it rain all day today, all night tonight, and most, if not all, of the day tomorrow before this thing moves away and leaves us alone. I think it probably will start to get a little bit better in the lower Keys first and gradually improve late in the weekend as we get up into the southeast coast. In terms of the rainfall, not necessarily in terms of the amount of flooding that's going to be left behind. That could take us through the weekend into the early part of next week to get all that water to drain away from us. So big problems in terms of flooding, but again, don't forget the winds. We already have had some tropical storm force gusts in the mainland, and we certainly have had those occurring for a good portion of the morning in the Keys, and we've had some gusts very near the the hurricane force down in lower Keys and around Key West. So it has just begun, unfortunately, even though it's been here so long already, so we really have to be patient and wait this thing out. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Dave, thanks for the info. And we have one more closing to tell you about. I don't think that we're going to get too many visitors today anyway, but for the record, Metro Zoo has just closed. As some of you may know, Metro Zoo took a terrible beating during Hurricane Andrew. There is always, in this type of weather, a lot of concern for the animals, so Metro Zoo has officially closed for the day.
And those of you who have loved ones on the roadways right now heading to the office, well, expect that they're not going to get there on time. CBS 4's Shadow Traffic, Linda Lucci. What is going on with all those roads out there right now?
Well, I'll tell you what, it is a slow go wherever you look. This is I-95. The right side of your screen is moving southbound, but still heavy delays coming out of the Golden Glades all the way down to the Dolphin. Also, still that accident still working right in the Golden Glades, southbound 95. That tractor trailer, they're still trying to get that out of the way. And you've got roads that backed up. All the roads leading into the Golden Glades are backed up. Let's take a look at the Palmetto now at 122nd Street. Traffic is practically at a standstill southbound from Miami Lakes Drive now all the way down to the Dolphin. We do have an accident in between Northwest 58th Street, and let's see what's going on the Dolphin. Eastbound traffic from the Turnpike to the Palmetto still very, very heavy. As you can see, this is where the Palmetto and the Dolphin merge at Milam Dairy Road. Northbound Palmetto backed up all the way to Miller Drive. This report brought to you in part by Metropolitan Mortgage, also brought to you by Washington Mutual. And that's the latest from CBS 4 Traffic Control. From Shadow Traffic, I'm Linda Lucci.
Thanks, Linda.
Good deal.
One good thing about coming to work at 3:30 in the morning, we didn't have to face that.
You sure bet. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to be back with more continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene right after this. Thanks for watching.
The world celebrated in 1945 and is still celebrating at Fair's 54th anniversary sale with 40% savings store-wide. No down payment, no interest for 12 months. Fair's gives you the finest names in furniture. Drexel Heritage, Henredon, Stanley, Roy Hill, Lexington, and delicious leathers from Natuzzi. For 54 years, people have been experiencing Bear's fashion, design, and savings. For a better lifestyle, wear Bears.
First you hold it in your hands and you squeeze it real tight. Slowly bring it to your mouth, take a Fuddruckle bite. Then your lips begin to smile and feeling Fuddruckle right. And now you know just what it's like to do the Fuddruckle, yeah.
This is me with my fantastic new set of wheels. This is me when I was in high school. This is me when I played for the Yankees. This is me when I learned that I had prostate cancer and went to Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center, where doctors and researchers helped me to fight this disease. Thanks to Sylvester, this is me and my grandson with his new set of wheels.
Call the University of Miami Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center for research, breakthroughs, new treatments, and hope.
Everyone loves a great value. Discover how to drive one home. Chevy Malibu. Malibu offers a V6 and still costs over $3,000 less than Camry and Accord. That's value. That's Malibu. And now, during Discovery Days, if you're a resident of one of these Southeast Florida counties, get a special Malibu cash bonus. That's on top of already great deals. Discover Chevy Malibu. Celebrate Discovery Days at your Chevrolet dealer today.
Hurricane Irene, continuing coverage on CBS 4 News.
And there it is now. You're looking at a live picture. CBS 4's live continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene lurking just south of South Florida.
And I know that a lot of you are concerned, want to know what's open and what's been closed because of Irene. Lee Davalos is keeping track of all that information. She joins us live from the newsroom. Lee?
Well, Ileana and Ken, as we've been telling you all morning long, a lot of closings and cancellations because of Hurricane Irene. We do want to remind you, though, that Miami-Dade County and Broward County schools are closed today, not because of the hurricane, but because of a scheduled teacher work day. Teachers who are expected to report to work today. 3 private school closings to tell you about, 3 new ones. The RAM Learning Centers, located at Southwest 144th Street and Southwest 147th Street, will be closed today. Classes will resume again on Monday. The Village Green Christian School is closed today on Southwest 127th Avenue, and the First United Methodist Day School in Homestead will also be closed today. Now, we also have a list of other closings to tell you about. We've been showing you this all morning. Schools closed in Miami-Dade: Grace Baptist Academy, Glendale Preschool Academy, Whole Word Christian Academy, Kingswood Montessori, and the First Baptist School, all closed today. Also, Pinewood Acres, Skipper Chuck's Child Care, that's in Carroll City in North Miami, and Conchita Espinoza Academy, as well as the Day Spring School, closed today. The Horeb Christian School, the Vanguard School of Coconut Grove, Glory of God School, and the Florida Christian School as well, closed. Riviera Day and Riviera Prep, Alexander School, Gladeview Christian, Cutler Ridge Christian, closed today because of Hurricane Irene. Emmanuel Kindergarten, Miami Lakes Christian Academy, Gettysburg Academy, and High Point Academy. Ransom Everglades School, International Waldorf School, Christopher Columbus High School, and Miami Country Day School closed today. We also have a new word that the Metro Zoo is closed today, and we'll keep you up to date as to any other closings or cancellations of any schools throughout the day. Keep it right here on CBS 4. As soon as we get more information, we'll bring it right to you. From the newsroom, Lee Davalos, CBS 4 News.
Good deal. Thank you very much, Lee. Let's take a look right now at a shot of one of our CBS 4 News traffic cams. You see that right there? We just zoomed it in over to the Port of Miami. If you could see way in the distance there, that's a cruise ship there. We're not sure if it's coming into the Port of Miami or going out right now, but you can imagine the folks on there are in for a bit of a bumpy ride.
Well, let's take a look at the counterpart in Broward. This is Port Everglades. Well, you can see the weather hardly visible there, a ship in the distance. Certainly not most wonderful weather for a vacation, but we can't tell whether that ship is coming in or not. It's just too hazy out there with all this rain coming down.
Well, CBS 4 News continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene will continue in just a minute.
When the big storm threatens, turn to CBS 4 News Hurricane Network, working to keep you safe. And our CBS 4 weather team joined forces with Channel 2 for open captioning for the hearing impaired. WQEA for CBS4 information in Spanish. And when you can't watch CBS4 News, listen to our radio partners, Magic, Light FM, Waxy, and in the Keys, US1 and Conch FM. The CBS4 News Hurricane Network, keeping you safe.
This was big screen TV. Until you saw Hitachi UltraVision HD TV with its unbelievably spectacular picture that makes everything look better. TV will never be the same again.
This Saturday at the Miami BrandsMart from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. See the new Hitachi 61-inch HD TV with built-in DirecTV Plus receiver, allowing you DirecTV programming like HBO's high-definition channel and HD TV when available. Meet Miami Heat's Tim Hardaway, free giveaways, register to win, and more this Saturday.
It's the richest day in Florida thoroughbred racing, the Festival of the Sun at Calder Racecourse. A day you can't miss. The Festival of the Sun. Calder Racecourse, Saturday, October 16th. Gates open at 11 a.m. First race, 12:30.
CBS4's newspaper partner, the Sun Sentinel, is available for home delivery by calling 1-888-434-SUN4. Hurricane Irene, continuing coverage on CBS4 News. Now, live. This is a special edition of CBS4 News.
And welcome back to CBS4 News, continuing coverage on Hurricane Irene. Let's take it to Weather Control. Dave Rexroth is tracking the storm, and right now he has an opportunity to check in with the folks at the National Hurricane Center. Dave?
That's right. We're going to the big boss man himself. We're going to talk to Jerry Jarrell over at the Hurricane Center. Good morning, Jerry. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
We've been talking a lot of gloom and doom so far this morning. Let me change gears on you real quick. We'll get into the specifics of the storm in a second. But in the big picture, I know statistically we go downhill from here in a hurry in terms of the frequency of hurricanes. I'll put you on the spot here. We don't see anything out there right now. You think this is going to be our last flirtation here with the hurricane season this year in South Florida?
No. In fact,
you're supposed to give us good news, Jerry.
We are looking at one out there now.
Down in the Caribbean?
Of course, that's Lixion, and Lixion's always looking.
There you go.
But yeah, there's one out east of the islands there that certainly looks a little bit suspicious.
Well, you didn't give us the good news we thought you would.
Lixion heard me. Now I'm in trouble.
Let me ask you a question more specific to what's going on here. We've been talking about the winds just a little bit ago. We talked with you, and as a matter of fact, we just had a report. We've been getting some calls. You had a report from the Air Force Reserve Base down in Homestead. We had a 56 mile/hour gust. So certainly things are picking up. At the sustained level, that sustained tropical storm force wind level, when do you think we'll be seeing that kind of widespread across the southeast part of the coast here?
Well, I would anticipate once the center of the storm gets close to due west of us, and that's going to be a few hours yet. That ought to be sort of our worst. So I think it's things are going to be deteriorating most of the day, and probably the worst will come sometime during the night.
The nighttime, so that puts a little bit of concern in some people's mind in terms of they'd rather have the light out there to see what's going on, even though we really shouldn't be looking out the window that much if we're in the heart of this thing anyway. Is there going to be more of a concern? Should they have that concern that it's going to be happening in the nighttime hours in terms of the strongest part of the storm moving by?
I'd rather see it in the daytime just because it keeps you awake at night and it really makes for an uncomfortable night.
Right, it leaves us all a little bit uneasy.
Yeah, but I think, and most people I would assume did not put shutters up, and I think that was probably the right move. I didn't, and so therefore I think it was the right move. But it is going to make it a little more uncomfortable for all of us than if we'd have had shutters up. But hey, that's where we are now, and I wouldn't go out and do it now. It's
right.
It's too dangerous to do it now.
Exactly. Like we said, we got those winds picking up. Now, as this starts to move away much later today, and actually more like tonight and tomorrow, the backside of this we haven't talked a whole lot about, but there certainly are some winds back there. Have you guys been able to see? A lot of the hurricane air flights, we've been talking about the northern quadrant or the northeast quadrant, east quadrant. Have they gotten a fix on what the winds are like on the backside of this thing?
To tell you the truth about it, Dave, I haven't looked, but they have. I know that they've looked back there. Now, remember, you've got Cuba there, so they can't go down that far south.
Right.
So we probably don't have a good feel for a long ways south, but they have been around on that side. I just haven't looked at it.
Right. We just don't want to raise people's hopes that once the center does get past us, then we're going to start to feel better, because it's going to be a long time before this is over.
Yeah, I think it's going to be slow going back down.
All right, Jerry, thank you very much. We'll let you get a cup of coffee. We'll talk to you in a little bit. Jerry Gerald from the National Hurricane Center, and we're still watching this thing continue to move slowly to the north. It's about 25 miles center, 25 miles southwest of Key West right now, and we have to be patient and watch this. Again, the winds are picking up everywhere, not just down the Keys, so we have to be aware of that as well, guys.
Good deal.
And you know what, Dave, now that I hear Jerry Gerald didn't put up his shutters, I feel much better about not putting our shutters up. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at some traffic right now all over the place. Lots of folks taking a long time to crawl to work. There's a shot now of the Palmetto, Northwest 122nd Street, and doesn't look like it's moving very fast at all, Liliana.
Well, let's take a look at the ramp. Here's the ramp from the Palmetto North to 836 East. That's crawling too. We'll be right back with more continuing coverage on Hurricane Irene.
Ow! I feel good. I knew that I would. I feel good. I knew that I would. So good. So good. I got you.
Senecot laxative tablets work like second nature. Overnight, Senecot, the natural vegetable laxative. You'll feel so good. Senecot good.
Feel nice.
Breast cancer is the leading cause of death among women between the ages of 35 and 54. Here are a few hints for breast self-examination. Check your breasts every month for changes in shape or symmetry, hard lumps, thick or dense areas. Examine the entire breast area, the armpit and collarbone area. Not all changes mean cancer. For a free booklet, Understanding Breast Changes, call Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center.
Brought to you by Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center and Roche Laboratories.
B9. Bingo! Today is my lucky day. Today is my lucky day. Ooh, today is my lucky day.
It's not luck. The odds are just better here. Mikazuki Gaming. Come play in the entertainment area of our new luxurious resort. Minutes west of the Turnpike at Southwest 8th Street and Chrome Avenue.
Your South Florida Toyota dealers are rolling out the all-new 2000 model year Toyotas.
Stop, look, listen, here comes a big noise.
Like the bigger, faster, stronger 2000 V8 Tundra. Tundra has a higher ground clearance than Ford, Chevy, or Dodge, and the quickest acceleration in its class. Plus, more towing capacity than both Ford and Chevy. Drive the V8 Tundra for just $299 a month. Only at your South Florida Toyota dealers.
It's big, it's bad, it's ugly, and it's dangerous. That is Hurricane Irene, and you're watching CBS 4's live continuing coverage of that storm right here on CBS 4. Good morning.
And we've got full team coverage from the Florida Keys to the southwest coast. With the very latest, we understand that many of you are just beginning to wake up, so we want to bring you up to date on what we know about this storm. Hurricane Irene, still a Category 1 hurricane with winds of 75 miles an hour, although we are hearing from our reporters in the Florida Keys that there have been wind gusts of about 100 miles per hour, have there not?
That's in the central Keys, where we understand 103 miles an hour would clock.
And there is still, of course, a hurricane warning up for the Florida Keys. Mandatory evacuations are in effect for people in the Keys who live in mobile homes or low-lying areas. Miami-Dade and Broward counties are under a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning. But other than that, a lot of rain. It's basically business as usual as far as county services are concerned in both Miami-Dade and Broward counties.
And to keep you abreast of what's happening and to make you feel comfortable, if you have any questions, see if we can get you some answers, we have CBS 4's James Hill upstairs and Neighbors for Neighbors. James, what kind of phone calls are we getting up there?
Well, Ileana and Ken, just like our reporter teams out in the field, one of our vital resources is the Neighbors for Neighbors phone bank. These people here are answering phone calls through each of our emergencies. Whenever we have an event like this, it's just vital to have folks to talk to get some of the information. And we do get information, by the way, from the schools, but we also had one school, Ransom Everglades, Nellie, called up and said that they're not closed. They're ready for the kids to come over.
That's right. It's been great confusion about what private schools are open, which ones are closed. The best way is for parents, if you didn't do it this time around, for next time around, you should have an emergency number that you can call the school so that we can be clear. And also, schools need to fax us the information.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Instead of just depending on a phone call, we like to have it official. And also, tell us what kind of calls and questions you've been getting today, Nellie.
Well, after the school time passed, which is after like 8:15, we started getting a lot of calls from university students that wanted to know. So far, most of the universities are open, so just go right ahead and go to school. And also about sandbags, we've been getting calls about what kind of sandbags should they buy, where to buy them. We have a list of some of the places specializing in sandbags, but most of the hardware stores will have them filled or unfilled.
Right. Most of the home stores are available for those sandbags. You know, the schools, the public schools are closed today. It was already planned for the teacher workday, but they also have care programs that are set up at the schools. Well, the kids don't go to school, but parents still work. How about those care programs?
Well, I've gotten calls from some parents letting us know that the daycare programs that are offered through the after-school programs are open. So parents obviously will need to check with the particular school, but it seems like those services are operating and functional.
And of course, sometimes it's just nice to have a voice to talk to when you're out there and the wind's gusting and it's wailing and the rain's pouring down, and that's another vital way that you help folks, isn't it?
That's right, and people are calling us about road closures. They want to areas that are where rain is really falling hard. They want to know how to get around. My suggestion is, if you're a AAA member, call AAA. If you're going to be hitting the roads, the highways, call Florida Highway Patrol or call the local police department non-emergency numbers.
Through this, every time we have one of these storms, it's just so comforting to see them up here, just like our reporter teams out in the field. As we've been saying, our team here at the Neighbors for Neighbors phone bank is available for you. If you have a question, call 305-597-4404, and they're able to answer some of those questions you might not be able to get answered anywhere else. And once again, we urge you to just stay calm, like the mayor has been saying and the emergency officials have been saying. Stay at home. Watch it on CBS 4 here, and also give a call to Neighbors. Let's
James,
go back to you in the studio.
I have a question, but I don't have a phone handy. Can you ask Nellie a question for me?
Sure.
I think this is going to become important as the day wears on and we see more flooding and people are going to go into the arena of sandbagging. And she was telling me earlier that there's actually different sandbags that you need to look at. Can you ask her about that? Because I had never heard that before.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember, we were talking before about different kinds of sandbags. Maybe the folks out there would like to know about that, Nellie.
Yeah, in the past we've had experts here talk about sandbags, and one of the things that you need to know when you go to the hardware store is where you're going to place a sandbag, because there are some sandbags that you need for cement floors, or if you're going to put it over gravel or over soil or whatever. So you need to know how you're going to use it and ask for someone to help you select the right sandbag.
How about that? That's the kind of information that only Nellie could tell you about. There's your answer, Ileana. You got to go down and talk to the home store professionals, and of course that's going to be what we're going to be concerned with flooding the key. And we'll send it back to you live in the studios. Hope that answered your question.
Well, here, I have another one for you. How about this?
Look out.
See, that's it. That's just opened the floodgates, so to say. What areas are you getting a lot of calls from? Are you finding that specific parts of Miami-Dade or Broward or Monroe counties are calling more than others, or is it just kind of from all over the place?
Nellie, they're curious which areas you're getting your most calls from.
It varies depending on the type of call, but there are a lot of people in South Dade that are worried about having to go to work or having to go to specific places because it is raining so torrentially there.
Right.
Yeah. And we had the information from Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas that county services would be up and running as normal, and the other programs that we needed for the kids, that's been essential, because even though the schools were closed, a lot of us have kids that go to the aftercare programs, and those are up and running from what you've been hearing.
Yeah, from what I've been hearing, parents may need to check with the individual schools because those programs are generally run by another agency. Most of them are run by the Y. But it does appear that a lot of the schools' programs are open for daycare.
And the last time around, we did have a lot of rain from Harvey, and of course, folks, we dodged a bullet with Floyd. But what would you tell folks as far as reassurance?
Well, this apparently is just a rainy storm. I say Irene. And so obviously people need to take the same kind of precautions that they would under tropical storm conditions. And if they can stay home, definitely stay home. A lot of the schools, you might want to point out, even the private schools, a lot of the schools are not counting today as an absence if the parents choose to keep the kids at home.
All right, there's Nellie and some great advice from our Neighbors for Neighbors phone bank, 305-597-4404. Thanks to all the ladies here for manning the bank. We'll get back to you.
Good deal. Thank you very much, James. And we will continue to have our CBS 4 live continuous coverage of Hurricane Irene. We'll be back in just a bit.
Next Oprah.
I turned my radio off.
I turned off my beeper. Just changing your clothes.
Changing your clothes.
There's some serious changing going on. Do one thing different. Just tiny little steps. He turned off his car radio and tuned up their love life. And did things change?
Yeah.
It's been really nice. I believe it. Do just one thing differently. Amazing things could happen. This is what every woman wants in the world. Next Oprah. Watch Oprah today at 4. Then CBS 4 News at 5. Yes, Angela!
Your mailbox is full these days. Bills you can't pay, offers to lend you money from folks you never heard of. What to do? Call Metropolitan Mortgage for a bill payer loan. They've got surprisingly low rates, local offices, low payments, and fast approvals. Pay off all your bills and have one small monthly payment, even if your credit is less than perfect. For a free, no-obligation inspection of your home, call Metropolitan Mortgage at 1-800-EASY-YES. 50 years of doing it right.
$15 million can be yours. Watch the live lotto drawing Saturday on CBS 4. You're watching a special edition of CBS 4 News.
And that special edition is CBS 4's live continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. There it is on the satellite loop, causing lots of trouble, traffic nightmares, and flooding throughout much of South Florida, Monroe, Miami-Dade, and Broward counties.
And right now, the Florida Keys, the lower Keys, taking most of the pounding right now from Hurricane Irene. This is a live picture from Marathon, where wind gusts have been clocked at 103 miles per hour this morning.
Unbelievable. Well, let's go right to the expert in charge here at CBS 4, and that is Dave Rexroth in Weather Control. Dave, how are things looking?
Things aren't looking too good. We've had better days, that's for sure. It could be a lot worse, but it is certainly not good right now, especially as you just showed down the lower Keys. Middle lower Keys getting the brunt of the wind right now, but with that said, the winds are certainly increasing in the upper Keys and here in the southeast part of the mainland as well, and I think that's going to continue to be the case until the storm gets up even with us. That's when we'll see the brunt of the activity in terms of the strongest winds, and as it moves by much later today, it looks like we'll start to see the winds come down a little bit, but I think they'll be in that sustained tropical storm force area for a while, and we've already seen gusts as high as 50 to 55 miles per hour around the Homestead area, and it's going to continue to increase as we go throughout the morning and the afternoon. So it's going to take some time for this to get by. The winds are not the biggest problem for most of us. I think for most of us, the biggest problem will be the flooding. Here's a live picture of real-time radar. You can see certainly is full. The kind of funky thing is we actually got a little bit of a break there, just a brief break in terms of the activity, the rainfall, but in contrast to that, very heavy rain now in the extreme upper part of the Keys and what's going to rotate through the central part of Miami. Let me show you close up here what's been happening out here. We'll go to the West Kendall area and you can see some very heavy rain coming down right now. Here we have the Turnpike, there's the Palmetto, the Shula all coming together, and you can see these oranges and reds way up here on the scale of the heavy rain. And there's more here in the east part of Kendall, all the way over to US 1, as a matter of fact. It's going to rotate to the west as the storm is sitting off to our southwest. They'll rotate around in this general direction. So lots of flooding problems already out here in the western part of Dade, and we're going to see these rains continue to move out in that general direction and cause more and more problems. A little bit farther to the east, we can show you what's been happening on Key Biscayne. Some very heavy showers there just coming off the southern tip, the very heavy spot right there, southern tip of Key Biscayne, moving into Coconut Grove. Again, these lines generally moving from east to west or a little bit of a southeast to northwest motion. We'll watch the sweep come through here. You can see what I'm talking about. They raise a little bit to the north as they go along here, but generally from east to west. And so Coconut Grove, the southern part of Coral Gables, all the way over here to the Palmetto, going to continue to have many problems as well. Now, if we look up to the north, you'll see there's not nearly as much the orange and the red activity, but still a very broad swath of moderate to at times heavy rain all across Broward. There's rain down in here too. The radar just has a tough time looking up because we don't bend it up that far usually, and so we're looking out. And so there still is rain in this whole area south of Fort Lauderdale also. So we'll continue to have the rain come down. It has been heaviest in the Keys, as you guys mentioned a little bit ago. And watch now as we put the radar in motion down here. And you'll see a big band of heavy activity that rotated through, and there were some tornadoes right there with that big batch of storms moving through. And now it's off to the west. And if you watch this little hook of a tail, it looks like it's trying to curl back in from the southwest, meaning the center of circulation is probably somewhere over in here. Now, we've been talking about at 8 o'clock. The folks at the Hurricane Center put this thing southwest of Key West by about 25 miles, but we certainly, by look at the radar here alone, look like this thing is actually trying to bring some activity in from the southwest, which would put the system a little bit to the east. As a matter of fact, why don't we ask Jerry that? We're going to go to Jerry Jarrell at the Hurricane Center. Jerry, I was just looking at the radar there, a tight shot of the Key West radar. It looks like some of these echoes are trying to come back in from the southwest to the Key West area. Could this center actually be reforming or kind of shifting around a little sachet to the east?
Well, I hadn't seen that. It did look like to me that it looked like to us that Key West is now within the center. I'm a little hesitant to call it an eye because we don't have it completely formed all the way around. Now, you're suggesting it's the eye is reforming or the center is reforming somewhere else?
Well, it just looks like we're seeing some of the radar echoes come back in from the southwest, circulating in from the southwest, which just south of Key West.
Okay.
And so it looks like the Key West may actually be on the western fringe of this general circulation more so than the northern fringe. I don't know if this is a movement scooting by, or maybe just one of these little wobbles that we see with these things from time to time with a disorganized storm.
I think that the center, the geometric center of what we would call an eye if it had a wall all the way around, did go to the west of Key West.
Okay.
And if that's what you're saying, and then I do think there are some clouds that may be associated with it that are on the south side. So it does look like within a few hours we'll probably have a real eye out there.
Yeah, we're starting to see some of that circulation a little more concentrated right around Key West. As a matter of fact, Ted Scott, one of the reporters, has been down there and said it had actually stopped raining for a while there, and there was a breeze, but not the strong winds they had earlier, so another indication that they're somewhere in the center part of that storm. We've been talking again about, as this thing continues to move by to the north, you put due north on the last statement rather than north. Has there been, I know that's not a significant change, but the farther west it stays overall, the better for the Keys. Has that been a little tiny bit of a shift, or is that too uncertain with this disorganized storm?
The distinction there was we were saying is slightly east of north on the earlier advisory, and that was the contrast to due north. We were now saying right straight north. So it was such a minor shift that I don't think it's anything significant.
Okay, and again, we'll watch this thing go by. As we lift this off to the north very, very slowly, and we start to pull the rain away, the wind is going to let up before the rain, correct?
Yeah, I think so, but remember, it's gone by Key West. It hasn't gone by us.
Right.
It hasn't gone a beam of us, so it's going to be several hours. I would think something like dark before it's pretty much straight west of us.
Right, and we talked about before, we'll see the winds increasing through that point. But as we go, my point is, as we go along here, once the winds start to let up, we could still conceivably see more flooding occurring at that point, not just from what has been already here, but we'll still see more flooding rains after the winds have started to die down, either later on today, much later today, or tonight.
Absolutely. To get the flooding, I guess you have to get more rain than the water's running off, faster than it's running off, and I think that's going to be the case all night at least.
Okay, Jerry, thank you very much.
Okay.
We'll talk to you in a little bit. We're showing the radar here that Jerry and I were talking about. Again, if you look down here to the south of Key West, some of this rain actually is starting to curve back in, and they're somewhere in the general vicinity, Key West is, of this area. I'll punch that up. Looking at the top of my head there, and we'll see generally in this area some kind of circulation. Again, hard to call it an eye because of this disorganized storm, but Ted Scouten called me a little bit ago, said that rain had actually stopped. Looks like now it's starting to pick back up.
Where was that location?
We got Jerry Jarrell, if we could still
Remember Patty? Joe Sorello?
Sure, oh yeah. Maybe I'm just hearing that at my FB. Can we still hear Jerry on the air here? Okay, that's my fault. We're looking at the southern part of Dade here, really some heavy rain in this area. We showed you that on real-time radar a little bit ago. It's moving through the West Kendall area. There is the Tamiami Airport as we speak, and all these bands working around to the west. And it looks like that's going to continue to be a problem, as the parts of Broward as well. Here is the newest wind information we had at the 8 o'clock update, and you notice now all the keys and a good portion of southern Dade here now included in those tropical storm force winds. As we told you, that the gusts have been coming up 50 to 55 miles per hour high in the Homestead area, and now with the general circulation around this system, we are seeing the possibility of getting some hurricane force winds down in the Key West area as well. We'll talk more about the wind and the rain. We've got some time to do it. Coming back in just a little bit. Now we'll take you back to the anchors, guys.
Okay, and we gave you a look from the satellite. We showed you what it looks like on radar. Let's show you what it really looks like right now live in Marathon. Lisa Cabrera has been there all morning. Lisa?
Ileana, we've moved to the eastern side of Marathon. We do feel like we are experiencing the full brunt of Hurricane Irene. This is probably where some of the gustier winds coming in here. We're on a marina that is located pretty much directly across from where the emergency operations center is. If you can take a look at some of the trees and even the sails on some of these boats here, many of these boats have been filled to capacity with water, capsizing. Some of them are completely submerged and you can't see them anymore on the water. Emergency management officials here have been warning people to take shelter, to stay indoors. Of course, this is a mandatory evacuation area for people in low-lying areas, which is very much a part of the lower Keys, and it's also for people who live in trailer parks, but at this point it is just too late to move to any kind of secure shelter, and the advice, of course, is to stay indoors. We really have seen some gusty winds here, reportedly on Big Pine Key, 103-mile-an-hour winds. The reports from emergency management officials is that some of those gustier winds reaching up to the possible 100-mile-an-hour mark, making its way up in here to Marathon. We talked to emergency officials this morning who were driving from Key West. They told us that they felt fortunate to even have made it because the visibility driving was almost down to nothing. You couldn't tell if you were driving on the road or on the water at some points, and of course the gustier winds blowing a lot of debris around. We happen to be near a shelter, so we are trying to stay safe, but of course the advice, if you don't have to be outside, don't go outside. Ileana, Ken?
So the question is, are people driving? Because US 1 is, as we all know, a very dangerous road to begin with, even when it's not raining. Most of it is just one lane in each direction. Are people out there? I hope not.
You know, I wish I could say the roads were clear, but you see a few stragglers with their lights on going very slowly. That is a dangerous thing to do at this hour. We've noticed downed power lines all over the Marathon area. Some poles are down, but there are actually lines also that are down, so it's a charged area. It's probably not a good idea to be out at all.
Especially, I've only driven out to Key West myself a couple of times, but I would imagine 7 Mile Bridge is not a safe place to be when you have 100-mile-an-hour gusts.
Let me tell you how it was described to me as a nightmare. There was a sheriff's officer who drove over 7 Mile Bridge earlier this morning. He said that for the first time in his 30-year career, he actually felt fear because on that bridge, apparently, the visibility and the sideways rain, you didn't know which way you were going, and you felt almost as if you could be driving right over into the water.
I can't think of anything so important that you couldn't stay put. Instead of taking the risk of driving over 7 Mile Bridge.
Even here in Miami-Dade and Broward counties, folks are being urged to stay home if they can. Obviously, a lot of people do have to go to work, and we have the traffic situation to show you. Let's go live to the Palmetto and Northwest 122nd if we can. See, it's 9:15 almost, and it's almost like in the middle of rush hour still because of the slow going.
And not much better if we take a shot of I-95. Let's switch over to that. There it is now, southbound I-95 at 79th Street, northwest side there, and that's pretty much a mess. A little better than it was earlier, but not a heck of a lot better. CBS 4's live continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. We'll be back in just a minute.
The scars from falling off my first two-wheeler.
Does it still hurt?
No. Will I get a scar?
I hope not. Now there's a new reason to use Neosporin. It not only kills more strains of infectious bacteria, now a clinical test shows that treating scrapes with Neosporin helps minimize the appearance of scars.
Mommy!
Prevent infection, help minimize the appearance of scars. Use Neosporin every cut, every time.
There's power in the way a gift can speak for us when we can't find the words. When a friend has lost a loved one, there's not much you can say, but there is a gift that speaks for you. A comfort basket, a thoughtful collection of simple, practical items that will guide and support your friend's journey through grief. It's comfort packaged in a new way to care.
Look to Fred Hunter's Funeral Homes for new ways to care. There's so much that we can do.
Hurricane Irene. CBS 4 News meteorologist Brian Norcross and real-time radar track Irene from the Keys, the West Coast to here in South Florida. Plus updates every hour with the latest advisories. Hurricane Irene, continuing coverage on CBS 4 News. Storm information on time online. CBS4News.com and SunSentinel.com/storm. The most accurate hurricane websites. Direct from Brian Norcross. Track storms on time online. From the Sun Sentinel and CBS 4 News.
I got a taste for cookies.
Oh, everybody, to the fridge. Let's bake. Break, break, break. Break and bake. Bake your cookies.
New Nestle Toll House refrigerated cookie dough. Like magic, squares bake into round cookies with rich Toll House morsels just...
Break and bake. Toll House cookies.
Uh-oh, I'm breakdancing.
Nestle Toll House, now available in cookies and brownies too.
Why keep pounding the pavement when you can discover heart-pounding excitement with Pontiac Y-Track Grand Prix? Precise cornering, road-gripping performance. Wider is better. And now, during Discovery Days, if you're a resident of one of these Southeast Florida counties, get a special Grand Prix cash bonus. That's on top of already great deals. Discover driving excitement. Pontiac Grand Prix. For more great offers, visit our website.
And welcome back to CBS 4's live continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene.
We're going to head back to CBS 4's Lisa Cabrera now in Marathon with some breaking news. Lisa.
Ken, we just wanted to take a look, an unbelievable sight out on the water here on the eastern side of Marathon. There is a boat that has launched out to the sea to rescue another set of boaters out on the water. What anyone would be doing out in this kind of weather, we don't know, but apparently there has been someone stranded out on their boat in the middle of the water there, and another boat is trying to go out and rescue them. And of course we have had gusts of wind probably reaching close to 100 miles an hour, at least according to emergency management officials, so a dangerous situation out on the water there. Back to you guys.
Deal. Thank you very much. Stay safe over there. Right now, let's head on down a little bit further south. CBS 4's Ted Scouten standing by in Key West. Ted, how are things down there? As bad as they are in Marathon?
Well, Ken, you know, we had a break that was going on for a while here, and it was nice and calm, and no rain really, but now that break has ended. The rain is coming back, the winds are coming back once again. Certainly that is not good news for the people here in Key West, because here the big problem is flooding. There has been so much rain. We've had about 8.5 inches of rain so far, and it's still coming down. We went into Old Town Key West, the downtown area, Duval Street, just a little while ago to take a look around, take a look at what we found. You're looking at Duval Street here where the water is pretty deep. Just take a look. The water is to my knees here on Duval Street. Kind of an odd scene to see it this way. This is normally a very bustling street with a lot of activity going on. Now, a lot of people over here try to put sandbags in front of their doors to try and stop the water from getting in case something like this happened. This restaurant here put a piece of wood. This did not do the trick. Take a look inside. Just look how deep that water is. There's going to be a lot of damage inside that restaurant. A lot of businesses here in Key West are likely going to be seeing the same kind of thing as this place is right over here. Take a look out here. This is the restaurant's outdoor patio. Once again, they put some wood here hoping that was going to stop water from getting in, but it certainly didn't. This is completely covered right over here, and a lot of places are finding the same thing happening as they come to their businesses this morning. Right across the street over there, the newspaper racks are about halfway covered almost. And you can see some of them have fallen over. The water coming through here, just kind of taking them away with them. Also, one thing that people are going to find too is a lot of floating debris in the road. Like right here, you have a glass. Further down, we saw that there was wood floating around. Another big problem right over down this way. Take a look at that car. That car is stuck. Lots of folks are going to find the same thing as they try and get out here on the roads. Best idea, don't get out on the road. So once again, the wind and the rain picking up again after we had a pretty good break and for probably about 30 minutes or so. So definitely not welcome news for people here in Key West. It's going to be a pretty ugly day here when people start to get out and see what's happening, especially with the flooding.
So it doesn't look like it's anywhere near business as usual in Key West. Doesn't look like anybody's even opening up for not even for breakfast.
Yeah, I don't think many places are. Right now we're next to a hotel. Now this hotel is open up for breakfast for the guests who are here, for the visitors who stayed. But I really don't think many businesses are going to be opening up. I think what's going to happen is that once things calm down a little bit and people can actually start to go out and actually be able to drive through all the water, they're going to find that there's damage in their businesses and in their homes because of the flooding, and so they're going to be busy with that. So I don't think we're going to have business as usual today.
Have power outages been a problem in Key West?
Yeah, they have. We've had sporadic power outages. Last night we had a power outage for probably around 3 hours or so. But fortunately the power did come back on, but it's been going on and off. So it hasn't been a major problem yet because it hasn't stayed off for a long period of time. But if it does, obviously you're going to have some very unhappy people here. Once again, just take a look at the breeze that's starting to come back right now. We have some pretty stiff winds coming and some rain, and let me tell you about when we're feeling strong winds right here. They've got to be pretty strong because actually we are protected by a building right in front of us that shields us from a lot of those winds. So right now, for us to be feeling gusts like this, it's got to be pretty strong on the other side.
Ted, does it feel like it's pretty continuous, or does it come and go in spurts like this?
The winds?
Yes, the winds and the rain. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know, the rain has been pretty constant. We've had rain just continuing. It's been stopping for a little while every now and again, or getting slower every now and again, but then it starts to get heavy. As far as the winds, for a good amount of time overnight, we did have constant winds, but right now I think we're seeing some of our stronger winds that we've seen throughout the night and throughout the morning.
Good deal. Thank you very much, Ted. Try to stay dry somehow, somewhere there if you can.
Too late.
Yeah, too late is right. Thank you very much. And you're watching CBS 4's live continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. We're going to take a look at some of the traffic on the roadways right now.
And this is I-595 and Pine Island Road there in the distance, Broward County. Traffic not a snail's pace anymore, but still very slow because of this continuing pounding rain.
Let's go a little further south now to Miami-Dade County. Still a bit of a mess. I-95 southbound at Northwest 79th Street, but at least it is moving now. Good advice. If you can, stay home. If you do have to go out, give yourselves lots of extra time. There's lots of pooling on the roadways. We'll be right back.
Ragtime. It was a century full of dreams, dance, music, and life. Now, it's Broadway's biggest musical, and it's coming to town. Ragtime, Broadway's most honored musical, including 4 1998 Tony Awards. Ragtime. Don't miss what every musical should be, and no other has ever been.
On stage now through October 23rd at the Broward Center for the Performing Arts. Tickets are available now. Presented by the Fort Lauderdale Broadway Series.
The world celebrated in 1945 and is still celebrating at Fair's 54th anniversary sale with 40% savings store-wide. No down payment, no interest for... Fairs gives you the finest names in furniture. Drexel Heritage, Henredon, Stanley, Roy Hill, Lexington, and delicious...
Well, Floyd came by a few weeks ago. We thought it was going to be bad. It turned out to be very little for us. But this, Category 1, you're looking at is Hurricane Irene, causing a lot of flooding A lot of wind problems throughout much of South Florida. Welcome back.
As you've seen, if you've been with us any time at all, we have reporters throughout South Florida, from the Florida Keys to Miami-Dade and Broward counties. And right now we want to check in with Evan Bacon, who's been spending much of the morning at the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center.
Ileana, during our last hit, you asked me a question I couldn't answer, and I'm so embarrassed about it that I went and got you the answer. You wanted to know how many people were in that Citrus Grove shelter, the only shelter that's open in Miami-Dade. And here's a number for you. 1 person in the shelter. There are 6, not employees, but there are 6 staffers running the place. They outnumber the 1 person there 6 to 1. Right now, here at Miami-Dade EOC, you're looking at a level 2 alert. It is a passive monitoring mode right now. They're watching the storm. They're not taking any drastic action at this time. Mayor Piniella says that's the posture we need to take right now. The county is not shutting down, but with 8 inches of rain expected throughout the day here in South Florida, the mayor says it's a good idea to stay close to home.
If you don't have a pending issue or a real dire need to be out and about, you know, it would always be better to stay put. We all tend to do that during miserable wet days like this, and today would be no different. Luckily, the public school system is closed for students. That, I think, will be very helpful, especially with morning traffic. But for the rest of us, I think we can safely go about our regular business, but we should be very careful.
So let's give you a quick rundown as to what the situation is. I'm sure you've heard some of it before. Water and tornadoes, the biggest concern in the area. Stay home if you can. Stay at work. Don't venture out. Only 1 shelter open, as we said, with 1 person in it. 4 other shelters will not be taken into duty as of now. You never know, depending on the situation. Public schools, teacher workday in Dade, Broward, and Monroe counties. Now, Mayor Pinellas will be giving us another update around 12:05. That's about 2.5 hours from now. We'll be here live for it at EOC. I'm Evan Bacon, CBS 4 News.
Evan, I have a question for you. When I was in the newsroom before, we got this giant fax that simply said, it looked like it was written in crayon on 2 words, garbage collection, ? There's my Ileana Varela-esque question to you, to put you on the spot. Do you know if garbage collection is happening today anyplace?
You guys trying to kill me here?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, we'll have that information for you coming up. They didn't mention anything about it, and I don't have it.
I'll tell you what, I'll get you off the hook. There is garbage collection today.
All right.
Possibly, yeah.
And you know what? After I asked you that question about the shelter, I turned to Ken and I said, I bet there's only 1 person in there, because we haven't had that urgency of evacuation with this, because obviously it is a different type of storm. But Evan, I think the mayor made it very clear in his interview with you, as has Dave Rexroth from Weather Control and Jerry Gerald from the National Hurricane Center, and that is that, yes, we've been talking about the flooding, but there are still high winds with this hurricane, and even if you don't get 125-mile-per-hour winds, you get those winds to pick up almost anything, can be a projectile, and can be deadly. So that's why they're making it so important, you know,
That's correct.
trying to tell people, you know, stay inside if you can.
That's correct. And with the level 2 alert that we have with this passive mode where county operations do continue, I will go ahead and assume that garbage collection as well as all county services will continue as planned. They'll just be a bit more wet today, but they will continue until we hear anything, until we get any further notice.
Evan, also, the other thing is, with all the flooding happening, and it ain't over yet, folks, we got a lot more storm ahead of us here, is there the possibility that in the event flooding is worse than anticipated, that we would open more shelters?
Well, that's the whole idea of monitoring everything going on and coming back and reassessing the situation every 2 to 3 hours. They're keeping a close eye on what's going on, and by noon, if the situation gets any worse, they will consider opening those other shelters. They are on standby right now.
Okay, so noon is our next update.
Next update is at 12:05 in about 2.5 hours.
Okay, Evan, thank you. And of course, we've been talking about the flooding situation. I believe we have a live picture that we can show you from Calder Cam. This is near Pro Player Stadium, and look at that neighborhood. Oh. Look at the flooding.
it looks like all of those houses are experiencing a pretty much of a mess this morning. Lots of flooding there, as could be happening where you live as well. CBS 4 News has live continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene, and we'll be back with lots more right after this.
It's the richest day in Florida thoroughbred racing, the Festival of the Sun at Calder Racecourse. A day you can't miss, the Festival of the Sun. Calder Racecourse, Saturday, October 16th. Gates open at 11 a.m. First race, 12:30.
First you hold it in your hands and you squeeze it real tight. Slowly bring it to your mouth, take a Bud Rocker bite. Then your lips begin to smile and feel Bud Rocker right. Now you know just what it's like to do the Bud Rocker, yeah. Everybody Bud Rocker, yeah. So do the Bud Rocker tonight at Bud Rockers.
Meet Carlos Sandoval, veteran Navy SEAL, trained to go through anything, equipped to survive it. Introducing the Chevy S10 Survival Pack. CD, automatic, air, aluminum wheels. Over $1,500 in savings and $1,250 cash back. You might think that could weaken a Navy SEAL. Fat chance. The Chevy S10 Survival Pack. Like a rock.
Dentine Ice cools your breath twice. First, the cold minty shell chills you down. Then, the Sub-Zero flavor puts your breath on ice for a long, long time. Dentine Ice cools your breath twice.
You're watching a special edition of CBS 4 News.
And you're looking at a picture of it, Hurricane Irene. That's our satellite loop, CBS 4's live continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. Welcome back.
And the man of the hour in weather control keeping track of Irene is Dave Rexroth. Let's join him for the latest. Dave?
Got up some interesting numbers here for you in terms of what the rain has been lately and what the winds have been. We'll have those for you in just a second. One little key factor down in the Middle Keys Marathon, 1.5 inches of rain in the last hour. So one of those bands certainly moved through. We saw that with Lisa Cabrera earlier, and now you know what 1.5 inches of rain will do to you with that wind down there. We saw her live shot a little bit ago. Let me show you, first of all, real-time radar on what's been happening up here, a little closer to Miami and Fort Lauderdale. We have a broad area of some heavy rain. You can see the bulk of the activity is right about there from South Dade up to South Broward, and not quite down to Homestead, but that kind of gap right in the middle of the two counties is where a big band is moving through. This is all going to be rotating off to the west, and so there's certainly going to be more to come. As you can see, it stretches all the way out into the ocean. Let me show you a few spots close up. First of all, we'll go out here over parts of the beach and Key Biscayne. You can see, again, heavy activity just about to rotate on the beach. South Beach now already getting some pretty good showers. This will rotate to the west, go across the bay, get into Miami. All the causeways will be full of water here. And we'll see this continue to rotate down through downtown as it moves off to the west. And already to the west now, in the western part of town, we have some very heavy rain from Coral Gables to the airport, over to the Doral Medley area that we've been talking so much about with all the flooding that's already there, and down to the Sweetwater FIU area, and again, everything moving from east to west. So it's going to rain for a long, long time at a pretty good clip here as we go throughout the next hour or so to get this band to rotate all the way through. Down in Homestead and areas in South Dade, it hasn't been quite so bad just recently here, but certainly have had their share of heavy rain. As a matter of fact, rain has not been the only problem down there. It has some pretty good winds. Homestead gusted to 47 miles per hour with sustained winds at 34 miles per hour in the last hour or so. So stronger winds there than in some areas of the Keys that we're getting reports from. So continues to be a problem for all of South Florida, not just the Keys that we were talking about earlier. But now we will talk about the Keys. Starting back here at 4 o'clock this morning, look at the widespread rain over here. Watch for the big areas of red. There goes one in the southern part of the Keys, and there goes another one in the middle part of the Keys. This is the tail end of that thing that just put out 1.5 inches down around Mount. You saw it rotate there through the Marathon. Now it's north over the open waters of the bay. And again, if we watch this, you can see there's a little curl in here, and it looks like there may be some kind of circulation out over here to the east. We'll have to check that with the satellite picture. The visible satellite picture, by the way, we're just starting to get a few pictures from, and we'll be able to see much better what's going down in here with a rotation and a pseudo center of the storm, perhaps generating a little bit more over here to the east. in just a little bit once we get a few more pictures on the satellite. That doesn't mean the storm is necessarily moving east. It means the storm is not very organized and maybe trying to get its act together here and not able to do it very well, so it jumps around a little bit. Here, looking across Dade and Broward, you can see the heavy rain just continues to come through. It has been some time since we've seen real-time radar this full for this long. As a matter of fact, it predates real-time radar before we've seen this much rain widespread around South Florida. And speaking of the amounts, as we pile this all up, we continue to go through. Again, we see these pink areas starting to pop up in the lower Keys. That puts it at least 8 inches. That's an estimate from the radar. And most of the time, that's an underestimate of what's been going on. And you see these swatches of the oranges and golds and the yellows through here. And again, there we're talking 5 inches and more. So many, many areas inundated with rain right now. And we're talking about another 8 to 10 inches possible on top of this. So if you have a little bit of rain in your backyard now sitting with the standing water, you're going to have a lot of standing water by the time this thing is all done, because we're just going to continue to have the rain pour through here for a long, long time. So that's the rain aspect right now. Flooding has already begun. Will continue to get worse progressively throughout the day. And as a matter of fact, probably faster throughout the day than it did in the overnight hours, because now we just have too much rain to hold and everything is starting to wash off. But now let's talk about the winds. The outer band of the tropical storm force winds are the orange area you see here. That's up through all the Keys into the southeast part of Dade County. And then this red area are the hurricane force winds, which you see will be affecting the extreme lower part of the Keys here, including Key West, as the storm continues to move generally off to the north. You see this little wavy zigzag here, and that's why, again, we take more of a general path of motion with these things rather than their current particular slide. And that's why I say if that's moving off to the east a little bit or trying to reform to the east, that not necessarily is certainly a change in the path. So don't get real worried right now about that. Hurricane warnings for all the Keys south of Florida City and up the southwest coast of Florida up to Tarpon Springs. A tropical storm warning and a hurricane watch from Florida City all the way up the coast to Flagler Beach. What that means is likely to have tropical storm force winds, possibly hurricane gusts maybe later on this afternoon, or if this thing were to take an uncertain, unlikely turn more to the east before we think it will, once it gets up to this area around Fort Myers, then maybe that would bring the winds in a little bit. So we have to be aware of that and be ready for that. That's why the hurricane watch has been put up. More than likely, though, we will certainly have more tropical storm force winds than to have to worry about the hurricane winds from Florida City northward. But we're already seeing gusts as high as 103 miles per hour in the middle Keys early this morning. So obviously a good deal for having the warning up down in the Keys. Here's what's happening on the big picture. You can see obviously where Irene is. We've got a little bit of a blow-off here to the northeast, but the big kicker is going to work its way down into here for the weekend, and that's what we think is going to start to turn this and accelerate a little bit more. We have pretty slow movement now at 8 miles per hour, and the center of the storm is about 25 miles per hour or 25 miles to the southwest of Key West. That was an hour and a half ago, though, and we think that generally the circulation is right around Key West right now. As it moves up around Fort Myers sometime tomorrow, and then up near Jacksonville on Sunday, so you can see what a help that will be to get this little scoop, so to speak, of the upper level winds to really pick this thing up and accelerate it off to the north-northeast the second part of the weekend. But that still is almost 2 days away, so we really have to be patient with this. As Mr. Rosado so elegantly said a little bit earlier, it ain't over yet, and we're going to have to wait for a while for this thing to blow through. And maybe that's even the wrong terminology, because it's going to be a lot more rain before this is over. Some areas will see as much as 15 to 20 inches before it's done. If you remember last night and you were watching, Mayor Pinnell said the folks at the Water Management had dropped the canals and opened the floodgates to do that to allow about 10 inches of rain. So there will be significant flooding with this event as it continues to slowly work its way across our area. We'll get back in touch with the folks at the Hurricane Center coming up a little bit, and we'll talk more about the forecast. Actually, we worked one up this morning. It doesn't look good, but we'll talk to you about it coming up in a few minutes.
Hey, I copyrighted that phrase.
We'll get the official quote. What was that?
It ain't over yet, folks, actually. Comma, folks. That's how it went.
You'll take that as a compliment, David.
I do. Thank you, David. Well, we're going to take a look right now outside our CBS 4 studios. Look at this. This is Lake Cam, and you can just get an idea. We're in the Doral area west of the airport. You can get an idea of how heavily the rains are falling now. Take a look at that.
Look how foggy that is.
Can't even see more than a couple of 100 feet there.
And let's take you up further north. Jack Hambrick is joining us now live from Davie. Jack?
Ileana, we are off of South University here in Davie, and I'm going to show you this area over here. This is a construction site. Obviously, this is not affecting anybody, but there is a lot of standing water here, perhaps 3 or 4 inches of standing water. And this is a pretty good indication that the ground is now becoming saturated and the water is beginning to build. In fact, we have reports of some street flooding throughout Broward County. No homes have actually flooded at this point, but obviously the fear is, as this storm continues to progress, that the rains will increase and that the standing water will increase as well. In fact, the county has not opened up any shelters as of yet, but they have some shelters on standby just in case some homes start to begin to become flooded, and so there will be places where people can go, but at this point they are just on standby. We talked with the county officials at the EOC this morning. County is pretty much on standby at this point. They're watching the progress of the storm. As we've been telling you all morning, there is no school today for students. However, the teachers and administrators do have to report to work. But a little bit later this afternoon, the superintendent's going to decide whether or not there will be football games this weekend. There are a few homecoming parades scheduled here in Broward County tonight, so we're not sure if that's going to happen. But the rain's just kind of coming and going at this point. As I mentioned, this is South University here on Davie, and it seems like, at least in this particular area, there's not a lot of traffic, or there has not been a lot of traffic. A lot of people perhaps staying home, heeding the warnings, and just trying to stay inside and ride this thing out at this point. But once again, at this point here in Broward County, they are just kind of business as usual and just watching the progress of this storm. Shelters are on standby in case we do get all the rain that is expected. Live in Davie, Jack Cambrick, CBS 4 News.
Okay, so not looking that bad in Broward
Not too
right
bad.
now.
And we have some dramatic pictures we're going to have when we come back right after this. CBS 4 News continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. We'll be right back.
Remember, make a bridge, go under the bridge, and pull down. Now make 2 bunny ears. Put 1 bunny ear under the other bunny ear, then pull both ears tight.
The JMH Health Plan offers 20 hospitals and over 2,000 doctors, because you can't have too many of either when you have even 1 kid. The JMH Health Plan. Choose us for your family.
Hurricane Irene. CBS 4 News meteorologist Brian Norcross and real-time radar track Irene from the Keys, the West Coast to here in South Florida. Plus updates every hour with the latest advisories. Hurricane Irene, continuing coverage on CBS 4 News. Storm information on time online. CBS4News.com and SunSentinel.com/storm. The most accurate hurricane websites. Direct from Brian Norcross. Track storms on time online. From the Sun Sentinel and CBS 4 News.
Downloading can mean downtime. And eventually, you run out of things to do. Introducing Bell South Fast Access Internet Service, and a great deal. Downloads up to 50 times faster, so you can surf quicker. Get installation, activation, and 30 days free. Just call 1-800-672-2238 now.
Hello? I just had to call. He's so cute. He takes after me, you know.
Talk and surf at the same time on the same line. No more busy signals, just a consistent, dedicated connection and revolutionary DSL speed. So call quickly for your free 30 days and start downloading in a flash. We know you've got time on your hands.
Well, it may not be as big as some hurricanes we've gotten, but it sure is packing a wallop. Lots of rain, lots of wind. It is Hurricane Irene, and you're watching CBS 4's live continuing coverage of this major storm.
Yeah, and as you know, Irene paid Cuba an unwelcome visit before heading to South Florida and the Florida Keys. Let's take a look at the aftermath from Havana. This is the waterfront there in Havana, El Malecón, and you can see the surf is up. It's been a destructive storm for central and western Cuba. We understand 149 buildings have been damaged. 13 of those buildings have collapsed. That is always a problem in Cuba because many of the buildings are old and have not been fixed up over the years. So collapses are always a problem. We understand one person is dead, according to a televised speech by Fidel Castro himself. That one person was electrocuted and another person is missing. And the tobacco crop has taken quite a hit. 130,000 Cubans had to be evacuated because of Irene, which of course has now left Cuba to pay us a visit.
And it sure is doing that. Let's pay someone else a visit now as we go farther south from where we are. Ted Scouten, CBS 4's own, is in Key West, and he's going to tell us how. Oh boy, Ted, things are looking pretty wet there. Are you finding the winds have died a little bit? It looks like you have a little less wind right now.
You know, the winds were pretty heavy probably till about 30 seconds ago. Then they just died down for now, so maybe we're in a bit of a lull. But I think what happened is it kind of shifted directions. You're looking at a tree over there that just went because of the winds. Let me explain something to you at home there too. If it looks a little bit foggy to you, it's not your TV. It's because of the weather here. It's causing a little bit of problems with our camera. Let's take a look once again over at that tree. That tree came down just a few minutes ago. Obviously it's a young tree that they had up with wood there, but that came down when the heavy winds started coming. As I said, it appears what's happened here is that the winds have actually shifted a bit. They seem to be coming from the north right now. Also, the sky's not looking too good either at this point. Once again, we're having a well-deserved break from the rain. There's just been so much flooding here. The streets are flooded, about a foot and a half of water in some places. Right on Duval Street, Mallory Square, all the popular areas, at least in Old Town Key West, right now flooded. A lot of businesses, the water has just gone right into the front door of them. Some people put sandbags in front of their businesses. That helped keep some of it out, but others tried to put wood and other things like that. That did absolutely no good. I mean, they might as well have had no protection at all in that. Let's go back over here again, if we can, Manny, over to this tree. You can see this is a satellite truck actually that we're operating out of. That's the way that you're able to see this picture. So that tree went right down on it. Fortunately, it's a small tree, so it didn't cause any damage to it. But you can imagine around Key West the problems that they're going to be having with the winds that are coming through here, also with those flooding rains. Right behind that is Florida Bay right now, looking a little bit more choppy than it's been looking. This is kind of a protected area, so it's been a lot calmer than on the Atlantic side. On the Atlantic side, it's terrible over there because you have the heavy waves and the heavy surf just hitting up against the seawall. That caused it to splash 25 feet in the air or so. So it's been a very, very rough night here in Key West, and I don't think we're out of the woods just yet. Ken and Ileana?
Go ahead, Ileana.
Yeah, Ted, I was wondering if you've heard any reports of injuries, because invariably, even though people are asked to stay home, there's always somebody who's out surfing, there's always somebody who's out fishing, even in the middle of this type of weather. Have you heard of anything like that?
You know, I haven't heard of any injuries yet in Key West. I can tell you a lot of people were out last night. There was no power or anything. Still, they were packing a lot of the bars on Duval Street. And even early this morning, some stragglers still straggling back to their hotels and their homes. Now, one thing I do know is that a boater was just up here talking to me. He went across the bay here over to an island on the other side there. That's when the water was a lot calmer. Obviously not the best thing to do when you have a situation like this, because I'm telling you, the winds shifted here so quickly. The bay went from being very calm to pretty choppy right now. So I mean, just not a good idea. But as far as I know, I've seen people around Key West, but I haven't heard of any injuries just yet.
Well, hey, Ted, you know, when people, for anyone who might think of taking their boat across a bay or across the ocean, in this case, it's the ocean right outside the Keys there on the shore of Key West.
It's crazy.
Not only crazy, but you're putting other people's lives in danger, too. I mean, if something happens to you, those rescue workers that might have to go out there are then going to be risking their own lives to save you from doing an irresponsible act that you shouldn't have done to begin with.
But you know, for the most part, Ted, it sounds from what you've been telling us that most people have heeded the warnings, and by Key West standards in particular, mind you, you have a lot of tourists there who may not want to leave because this is, after all, their vacation. You have a lot of people who've been through hurricanes before who are just stubborn about it. You have a lot of people who are just simply adventurous. That's why they live in Key West. And yet, it seems like most people took this seriously.
You know, people did take it seriously, knowing that there's a big storm approaching. I think a lot of people here were more worried about the flooding, and rightly so, because that's the biggest problem that we've seen around Key West so far. And a lot of people were saying, too, oh, well, George was much worse than what we're seeing right now. But, you know, the danger in that is they could be wrong. And, you know, that's a very big risk for someone to take, not to fully prepare for when a storm is coming right at you. And as it is, I mean, Key West got you know, a pretty strong hit from this one, you know, as strong as this storm is. there again, though, the flooding is the worst part here, and I think that's what a lot of people were gearing up for. Obviously, though, not everyone, though, because everyone did sandbag their businesses, and now they're flooded.
Ted, is it pretty much that the flooding is widespread? I mean, does it appear that all the streets are flooded, or just certain key streets in certain areas? Are all the businesses affected?
Not all of them, and not all the streets. The streets that we've seen in downtown, a lot of them, all of Duval Street, you look straight down Duval Street from Mallory Square all the way over to the Atlantic, and that's pretty much just like a river that's going down there. As a matter of fact, I mean, you can't even really see the sidewalks because that's how high the water is. The water was in the street, then it went above the curb and over the sidewalks and up to the businesses. But a lot of the lower lying areas, you know how if a street's going like this, there might be a dip in it. It's that dip that's filled up, or if it's a low stretch in that street. And you know, last night the emergency management officials were telling people who live on those streets that normally flood.
Ted,
yeah.
I'm just going to interrupt you just because you can't see it. We'll tell our viewers you're looking at some video of Duval Street. So why don't you continue from what you were explaining right now? I just want to give the viewers rather, an idea of what they were watching. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, okay, on Duval Street, what I was talking about is, you can see on the street how the street is just completely covered in water. Then it goes over the curb, onto the sidewalks, and then into the businesses on the side there. And that's pretty much what it looks like all down Duval. And a lot of the streets here in Key West, the ones that are lower lying or have dips in the road or lower parts in the road, that's what they look like. They look like little miniature rivers that are running through Key West.
An awful mess there. Well, my friend, try to stay dry and safe, and we'll check back in with you in a little bit.
And right now, let's go a little further north to Marathon Key. Lisa Cabrera has been there covering the story for us all morning. And last time we checked in with her, there were some people, looked like some people were in trouble on a boat. Anything new on that, Lisa?
Yeah, we found out that actually somebody was going out there to try and save their boat that was anchored there. You know, in anyone's estimation, risking their lives basically to start bailing out their boat that was stuck out there on the water. We continue to see some nasty weather here. We're having wind gusts, some driving rain coming down. Earlier this morning, we saw just debris in the roads. There are power lines down in some areas. Flooding is a problem here too, and it seems like once we think that we're going to get a break in all of this storm, the weather just picks up again. I don't know if we have pictures to show you of some of the damage that has been done. It was actually during the storm when we shot some of the video of flooding and some of the debris that was in the roads. This was probably starting around 4 o'clock this morning that we went out, and then throughout the morning we've been checking on conditions, and it's been consistent, windy and gusty. We did see winds of 103 miles per hour gusts at Big Pine Key, according to emergency management officials. We did get some of that up here in Marathon. We're about 50 miles north of Key West. We've been at this point getting gusts probably closer to around 75 miles an hour. Now, that's not my expert opinion. That's the opinion of a captain who happens to be out and about in this weather along with us. Captain Jay Green is here. He's been on his way. You can come and stand close to me, to the Bahamas, I understand, and then you got sidetracked here.
Yeah, actually next week we're going to Cuba, but we're thinking about going to Bahamas to get away from the storm. But
it sounded terrifying to me, just the thought of spending the night on the water in that boat. I know you said it's a $2 million boat, but what was that like?
It was rocking around. It was blowing over a couple of times, but seems like we're not hitting any pilings or anything, so, you know.
You talked about one point when it was really kind of frightening.
Yeah, we got a couple good gusts in there. It leaned the boat over a little bit. It wasn't fun.
You were from St. Thomas, so you've seen these kind of storms before.
Yeah, I've seen a few storms. This isn't a real big one, but it's not fun.
More of a pain for you. You wanted to get out of here.
Yeah. It's. I was supposed to be preparing to go on a trip, and it's yesterday and today. It doesn't look like I'm going to get anything done except watch the boat.
You know, we're watching the weather today. As it continues, you planning to stay on the boat still today, this afternoon?
Oh yeah, we got to take care of the boat.
Because it's a $2 million boat.
Well, yeah, and you know, if I left the boat and it got loose, then it's going to cause a lot of damage there too. So.
All right. Well, stay safe.
Thanks.
Jay Green, thank you very much. A captain who wandered off of his boat just a few minutes ago. We thought we'd chat with him. Spent the night on his boat, and he said at one point the boat was completely leaning over. That we're wondering if that was perhaps when some of those gusts of up to 100 miles an hour came through this area. But still, at this point, nasty weather is continuing. I'm going to send it back to you, Ileana Ken.
Why does he do it? Because it's his job.
It's his
just like
job.
why Lisa is out there putting up with that freezing rain.
And it is freezing rain, something you put. When I was out in Fort Lauderdale reporting yesterday afternoon, it was peculiar to me. I felt how cold that rain felt to the skin.
Well, most sane people don't go out in this weather and probably haven't felt it, but it is very, very cold.
Just dumb reporters, right? Like me. All right, good deal. We're going to take a look at some of our traffic cams to give you an idea of how the roadways still are at this hour. Even though we're out of the morning rush, in a sense, extends because of the weather. Right now, we're looking at, what is that, Miguel? That's I-95 at Northwest 79th Street. And you can see the southbound traffic that is, and that's still moving pretty slowly.
Okay, and let's give you a bird's eye view of from Chopper 4. This is the Sawgrass Expressway. And that looks like it's moving fairly well, but that nasty weather has people, I believe, going a little bit slower than normal. We'll be right back with continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene after this.
CBS 4 honors Hispanic Heritage Month.
We came from Ecuador. I was 6 months old, and I feel like I really belong in Miami. When I talk to other people, be they Cuban, Venezuelan, Brazilian, I feel like we're bonded. We're brothers and sisters because we are all Hispanic.
This Hispanic Heritage Month message is brought to you by Dial and Save 1010-345 and CBS 4.
I'm CBS 4 health specialist Dr. Deanna Lights. Every 12 minutes, one woman dies of breast cancer, but many of these deaths can be prevented. Here are a few hints for early detection. Examine your breasts every month. If you're over 40, have a mammogram every year. A mammogram can find breast cancer before a lump can be felt. It's your best chance for early detection.
Brought to you by Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center and Roche Laboratories.
The world celebrated in 1945 and is still celebrating at Thayer's 54th anniversary sale with 40% savings store-wide. No down payment, no interest for 12 months. Thayer's gives you the finest names in furniture. Drexel Heritage, Henredon, Stanley, Roy Hill, Lexington, and delicious leathers from Natuzzi. For 54 years, people have been experiencing Thayer's fashion, design, and savings. For a better lifestyle, where? Thayer's.
Each year, more than 50,000 Americans undergo amputation caused by arteriosclerosis or complications of diabetes. If you're at risk for amputation, you may qualify for a research study of peripheral vascular disease. To qualify, you must have an open wound due to poor circulation and have your vascular status examined by a physician. If you qualify, you'll receive study-related medical treatment for 8 weeks at no charge. So if you're at risk for amputation, please call 1-888-319-9993.
And welcome back to CBS 4's live continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. You were just looking at now let's take a look actually at a shot from Chopper 4 over the Sawgrass Expressway if we can. Do we have that shot? There it is. Well, that doesn't look like the Sawgrass to me. That looks like a lake nearby. It's lots of flooding, though, with all the houses. That looks like the Sawgrass Expressway. And from what we understand, there's just a lot of pooling water there, cars going very slowly. If you do have to get on the roadways today, make sure you give yourselves lots of extra time.
Yeah, and flooding, a big concern that forecasters have been warning about, including our own Dave Rexroth, who's been tracking Hurricane Irene all morning from Weather Control. Dave, the speed at which the storm is moving, how is that going to affect how much rain we get?
Well, the storm is still not moving very fast. Last report, it's moving at 8 miles per hour, and it's got a long way to go. It's still sitting around the Key West area, so we're going to talk about the winds continuing to increase as it gets up near our latitude and then start to decrease as it goes by. But the rain really doesn't change that much because we just are on the wet side of the storm. We continue to have all this wind coming in from the south and southeast, so the rain is going to be here for a long time. We're going to talk about it for today and tonight and a good portion of tomorrow, I think, before things start to get any better at all. And speaking of the rain, let me show you what's happening here on real-time radar. You can see we've got some pretty hot spots around the area here. We'll start in southern Broward. And around Cooper City, it's really coming down good right now, all the way from Dania to the west. And as we've been talking all morning long, these things generally rotating from the east to the west. And Cooper City has had a ton of rain here, as we've seen all these bright bands of the oranges and reds rotating through that area. And yet another one continues to do that as we speak right now. You jump a little farther to the south, in Dade, you can see a huge portion of northern Dade really getting socked with the rain right now, from just south of Aventura down through Miami Shores, along the beaches as well, and then over to Opelika. And this is all again rotating from east to west, even down into Hialeah. And as we go throughout the next half hour or so, this band is going to take its time and work its way through there. So more and more rain continues. And now down here in southern Dade, not that widespread of strong rain yet, but you could see some clusters out here over the ocean going to work their way in as things rotate around the center of this storm. Let me take you back down to the Key West radar now. We'll start at 4:42 this morning, put it into motion. You see the big bright areas of storm as rotating through there. First batch we saw produced some tornado activity down in the extreme part of the lower Keys, and this last batch is what we saw with Lisa Cabrera when we saw the transformers popping, the winds were up and through there. That moved through Marathon and now is in the bay. But if you watch closely, we can see a little hook around here, and there's some circulation on the south side of this storm system now, and so it looks like the center would be somewhere maybe to the east of Key West rather than right around Key West. So things may be shifting. That doesn't mean it's moving to the east. It may be just a little sachet here and there and just kind of jumping around because it's not a very well organized storm, but we certainly are watching the center of the storm to see if there is some kind of a trend that's been changing from that due north. We'll talk about more of that and the wind problem coming up in a few minutes, guys.
Hey, James, let me ask you, does it look like we could get a lot more rain, I mean, over the next couple hours? Anything heavier, or does it look like the heaviest bands are pretty much past us?
No, we're going to continue to see rain, like I said, probably through the rest of the day and through tonight and even into tomorrow. Even though if we get late today in the point where the center of the storm may be at our latitude, we're still going to have this pull from the south and the southeast. That's tropical moisture. So we're going to be in the soup here for a long, long time. We could see another 8 to 10 inches of rain on top of what we already have.
Wow. All right, thank you very much.
All righty, thank you, Dave. And Ken and I are going to take a break, but Dave will be back with Lee Davalos and James Hill at 10 o'clock as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Irene. Stay with us.
Natalie Wood, what her daughter Natasha put in her casket, plus Cindy Crawford.
What about postpartum depression?
On ET, weeknights at 7.
For people with type 2 diabetes, news about a proven treatment option that could help lower your blood sugar.
An option?
Is only a phone call away.
Okay, how's it going to help me?
Call today and we'll send your free diabetes management kit. It's a special offer for people who want to control their blood sugar. It has important information that can help you manage type 2 diabetes better, and information about a proven treatment option for diabetes. Call now for this important information that could help you lower your blood sugar, which could help prevent or delay complications like blindness. Better blood sugar control could mean a healthier tomorrow, so find out more today. Call now and we'll send your free diabetes management kit with information about lowering your blood sugar and about a proven treatment option for type 2 diabetes. The more you know about diabetes, the better you'll be able to manage it. So call now.
Okay, I'm calling.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb, a leader in diabetes care.
Now, live. This is a special edition of CBS 4 News.
Good morning and welcome back to continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. I'm Lee Davalos along with James Hill. You're looking at some live pictures. Chopper 4 over Broward, over Oakland Park. Rain coming down hard, as you can see by our camera.
About time to call this one Hurricane Irene. Boy, we are getting plenty of it, and folks have been having to handle traffic like this on I-95. They've been going to work today. A lot of services are up and running. Luckily, it was a planned vacation for the students at the schools. The teachers still had to go in for a work day. And let's take a look at radar of Hurricane Irene.
CBS 4's meteorologist Brian Norcross has been tracking Hurricane Irene overnight, and this morning he joins us with the very latest. Good morning, Brian.
Well, not all overnight. I did sleep a little bit, Lee, but up this morning watching Dave here and keeping track of what's going on. And we are seeing, as Dave Rexroth was telling you a moment ago, some reshifting in the eye. It's going to be interesting to see. We're going to get a briefing from the National Hurricane Center in a half an hour at 10:30, and we'll go out to Jerry Jarrell Live and find out what their thinking is on this. Now, remember, if you recall, we saw this yesterday when the storm was at the Cuban coast, where it shifted and then it shifted back, and we weren't exactly sure for a while where the center is. Now, the difference is that we do have an aircraft in there right now, and Paul, if you would hand me that message right there. This is the last message we got directly out of the aircraft. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the radar here, and I'll show you, using our plot here, exactly where the aircraft is finding the center, because if you see the rotation here, it looks kind of clearly to me on the radar like the rotation center is somewhere in here, as Dave was pointing out. Now, where they locate this thing is at 24. This is 24 degrees here, and this is 25 degrees. So they're at 24 1/3 or so degrees north. So 24 and about 1/3, so right in there, somewhere on that line. And they're at 81 and about 2/3 degrees west. So here's 81, 81 and just over 2/3, so it puts it right in there. So okay, though they're about where we're showing it on the radar, just looks like just to the east of Key West, the center of rotation. Now, not that that's especially important, because the fact is the real nasty business is in these rain bands that are displaced some from the center, and in a weak storm very often the worst damage is done by rain bands that are not right at the center. But in any case, that looks like that is the center of rotation, and what that and also we see now some bands beginning to develop on the south side. The pressure in the storm has dropped just a little bit, so the bottom line here is there is more and more to come. So, close up here on this Key West radar here, which Dave has been showing you here all morning, and again we can see the same kind of thing, but the main issue is where are these red bands here, and it looks like the next batch is about to come into the Islamorada area, right in here, and then we can see more bands obviously rotating up toward the Upper Keys and Dade and Broward, but the red bands are the really, really intense ones that we'll continue to have to watch. Now let's go a little further on up to the north, and here we are, Dade and Broward, and again now we're seeing in Dade this morning red coming in. Right now we have a batch of red that extends over the beach, and that's pushing into the northern part of the county, and this is just going to expand to the north. So even though in Broward you haven't seen as much in today, saw it yesterday. In fact, the most rain we had yesterday was in Palm Beach County. Second most rain was in Broward and Pembroke Pines, and then in Dade. Not that we didn't have plenty in Dade, but it was not as much as points north. But all of this is migrating in and north. So it's just going to get worse and worse and worse as we go here through the day. Now, the other thing I want to mention, if you were following our coverage yesterday, we're actually have not gotten the winds yet, because in Dade and Broward, because there are two issues involved in bringing us winds. One is the actual hurricane itself and the rotation around the hurricane, and obviously that process is beginning, and I just drove in down 836, and occasionally there were gusts that were blowing the car around, especially on the elevated parts of 836, and I can imagine on 95. As a matter of fact, coming over the bridge over Biscayne Bay, it was very gusty, and it's just going to get worse, and I'm concerned about high-profile vehicles, because if the winds really do gust up to 50 or 60 miles an hour, that's dangerous, especially in a crosswind, so just bear that in mind later today. But we have the hurricane winds, and we have winds coming from the north, and by later on today we expect those two to add together on the southeast coast. That's not so much true in the Keys, but on the southeast coast, and that's why we expect the winds will increase as we go through the day today and last into tomorrow, because we'll have that double-barreled effect here all along the Florida East Coast, as a matter of fact, as the storm migrates to the north. So for now, just rain on rain on rain. In the streets here in West Dade around us here at CBS 4, many of the streets are flooded and on the verge of becoming impassable. The 836 and from what I could see of the Palmetto and 95 were clear and moving okay, although moving slowly, with that caveat being the higher areas, the winds are very gusty and you could feel the car kind of being pushed around. So
both hands on the wheel.
My advice is that you would not go out today if you don't absolutely need to, because it is tough out there right now. All right, we'll be back with more here from Weather Control in just a few minutes. Let me send it back to you.
Hey, Brian, we have been getting a lot of calls. You were talking about this is pretty much a rain event. We still haven't got the high winds that we might expect. Folks have been calling in wondering, for example, from Kendall and Broward, wondering if they still should go out and put up the shutters.
Well, my advice is use your best judgment. I will tell you that I did not put up my shutters. And there's a risk involved in not doing it, because if the winds do blow as we expect later on today, gusting up in the range of hurricane force, it would not be difficult to imagine a tree branch coming along and breaking a window, an unshuttered window. That's going to happen. The problem is most people have panel shutters, and already I was just looking at the winds. Our wind gusts at 10 o'clock, here it is 10:07, our wind gusts at strongest gusts here, well, Hollywood, well, that's Pembroke Pines to North Perry Airport, 37 miles an hour, 37 at Opelika, Homestead gusting to 43 miles an hour. So clearly it's dangerous to be out trying to fool with panels at this point. If you have shutters that you can just close, if you have accordion shutters or you have roll down shutters, then why not? Why would you want to risk having something blow against your window and break your glass? But at this point, I would think that it's probably more dangerous to be out there trying to fool with panels than it is at running the risk of having something blow against your house, but it certainly could happen as our winds continue to increase.
Brian, as Hurricane Irene continues to move through the Keys and other lower lying areas, do you expect any problems with the storm surge?
Well, the storm surge is happening. What we have is what we're going to get in the Keys with the storm surge. The storm surge will get worse here in the next couple hours because we'll get nearer high tide, which comes midday today. And it will also get worse in Dade, Broward, Palm Beach County as our winds increase, because you have the storm surge, just the regular high tide, what's happened so far, plus the increase in winds blowing the air up against the coast. So we will see the water rising. This is not going to be any kind of life-threatening storm surge, and that's why what they did in the Keys is they evacuated low-lying areas there, because we would expect to see some inundation. I think in the pictures from Lisa Cabrera we saw earlier, the water was very high in the marinas already, and I can tell you it's high in Biscayne Bay, and it's going to get higher, and we may see some local flooding, as we often do, for instance, in Miami Beach. The west side of Miami Beach often floods because the water comes up through the storm drain system. The bay actually gets so high that it pushes it up through the drains, and it comes out the drains instead of going in at high tide periods. So that's going to happen midday today, and then it's going to happen 1 o'clock in the morning or so tonight. So in those situations, if this continues, especially if we really get strong winds here on the southeast coast, we are going to see some rising water, but not in a storm surge sense of some mound of water coming in, just some rising coastal flooding from the persistent easterly and southeasterly wind.
Hey, Brian Norcross, we don't want to wear you out just after you walk in the door again. We'll let you get up and running. There you heard from Brian and Jerry Gerald as well, both saying that they didn't put up storm shutters, mostly worried about the rain.
But Brian's still saying that there's a lot of problems with flooding. Let's go to Broward. We've got Chopper 4 live right over Oakland Park, where there certainly is a lot of rain coming down, and he says, Brian just told us it's going to get a lot worse as the day goes on. We're told that there's some flooding there at Northwest 27th. People crossing the flooded areas. Once again, you see them down there on your screen. You should take caution. You should not really cross a flooded street, especially if you do plan to cross a flooded street. Go slowly. Do not rush through like some of those cars you just saw went by.
Now you can see that there's been a lot of water building up in some of these intersections. It just can't drain off the way that it should be able to. It's going to be a problem that you're going to have to contend with for the next day or so, according to our forecast. And there you can see scanning up the street. It's from intersection to intersection, so you can't go at a normal speed. You need to be aware as you're going out driving today, and hopefully you don't have to.
Yeah, and you know that the roads are going to be slippery. Please take caution, drive safely, drive slowly, and as Brian told us, stay home if you don't have to go anywhere. Just stay inside where it's nice and dry.
Yep, watch our team coverage. And once again, we want to head down to Key West, where Ted Scouten has been battling the elements and showing us a good indication of what folks are contending with there. Ted.
Well, James and Lee, before we get started here, I want to explain something. We may look a little bit foggy to you sitting there at home. That's because of a problem with the camera, because of all the humidity that's building up. So it's not your set, so don't go ahead and adjust it. Now, getting back to the weather here, one thing that's really actually kind of eerie right now is it's very, very calm. You can see here, no movement at all from the trees, no rain right now. Everything is very calm. Florida Bay, Gulf of Mexico right behind us, all that's very calm. The break that we need, we've gotten a few of these breaks throughout the morning so far. We need it because there's just a lot of flooding down here in Key West. We were in downtown Key West a little while ago. Take a look at what we found. Well, you could call Duval Street the Duval River. 1.5 feet of water has fallen in some areas. Folks over at Sloppy Joe's needed sandbags to keep the water out. The water's so deep that it was going inside. Flooding is a problem all over Key West, and keep in mind, more rain is coming, but people here are still walking around outside, and they say it could be worse.
It's not near as bad as George was, that's all I can say. I mean, this is nothing really. I mean, a little bit of water in the streets and heck, fire, it'll drain out tomorrow.
Duval Street this morning. I could have used a boat actually because the water was so deep. Actually, it was right about to here on me to my knees. So that's about a good 1.5 feet or so is how deep the water was just on Duval Street alone. And it was strange too because as we stood at the end of Duval by Mallory Square and you look down over toward the Atlantic Ocean, what you see just all the way down, it's like it's actually a river there instead of a street, and all the businesses are up against the river. So a lot of flooding down there. We looked inside of some of the businesses that didn't have sandbags up, and there was standing water inside the businesses. Once again, we're talking in some of them water about this deep or so. So people when they get to their businesses this morning or later on today, they're going to have a lot of problems, and all because of the flooding rain. I believe we're going to be getting some more rain here. Like I said, right now we're in a break. Things very, very calm, almost eerie. No movement at all in the trees, and nothing coming out of the sky, at least for the moment. But I'm sure we're going to be riding it again in just a little while.
One thing we saw from your interviews, the conch mentality. Some hard-shelled folks. You get the impression that folks are going to be reopening their businesses later today, or they're going to close down and wait for the rains to subside, Ted.
You know, knowing the folks down here in Key West, I would say that the ones who have damage will probably take care of that. The ones who don't have damage, I wouldn't doubt it if they were open later on today. And you bring up an interesting point too, the Keys mentality to relax and take it easy and have fun. Overnight there was a power outage. The rain was just coming down in buckets. The flooding was starting, and a lot of the bars were just packed. I mean, you know, there were people sitting in there having their drinks and cocktails and just watching the storm go by.
Hey Ted, last night you showed us some pretty big waves coming over the seawall there. Looking behind you, it looks pretty calm right now, the ocean.
Well, now this is different. This here is more of Florida Bay, and this is the Gulf. So
okay.
This is kind of, I guess, what you'd say is the weak side in terms of the water.
Right.
That was over on the Atlantic side.
Ah, okay.
And that's when the waves were just smashing right into the seawall and then splashing up. That's a good example of storm surge, when the water is just being pushed by all the wind, and when it's being pushed, it has nowhere to go except out of the banks there.
We're looking at that palm that is right behind you. It is dead calm where you are right now.
Exactly, and look further behind that. There's a nice sight. You can see actually a little bit of clear sky over the clouds there, so that's nice to see. But yeah, like I said, it's almost eerie that you know, there's nothing happening right now. It's just completely and totally calm here.
Well, that's likely to change. We hope you'll stay safe. We'll check in again with you soon. There's Ted Scouten in Key West.
Try and stay dry.
Yeah, it's been a wild and wet start to our Friday. We have been able to show you lots of different images. Let's take another look at one of our live shots outside as we check conditions. This is what folks are contending with today, Lee.
Earlier today, traffic was backed up and really, really bad. Right now, though, it looks like not that many folks out on the streets. You're taking a look at Chopper 4 Live over Oakland Park. Traffic seems to be moving along the intersections. We do want to warn you, though, that some intersections are flooded, so please drive safely, use caution, do not speed through the intersections. Okay, well, that area looks pretty good, but now let's take a look at I-95 at 79th, and this is obviously getting a downpour. You can see it's a lot different, and the headlights are on. That's what you should be having if you head out today. And as Lee says, give yourself some extra time and remember the courtesy to maybe let other folks through as well. Look out for people that are walking out there. Well, it's a wet day. We'll continue to follow the situations. Our CBS 4 continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene.
Hurricane Irene. CBS 4 News meteorologist Brian Norcross and real-time radar track Irene from the Keys, the West Coast to here in South Florida. Plus updates every hour with the latest advisories. Hurricane Irene, continuing coverage on CBS 4 News. Storm information on time online. CBS4News.com and SunSentinel.com/storm. The most accurate hurricane websites. Direct from Brian Norcross. Track storms on time online. From the Sun Sentinel and CBS 4 News.
Why keep pounding the pavement when you can discover heart-pounding excitement with Pontiac Wide-Track Grand Prix? Precise cornering, road-gripping performance. Wider is better. And now, during Discovery Days, if you're a resident of one of these Southeast Florida counties, get a special Grand Prix cash bonus. That's on top of already great deals. Discover driving excitement. Pontiac Grand Prix. For more great offers, visit our website.
There are 3 words you'll be hearing a lot of in the coming months, 3 words that describe in a nutshell the difference between original Medicare plans and the one plan you can be sure has your own best interest at heart. Those words are not for profit. The difference is truly that simple. You see, with a traditional profit-driven health plan, the overriding priority is, well, making money. And why not? They have an army of investors and shareholders ready to sell off their stock if the company suddenly gets a little too generous with its members. That doesn't instill a lot of confidence, does it? Well, here are 3 more words for you. AvMed Medicare Preferred. AvMed is Florida's oldest and largest not-for-profit health plan. They don't make decisions based on pleasing a group of stockholders. AvMed's priority is the health and well-being of their members. But don't take my word for it. Call AvMed yourself. You'll get a free brochure on AvMed Medicare Preferred, the not-for-profit health plan.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. It is a wild, wet, and woolly day this Friday. Taking a look outside the Palmetto at Northwest 122nd Avenue. Travel is flowing, looking a lot better than it did earlier this morning, didn't it, James?
Oh boy, it was a mess. There's a lot of folks out there who had to go into work this morning. And you saw that camera, by the way, on the Palmetto shot bouncing around. There's still plenty of high winds. Now we're shifting to our camera at I-95 and Northwest 79th. This is just to give you, well, the bouncing starting to pick up there. It's to give you an indication of what we're seeing in different areas throughout South Florida, as we've got Irene moving through, not necessarily the winds to worry about, but certainly a rain event today.
Yeah, big question. A lot of folks wondering today, how long is this wet weather going to last? Let's go to Chief Meteorologist Brian Norcross for the answer.
Well, it's certainly going to be around for a while. There is a little bit of perhaps good news about what we're seeing on a satellite picture in terms of the length of the rain, because the storm, it looks like it has shifted east just enough that the main feeder bands now are going into the Bahamas. Now that doesn't mean that it's not going to continue to bring moisture up over us, but I'll show you when we get to the satellite picture in just one second. But first of all, we have on the telephone a resident down in Islamorada. Are you with us this morning? Good morning from Islamorada. Are you there?
Brian, I don't know if you're talking to me. This is Lisa Cabrera.
Oh, Lisa Cabrera. Lisa Cabrera.
We are
I'm
in
sorry,
Marathon.
Lisa, I thought we had a resident. Go ahead,
Yes.
Lisa. What do you have?
Well, you know, I can tell you that we have had severe weather most of the morning, but right now it seems as though the winds have diminished just a little bit. We still have a little bit of a drizzle, and that is compared to just about an hour ago where we had just driving rains and some pretty serious wind gusts. At this point, though, I think a big problem that residents are going to be venturing out to find is flooding, debris on the roads. There are power lines down all over Marathon, and still some pretty serious gusts. So at this point, we're hearing that the mayor has put a curfew for people living in this part of Monroe County. In Marathon, the mayor here asking that people still stay indoors, because even when the winds diminish, there are gusts that come through here suddenly that can pick up some of that debris, and so still kind of a dangerous situation in Marathon. Brian?
Lisa, what's the power situation? You said some power lines are down. Are you seeing widespread power out there?
Yeah, we have reports of some power out randomly across Marathon and all the way down into Key West, which, as we probably heard from Ted Scouten, we're being told by emergency management officials Key West is completely underwater, and I think loss of power is more of an issue in Key West. Here it's sporadic areas that have lost power. Some poles are actually knocked over as we have been making our way carefully around Marathon. Some lines completely snapped. We did have some pretty severe gusts. Emergency management officials did tell me that one of the gusts was reaching up to 100 miles an hour here in Marathon.
Yeah, well, we're seeing strong gusts up the Keys right now. As you say, Lisa, in Marathon, things are calming down dramatically. As a matter of fact, let me just show on real-time radar here. We can show the radar out of the Keys, and here's where Lisa is down in Marathon. And then on up into Islamorada, this is where that band that went through Marathon has now rotated. So they are out getting it in Islamorada. As a matter of fact, we have on the telephone, is it Chris Morton in Marathon? Are you with us this morning? Mr. Morton, are you there?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
It's Brian Norcross. You're on the air.
Hello, Brian.
What's going on in Islamorada now?
Yes, yes, we are. Right now, we're at mile marker 83 on the Atlantic Ocean, just south of the Whale Harbor Restaurant and Marina. I'm going to step out here on the porch like I had a little earlier here. We've been getting this for approximately 8 to 10 hours. We've got I'm about 20 feet off the Atlantic Ocean at this point in time. The palm trees are basically bending over sideways. We've got the docks are. I'm trying to get out here on the back porch. I wish you all had a crew here, but the docks are underwater. The bulkheads are underwater, and it's been like this for about 8 hours, and it seems to be increasing at this point in time. So this is about the state of it right now here in Islamorada. Like I said, mile marker 83 on the ocean side. You'll get a pretty good idea what this storm has been doing to the Keys.
What's the situation with the power there and the roads, and are people able to get around, or is everybody pretty much hunkered down there?
Well, actually, believe it or not, the main highway that was resurfaced 20 or so years ago is above the water right now. The old highway, the original highway that was flooded out in the 35 storm, is underwater, several feet probably at this point from what I can see from the front door. There are people traveling up and down the highway, and we have power. We had a couple of brief outages, but we're warm and dry and safe inside our residences. It's just really, really nasty if you go out, and it seems to be the worst of it is on the east side of the islands.
Now, is the water you say that's over the road, is that from rainfall, or is that from the Atlantic being pushed up by the strong winds coming out of the south there?
No, that is strictly from the rainfall, and right now, from what I can see, that appears to be strictly on the old highway.
Okay.
The old U.S. one. The new U.S. one is still above the flood level at this point.
All right, well, we're seeing that band very clearly on our radar going through Islamorada right now, and it'll be migrating to the north, so up toward Tavernier, Key Largo, and then on further north into Dade County. That band is going to go in, and right now, and then you're going to start improving, because we can see clearly the center of the storm is this big broad thing that encompasses a good part of Marathon now. So you got to hold on there for a little while, and then things will get better, and we really appreciate your calling in this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right, so that's the story down there. Obviously, that band that we're seeing on the radar, you could hear the winds blowing, and again, Marathon reporting 42-mile-an-hour gusts at the top of the hour, 10 o'clock, but as that band has moved by, no doubt the wind is letting up some there, and they're only reporting light rain. Homestead reporting heavy rain and 43 knot gusts. That's nearly 50-mile-an-hour gusts. So that's all that business kind of moving to the north. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look further north here with the real-time radar and just take a look at Dade and Broward, and we can see, let me switch over to the Miami radar first here and bring things further north, and we can see the bottom end of the band down in here. Notice it's not up into the metropolitan area yet. We do have a little bit of this band here, but that's a fragmented band. So what we're getting out there now, even if you're in a spot where you're getting heavy rain, that's nowhere near as heavy as the rain that's going on down in the upper Keys and is moving to the north. And we have another fragmented band going through Broward. Now, radar gets working kind of dicey in this kind of situation, although we have two different kinds of radar. This is real-time radar, where we're located right on the Dade-Broward line, but the real-time radar is more sensitive to rain fade, it's called, or it being inhibited by the rain. The radar that comes out of Homestead, the National Weather Service radar, is less inhibited by that. So we get a good view, but only kind of close up with real-time radar in this kind of situation. And here we can see that band coming now, looks like going to be across Biscayne Bay, moving into South Dade, and there's the heavy rain right around the Dade-Broward line there right now. All right, why don't we do a review of where we stand with everything while we stand by to go out to the National Hurricane Center coming up here at 10:30. And if you folks in the booth would let me know when, if we are indeed going to be ready to go to talk to Jerry Gerald for the update at 10:30. Okay, about 3.5 minutes from that. So let's take a look at the radar here, and we clearly can see, we think this rotation here is the center of rotation. We're going to get confirmation from Jerry here just momentarily about what direction of movement they're showing on the storm, because at 8 o'clock this morning they were showing it 25 miles southwest of Key West. I think pretty clearly it's over here now. Now, does that mean that the storm is moving to the east, or east-northeast, or is that just some kind of redevelopment of the center of rotation, and the storm is going to continue to move to the north? No doubt that analysis going on at the National Hurricane Center, and we'll have that information coming up in less than 3 minutes now. Let's go and get that close-up view of exactly the same thing again on that Key West radar. And here you can see, as long as we see these echoes rotating to the south here, we know that the center of rotation is off to the east. So I think that it may actually be the center of rotation there with this fragmented eye structure. It's really hard to tell. But clearly we do have a break in the action in Marathon, and that main outer band, now we showed you just a moment ago, rotating through Alamorada up here, and then another band further north on up into the Keys. All right, now let's take a look at the radar in motion again, just to give you an idea of where everything's coming from. As you watch through the day today, you can see this motion off the ocean. So what that's going to do is press the water, the ocean water, in the inlets in Biscayne Bay, in the New River. So that's why we're talking about the idea of around midday today, when we get high tide, that we should have exceptionally high tides here on the southeast coast because of that just continuous flow of wind there off the ocean pushing things in. Now, you asked the question earlier, and now I can finally get to it, about how long is the rain going to last. Well, look at this satellite picture, and we don't have too many images because this is a daylight only picture. But there's the core of the storm in there. But here are the feeder bands out here now. And since the storm has kind of come a little further east, you can see that once we get past that band there, there isn't much going on down in here. So it really depends on where this core goes. If this core goes more or less due north from where it is here, then most of this business off to the east is going to stay off to the east. If the core goes up a little further west, then it'll drag a lot of this over us. But in any case, it's still going to drag stuff over us, just maybe not the core of it. It looks like the Bahamas, and this is why they put up a tropical storm watch for parts of the Bahamas, because some of these squalls moving north are going to be pretty strong later on today as we get the increased wind pattern. Here's that other view of the satellite where we can see the intense oranges, and there's that band right there. See that bright dark area there? That's that one that went through, produced all the high winds in Marathon down in Big Pine. That's moving to the north, and then here we have this heavy rain associated with this thing kind of going down like this. But notice now, again, most of it out over the Bahamas, so if this thing gets far enough north, then we'll just be on the fringe of it in Dade-Broward and not have to deal with it directly. All right, in just 45 seconds, we're going to go on to Jerry Jarrell at the National Hurricane Center. And hold on just a second here, let's see what we're getting. We're getting a flood warning coming in for Florida Keys. They've issued a flood warning for the Keys. Of course, that we already know because of our folks that are down in the Keys. So what's going to happen now in about 15 seconds from now? Just this hurricane season, they've adopted this new policy there of any significant storm, of giving us a briefing on all the thinking, the background behind the advisory that they're issuing at the National Hurricane Center. So right now, let's go on out there. Director Jerry Jarrell is standing by for the 10:30 briefing.
This is the 10:30 briefing from the National Hurricane Center. What appears to have happened in the last hour or so is that a new center may be forming in the vicinity of Key West, and the net effect of that appears to have displaced the center to the east a little bit. I don't see this as a big change. Now, also, if you look at the satellite picture behind me, it looks like this is literally exploding, this thunderstorm activity, and that part is pushing out to the west. Now, that probably means that the eye is forming a little better, and it may be reorganizing and getting slightly more intense. I wouldn't read a lot into that. But we have an airplane that's we should be hearing from within the next 10 or 15 minutes and may well confirm that. Even though we have a good radar presentation, you don't always get the same picture that you do from having an aircraft go in there with real measurements over a fairly large area. So we're looking forward to that. Now, we're still forecasting landfall sometime this evening on the west coast, probably somewhere in the Naples to Fort Myers area. somewhere in there. Storm surge could be a real problem in the Marco Island vicinity, for example, and even up as far as Fort Myers, depending on where the actual landfall is. So that's the thing we're most concerned about, people who are ordered to evacuate over there. Hopefully most of that's done, but if you're contemplating whether to do it or not, and it's still safe to do it, then you should. Some roads, I'm confident, are probably closed over there by now. We've had reports of considerable flooding from the storm surge in the Keys. Some of the streets in downtown Key West are flooded, and some of the roads are overwashed between here and the Keys. We've had 2 reported tornadoes in the Keys. And of course we have heavy rain all over South Florida, and that continues to be a problem and will continue to be a problem for a good bit of time. Now, the fact that we've shifted the track a little bit east has speeded up the landfall, but it really hasn't changed the time that the weather will clear out, because the forward motion is about the same. The geometry of the track with the coast is making it hit land a little sooner, but this whole mass is moving north at about the same speed it has been. So the clearing up probably is not going to occur tomorrow. It will probably be the following day. I think that's probably all that I wanted to cover in my opening statement, but I'll be glad to take questions.
Jerry, is there any light here at the end of the tunnel in terms of, do we see any weakening? Do we see any speed up in the forward speed?
No, I don't see anything encouraging in any of this about it either getting weaker or moving out faster. It's just I think one of those things that's just going to take its time, and forward speed would be better from a lot of perspectives. One, it's not wouldn't be over open water as long, and therefore an opportunity for it to intensify. That's a pretty confined area, so I don't think that's a serious concern anyhow. But with this sort of explosion there, you never know, and that's one reason I would like to get something from the airplane about his feeling about what's happening out there. Is it really intensifying, or is this something else we're seeing? Perhaps a reorganization without intensifying.
As you were saying, with the eye getting stronger and the storm more taking an easterly path now, for the west coast, we're seeing only see a lot of rain. Flooding could be a problem. With the storm moving towards it, could we see more west?
Yeah, I don't think that the path is a more easterly path as opposed. We think it's still moving due north. The overall motion is due north. Now, the center of that path has shifted over a little bit to the east, but from there it will be north, we think. So I know that's a little bit confusing. Now, I don't think that changes much for the west coast. It may change where the landfall is, and that will change the storm surge fairly significantly, but it won't change the rain. But the rain has never been their big problem in my estimation. The storm surge is what we need to worry most about over there. Marco Island looks like the place that I would be most concerned about. There will be bigger surge probably south of there, but there's not much population in there. It's not a very populated area, so that's all south of Naples. And so I would think Marco Island is the place where my concern at the moment is greater. Now, if the track's a little farther west, then it's up in the Fort Myers area where the concern is.
All right, Jerry Gerald, Director of the National Hurricane Center. I wanted to go ahead and get the answer to that question because obviously when we start talking about and noticing on the radar that, as we were showing a moment ago, that the center of circulation is moving off to the east, and around that center of circulation is where we had the 100-mile-an-hour gusts. That raises concerns, obviously, but what he was saying is the overall mass of the storm is still moving to the north, and it's just that where the center is within that mass has shifted. At least that's their thinking right now. But they do have an aircraft down there, and we have not gotten a good report from them here for the last few hours, and we expect to get that somewhat sooner rather than later. So there's when we'll get the real good understanding of exactly what the structure of the storm is, especially in a disorganized storm. It's very hard to tell until you get a real good distribution of the pressure and find that center of lowest pressure to see if it really is a trend moving to the east or if it's just a reorganization within the overall mass of the storm that continues to move to the north. Let's take a break now, and we'll come back. I want to go over the radar once again, talk about this idea for our friends on the west coast of what this shift to the east may mean, which actually seems to me like there may be a little bit of good news for the west coast of Florida, and we'll be back with that here with our continuing coverage on CBS 4 in just a moment.
All right, thank you, Brian. Let's take a look outside. As we take a break at the Palmetto at Northwest 122nd, you see the pounding rain. Our camera shaking there in the wind. Wind gusts still getting pretty strong today as the day goes on.
I want to let you know the Governor Bush, will be addressing the media at 11 a.m. along with the State Emergency Manager Director and the State Meteorologist, and Mayor Alex Pinellas will have another media conference at 12:05. We return in just a moment. Stay with us.
Scott is taking a roll home.
Still 1,000 sheets, right?
It better be. Seems like common sense to have the people who make it test it out. Our new Scott tissue is still 1,000 sheets long, but now it's the softest Scott ever.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, it is nice. New softer Scott tissue. A little common sense goes a long way.
Downloading can mean downtime. And eventually, you run out of things to do. Introducing Bell South Fast Access Internet Service, and a great deal. Downloads up to 50 times faster, so you can surf quicker. Get installation, activation, and 30 days free. Just call 1-800-672-2238 now.
Hello? I just had to call. He's so cute. He takes after me, you know.
Talk and surf at the same time on the same line. No more busy signals, just a consistent, dedicated connection and revolutionary DSL speed. So call quickly for your free 30 days and start downloading in a flash. We know you've got time on your hands.
Need to reduce your monthly payments? Get a home equity loan. Pay off your bills, the high-interest credit cards, and have one surprisingly low monthly payment. Even if your credit is less than perfect, call Metropolitan Mortgage today at 1-800-EASY-YES.
What makes a Kraft Singles grilled cheese sandwich so good?
Well, the dairy fairy makes it. The dairy fairy? Yeah, she takes some bread and 2 cheese slices and makes them gooey gooey.
Kids know about taste. They don't know that 2 out of every 3 kids don't get the recommended amount of calcium. But with Kraft Singles, they get a good source of calcium and the taste they love.
Mmm, that's for sure.
Kraft Singles, magic every single time.
Most head lice treatments will kill lice and eggs, but only Nix with permethrin continues to protect your child against reinfestation for 14 days. Nix kills lice and keeps them from coming back. Nix 'em.
Behind on your mortgage and other bills? Maybe you have delinquent taxes, home need remodeling or repairs. Stop feeling like a renter. Start feeling like an owner. Call People's Home Loan today. We'll show you how to keep your home, consolidate your bills, do that remodeling, get that new car, and have only one low monthly payment. Then you can relax, breathe easy, start enjoying life again. But nothing happens unless you call People's Home Loan at the number on your screen now. Counselors are standing by to give you immediate help. Call now.
CBS 4, your hurricane station, in the midst of one in Florida. 10:41 now. We're taking another live look at our camera overlooking the Palmetto at Northwest 122nd. You can see it shuddering there as wind gusts hit it, and plenty of rain on the camera.
Let's take a look now at I-95 and Northwest 79th Street. Windshield wiper working very hard. Seems to have been working hard all morning long. This rain really has been nonstop on this Friday. Certainly a great day to stay home, stay in bed, stay dry, and stay off the roads. Let's go now to Northwest Miami-Dade, where we've had some pretty severe street flooding. That's where CBS 4's Lisette Campos joins us now with more. Lisette.
Good morning, Leave. Good morning, James. The rain has been nonstop since early this morning. Right now, we're at the intersection of Northwest 8th Street and 82nd Avenue. Conditions have been so bad here since 5 o'clock in the morning that it's come to the attention of the Dade County Emergency Management Office. Now, since last night, they've had more than 12 inches of rain fall in this one neighborhood. We're talking about Northwest 8th Street from 77th Avenue to 83rd Avenue. A short time ago, an official with the South Florida Water Management District was here in a truck. He was taking photographs of this intersection, taking photographs of this street. To the right of me, there is extensive flooding. Earlier in the morning when we did the live shots around 6:37, we were telling you that the water was ankle deep at first, then it was to your calves. We can tell you that 3 folks who were over there trying to push their vehicle out of the water were in knee-deep water. This is the minivan that they were trying to rescue out there. It is dead at this point. The folks just walked away. They gave up. And beyond that vehicle, there was another car. We've seen at least 5 vehicles stall out here. Other areas that have also been affected are the city of Medley. We are told by the Dade DOC has seen more than 6 inches of rainfall since last night. The areas of Aventura and the Doral, that's west of Miami International Airport, also very affected. And again, this area here, Northwest Miami-Dade. Here you have the mailman trying to get through.
The mail must go through, Lisette.
Yes, but I don't know if it's going to make it. One thing that we have noticed is that a lot of folks that are not in the higher vehicles, they're in your regular car, they try to drive through this water very slowly, but when someone in a truck or a sports utility vehicle drives by, they tend to drive by a little faster because they have a sense of security. Then those cars create a big puddle, and that is causing the low riders to stall in these big puddles. So we are asking folks out there to have some courtesy. If you have a vehicle that's a little higher and you're getting through these puddles easier, have some courtesy to folks in the lower riding vehicles. They're trying to make it through, and all you need is one person in a big truck to zip through, and the water goes everywhere.
At least, Lisette, as officials were there today taking pictures and looking at that really terrible flooding, 12 inches, do you think there's a possibility they might try and close off that area?
At this point, I haven't received any official information that that's even in the works. One of the residents that I spoke to a short while ago told me that there is flooding here on a continuous basis. Every time they get some rain, there's flooding, but he has never seen flooding like this, and he's lived here for several years. He also told us that when he drove through the city of Medley, that practically all the streets in Medley were flooded, and in the city of Hialeah, that some major intersections were having trouble with the traffic lights.
Hey, Lisette, the water was so deep there that you had to do a little equipment revision. How the rain pants that I lent you borrow?
Well, the rain pants are doing pretty good. Usually, for the viewer at home, usually we walk through the puddles. We get to show you just how deep the water is. I can't do that because, let me show you, if these cables get wet, then we lose the shot, we lose the video, and we lose the audio.
Yeah, we're having
that's why we're staying up here.
We're having some problems there with the signal right now. Lisette, thank you so much. We'll let you regroup, maybe dry up those cables.
Yeah, obviously that's one of the problems we have in showing you. Luckily, we send our teams out so that you can stay at home and watch the situation with Hurricane Irene.
Stick around, a lot more to come as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Irene. We take a look outside, windshield wiper working fast and furious. Take a look at I-95 at Northwest 79th Street rather.
Once again, we're going to have a news conference with Governor Bush. That's coming up at 11 a.m. The State Emergency Management Director and also the State Meteorologist. Now we're taking another look at one of our live cameras. You can see lots of buffeting winds. We continue with more on CBS 4 News after this quick break.
When the big storm threatens, turn to CBS 4 News Hurricane Network, working to keep you safe. And our CBS 4 weather team join forces with Channel 2 for open captioning for the hearing impaired. WQEA for CBS 4 information in Spanish. And when you can't watch CBS 4 News, listen to our radio partners, Magic, Light FM, Waxy, and in the Keys, US 1 and Conk FM. The CBS 4 News Hurricane Network, keeping you safe.
In commemoration of Hispanic Heritage Month, 10-10-345 and CBS 4 salute the many contributions of Hispanic businesses in South Florida. Join us in congratulating the 1999 top 5 privately owned Hispanic companies in Florida as recognized by the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce. Sedano Supermarket, Ocean Bank, Farm Stores, Precision Trading Corporation, Headquarter Toyota Lincoln Mercury. Dial and save with 10-10-345. Save up to 60% on calls to Latin America.
Ragtime. Just the sound of it brings to life a century full of dreams, dance, music, and life, and a big, glorious Broadway musical. Ragtime, Broadway's most honored musical, including 4 1998 Tony Awards, and a critically acclaimed cast of singers and dancers. Don't miss Ragtime.
On stage now through October 23rd at the Broward Center for the Performing Arts, presented by the Fort Lauderdale Broadway Series.
Mom, it's only a scrape.
I thought this was too.
Oh, a scar.
Now there's a new reason to use Neosporin. It not only kills more strains of infectious bacteria, now a clinical test shows that treating scrapes with Neosporin helps minimize the appearance of scars.
Here, you take. Oh no, remember that scrape?
Not really.
Prevent infection. Help minimize the appearance of scars. Use Neosporin. Every cut, every time.
This was big screen TV. Until you saw Hitachi Ultravision HD TV with its unbelievably spectacular picture that makes everything look better. TV will never be the same again.
This Saturday at the Miami Brandsmart from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. See the new Hitachi 61-inch HD TV with built-in DirecTV Plus receiver, allowing you DirecTV programming like HBO's high-definition channel and HD TV when available. Meet Miami Heat's Tim Hardaway, free giveaways, register to win, and more this Saturday.
Here's what's causing all the ruckus. The 6th hurricane of the 99 season, Hurricane Irene. Not necessarily a windy hurricane, but certainly a rainy event.
Time right now is 10:48. This is definitely continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. A little while ago, we heard from Hurricane Center's Jerry Jarrell. He spoke about the center actually shifting to the east, and Brian Norcross joins us now. Brian, does that mean pretty good news, or better news at least, for folks out in the West Coast?
I don't think it makes a whole lot of difference. I mean, obviously, exactly where the storm comes ashore has everything to do with how bad the weather is, because the worst of the weather is likely to be near the center, although that's not certain in a disorganized storm, as we're finding out right now. I mean, look at the real-time radar here, and the center is way down here near Key West, way down there. Let me reorient the radar here a little bit so you can see better what I'm talking about. The center is down in here somewhere, right about in there. But the bad weather at this point is way up here in Isla Mirada, and you can see another band now coming in to Marathon. Now, this band that's up here in Isla Mirada now is the one that came through Marathon a little while ago and dumped tremendous amounts of rain there. As a matter of fact, we have on the telephone right now from Isla Mirada, Jack McCormick. Are you there with us this morning?
Yes, sir. We're still here.
Now, what's going on in Isla Mirada right now?
Well, right now, this is the worst we've had since approximately 4 a.m. We had a real big squall come through at 4, but this one has been in the trees right over. A couple of boats are loose out here. Most rain we've had is just about this time right now.
And how about the winds? What's going on in terms of, we heard just a little while ago the wind was blowing pretty good.
Well, the wind right now is about anywhere between 45 steady to about 60, 65 gusty. It's been in the trees right over. A lot of debris and a lot of water.
Now, do you have flooding that you can see from where you are?
The street out here is completely flooded, and it looks like a tree just went down on my truck. Yeah, just lost a tree under my truck.
Now, where are you compared to the overseas highway there?
We're at Venetian Shores in Isla Mirada, just a little bit north of the bridge, the Snake Creek Bridge.
But which side of the highway? Are you on the Atlantic side, or are you on the bay side?
Well, we're on the bay side.
All right, and you can see flooding there. Have you heard from any of your neighbors around there about flooding in the neighborhood, or other problems in terms of the power and streets being closed and that kind of thing?
Well, the power has been fluctuating on and off. Right now, we still have it. This is the worst we've seen yet since about 4 o'clock this morning.
All right. All right, well, we'll stay in touch with you, and please stay in touch with us as things develop down there. we're looking at the radar right now, and it looks to us like you're going to be improving here. We're seeing this heavy band of what we see as oranges on our radar moving north into mainland Monroe County. We also see down here approaching Marathon, the 7 Mile Bridge area, another batch of strong squalls rotating around the center of rotation, which is way down in the lower Keys right now. So thanks, Jack McCormick, very much for calling in from Islamorada, and we'll stay in touch with you there. Let's look at this Key West radar in motion, and we can see this movement of the center. Here's where it ends up, right about in there, and here's where it was earlier, and down over in there. So that's what's happened to it. And then this is that band that they've been getting in Islamorada rotating around, and notice that that may very well come back around and get Key West again. We'll just have to see what develops there, but also stronger bands. As Jerry Gerald was saying, there's some indication the storm may be re-intensifying a little bit, so these stronger bands are still going to rotate in to the lower Keys as the overall system continues to move to the north. Now, Liev, to talk about your question of just a moment ago about does that change the things for the southwest coast, if the starting point for the storm is here and it goes north, obviously that affects that part of the coast more than if the starting point is over here and it goes north. That affects that part of the coast. So in that sense, where it actually comes ashore is affected, and where it comes ashore has everything to do with how much damage is done. It doesn't seem like it's going to affect what exactly will happen there. Still, the winds and the rain will come ashore, but if you live here instead of there, then it could have a significant effect on what weather you actually feel. And I think it will have some effect as well eventually on what we get here in the southeast Florida, because as we were talking about earlier, the heavy rain actually extends way out here. So this tends to push some of that heavy rain out over the Bahamas, and we may get a little less of it, but we're not going to in any way think that we're going to get any let up in the rain at all anytime soon, and our flooding here is going to continue to only get worse all the way through the day today, and I think even into tomorrow, although we may start getting better tomorrow if this thing does really move to the north. You can see clearly just this continuation of rain pulling up like that, and that's just going to continue to happen. Now here's what I was talking about on that satellite picture, is you see down here, this is the huge area of rain. And by the way, we have the 11 o'clock advisory. We'll have those numbers for you in just a moment. But the only change in anything that's significant is that they have moved the tropical storm warning and hurricane watch further up the coast there, all the way up to near Daytona Beach. So everything else, as far as we're concerned, we're still under a tropical storm warning, hurricane watch in Dade and Broward, still under the hurricane warning down through the Keys. Now, Ted Skelton has been in Key West with us, getting very wet and observing the situation there. Ted, how are we doing in Key West now?
Well, Brian, right now the wind has picked up again. We haven't gotten any rain in the past 15 minutes or so, but it was very calm, and now the winds are starting to come in. One question, Brian, I have for you is a lot of folks around here have been saying, oh, it looks like this thing is over now. That's not really the case for Key West, though, is it?
No, I don't think it is. It is over temporarily. The eye is essentially over you, or the center of circulation is essentially over you. But on the radar here, and we're looking at the Key West radar, we see a good strong band, which is actually the same band that we had earlier that came through and caused all the gusty winds. It's just rotating around. It's not as strong as it was, but it's coming back from the north. So all those folks that have been looking down to the south to see what the weather's like, and they're looking out over the Atlantic and saying, oh, there's nothing out there, they need to go to the other end of Duval Street and look to the north, because that's where the next weather is going to come from for Key West, and it'll be very gusty. I don't know that it will be at that 100-mile-an-hour range. Let me shut off the alarm here. It's going as we continue to get the late advisory in here to weather control. So anyway, that's the news for Key West, Ted, is need to rush people to the other side of the island, and they'll see the next thing coming back in. I'll tell you what we'll do here is let us get all the numbers for the new advisory together. We'll have them for you in just a few minutes, so let me send it back now into the studio.
All right, Brian Norcross, thank you very much. 3 minutes before 11, you want to keep it right here for our continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. In just about three to 4 minutes, Governor Bush is going to speak along with the State Emergency Management. You won't want to miss what he has to say.
Well, as Brian was speaking to the gentleman in Venetian Shores in Islamorada, a tree knocked down in that area. We'll take a look outside our studio here in Northwest Miami-Dade and West Miami-Dade.
Give you a little insurance insurance factoid. This is going to be a very, very wet hurricane. You need to double check your insurance because unfortunately, you may not realize it. If the water comes up from the ground and floods you out, your homeowner's insurance probably isn't going to cover that. That's what you need your flood insurance from. You can see the wind and the rain driving that water around now. If your windows break or if your roof fails and the wind is driving the rain in, then you've got a legitimate homeowner's claim on windstorm damage. And it's your responsibility, if you do ever have any problems, to try to mitigate that damage. Tie it up, get towels, do whatever you can to try to stay dry. You can see the wind's picking up out here, the umbrella's blowing all around. And again, this is typical of this kind of storm. So if you're going to be doing anything outside, if you have to go outside today, please be very careful. And I think we're going to continue with our Shame on You umbrella test through today to see how it does. As you can see, the bands are coming pretty good now. The wind is kicking up. And again, this is typical of this kind of storm. There are going to be some times when the wind isn't that bad, and it's going to lull you into a potential false sense of security. Just like when I started probably a minute ago, it wasn't too bad, but now, as you can see from the umbrella test, it's blowing pretty good. Back to you guys where it's still nice and dry.
Shame on those showers, Al.
Absolutely.
Well, you talked about the flood insurance question. What are the other big questions you get? We know you get lots of phone calls and questions. What are the other questions you get about hurricanes?
Well, believe it or not, one of the major questions we get is, when you have bad weather like this and your boss says, hey, it's business as usual, do you have to go to work or not? Are employees covered by any kind of laws that basically say, hey, there's a natural emergency, it's dangerous, I'm being told to stay off the roads? Well, I could tell you is the most important thing is contact your business, contact your company. If you're in work and you've got bad weather, you're probably going to be a lot safer staying in your business than home. But the most important thing you need to know is, under the laws of the state of Florida and the federal government, if you're supposed to work and there's a natural emergency going on, like a hurricane like this, you're going to be in work, but hopefully you're going to be working for a company that's going to take care of you. Some of the other questions are, well, what do I do if I do sustain any storm damage? And the most important thing is, obviously, make sure that your house and your family are safe. Try to put towels up, try to put sandbags up. If part of your house has the wind blowing through, just move to a section of the house where it's not so bad. If you need a contractor, the most important thing you need to do is check out those credentials. Make sure he's licensed, make sure he's insured. Believe it or not, you still have to ask for references. And the other point is, don't give any money down to try to do any kind of repairs unless you know who that person is, and be in contact with your insurance company. I wouldn't be surprised, in fact I'd bet on it, that insurance companies have probably moved a lot of extra claims adjusters into the South Florida area to take care of your problems. That's important. You want to contact your insurance company. Again, God willing, you won't have any major problems, but if a window blows in, if you do sustain any roof damage, you really need to take pictures and just try to hold on for the next couple of days. Looks like we're approaching a little lull spot. Any other questions for you?
No, Al, I think we're just going to let you go back inside, get a new umbrella, dry off, and we'll talk to you a little bit later.
Thank you. Stay dry.
All right. Thanks, Al.
You too, Al. All
Great
right.
advice, though. Great tips there for insurance and any possible problems we might have
Certainly
as
gets
with
a
our
lot of
homes.
questions.
Yeah.
Once again, let's go to Brian Norcross, who's in weather control. Brian.
All right, on our radar, we're seeing another strong band moving through the Middle Keys here, and there you see a Marathon on up to about Grassy Key there, and this is another one of those very, very strong cells just to the north of Marathon. Now, CBS 4's Lisa Cabrera has been in Marathon covering this thing. Lisa's on the phone. Lisa, can you hear me?
This has definitely changed dramatically. You're right. Since the last time we spoke, we're experiencing some pretty high winds right now. About 10 minutes ago, we had driving rain yet again. The rain has subsided here, but the wind gusts are pretty dramatic, actually lifting what appears to be high tide, although we can't tell if it's flooding or high tide, but dangerously close to kind of spilling into the roadways at this marina. We're on the eastern side of Marathon at this point. Incredibly, there are still boaters out in the water from where we're standing, even as these gusts are coming through right now, this band of weather. Boaters going out to try and retrieve a boat that they had anchored out there. We just see them getting blown about, and we wonder what they were thinking in terms of safety reasons going out into the water in these conditions. But we're trying to ride this one out. Again, the weather continues to just baffle us in terms of how quickly it changes. We go from completely calm, as when we talked to you earlier, to these really strong gusts of wind. Brian?
But you say the rain looks like on our radar, the rain at Marathon itself has pretty much let up now?
Yeah, the rain has pretty much come to a complete stop at this point. It's mostly just wind, but in the air it looks like rain with the wind blowing some of the water through the air. But in terms of precipitation, I think you're right. It doesn't appear to be falling at this point.
Well, we're coming up on high tide, so it looks like if that is water, and you say you're not able to really tell whether it's water from the Atlantic being pushed over the land, it's just going to get worse here for the next hour or so until we pass high tide. Where are you located now? Are you on the Atlantic side, on the sort of the south side of US 1?
Yes, we're on the Atlantic side, and we're at a marina where the waters are really swollen. Most of the docks, the water's pretty much level with the docks, about to overtake the docks. Now that you tell me it's high tide, I can see why everywhere looks like the water's just about to spill over here.
Well, as I say, be careful here in the next hour or so as we get to high tide, because the water is just going to come up because of the natural increase in the tide, and you're going to continue to have these very strong winds. They're not going to let up for a good while. All right, Lisa Cabrera, thanks very much. Here on the real-time radar, you can see the band. So this is where Lisa is right there. Now here's Key Colony Beach right in here. And so it's just past, the worst of this is just past now, and it's rotating up toward Layton and Long Key there. But there's another cell down to the south. It looks like that will rotate up into the Key Colony Beach, Long Key area as well. Just another one of these continuing cells rotating around the center of circulation there. And then on the wider view, we can see where this general center of circulation is right in there. So it looks like that we saw earlier that this band out here to the west that we thought might rotate down over Key West is not intensifying as much as it was earlier. So things may stay on the good side in Key West here, but we just can't be sure, although the wind will still be blowing. But in terms of the weather being really bad and more rain added on top, almost 9 inches that they've had there just today, that looks like that is not going to be the case. Now that will, however, look at all the rain down to the south here. That's going to rotate up over the middle and upper Keys. So from Marathon on north into the upper Keys, we're going to continue to have just a messy, messy day with rising water here, especially through high tide, which comes just afternoon today. Now, as we look on the real-time radar, we can see very heavy rain concentrated right around our radar site here all over North Dade. Now, let me switch over to the Miami radar here on the same display, and we can actually put it in motion and see what direction everything is moving. And you can kind of see it kind of rotating around on off to the northwest. But this is where the heaviest stuff is right now. There's a line that extends from Miami shores on across Hialeah on over to the Turnpike. That line rotating to the north. So Opelika and Carroll City all going to get heavier. It looks like the heaviest stuff showing up right now. Here's the Turnpike here. Here's I-95. There is, let's get the Dade-Broward line here. Here's the Dade-Broward line right here. So Hallandale Beach Boulevard, Pembroke, Hollywood Boulevard, right there on the I. Very, very heavy rain and more offshore, all yet to rotate in. And of course, you know, what can you say? We just sort of keep saying the same thing. Just trying to give people an idea, though, of how their rain compares to what it might be in other places. So if you're down in South Dade right now, where you're in the yellows and greens, things are pretty light. But as you get into North Dade and South Broward, things get heavy, and then in North Broward, things are fairly light right now. But
Brian,
all of this is kind of lifting on up to the north, so we're all going to continue to get it. Yeah.
Brian, I have a question. Is this the worst that we're seeing now, or is there more still to come? Stronger wind gusts, more rain. Is it going to get any better, or does it have to get worse before it gets better?
Well, the wind, I think, is definitely going to get worse. We'll get new wind reports here in about 15 minutes. But I think the wind will get worse as we go through the day today. Here at Weather Control, we've had 49-mile-an-hour winds, sustained 49-mile-an-hour winds here, or gusts of 49 miles an hour, I'm sorry, gusts of 49 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour gusts further south. And so two things are happening. What that wind is, that's the wind associated with the hurricane. But as we've been talking about, we're still going to get the wind also from the high pressure to the north, and they'll combine later tonight. So the winds will go up. Now, I don't see any reason that this off and on very heavy rain, then followed by periods of light rain, is not going to just continue. Now, I don't see any breaks that are significant in that through the day today and through the night and perhaps even into tomorrow. So in terms of our local flood situation here, there's no break foreseen, except that right at the coast, any areas that might be flooding or might be going to flood because of just the rising water in the bay, for instance, west parts of Miami Beach and other parts that just flood when the bay water gets real high, they'll flood, near high tide, and then that'll go back down by early this evening and then come back up again in the overnight hours. So that's going to go up and down, but in terms of this freshwater flooding, I don't see any reason for that to change. And by the way, I mentioned this yesterday, but you have to go back to 1981, and folks that were in Southwest Dade in 1981 may very well remember Tropical Storm Dennis, it was called, and it just was a tremendous flood, and all of West Kendall and Homestead were underwater for a good period of time back in 81. So this may rival that if we get another 8 inches, 10 inches of rain. It certainly is possible. It just really depends on exactly where that center tracks and where that big area of moisture, if it comes right up over us or it stays over the Bahamas, too close to call at this point, but certainly is that possibility.
Brian, you say the system normally can only accommodate an inch a day, and we've been getting 4 to 5 inches already, and it could be up to 10 inches. This is a time when folks should sandbag if they've got water approaching their areas. And by the way, we do have a report from the city of Homestead that they're making sandbags and sand available for residents, and that will be through 4 p.m. until supplies run out. That's at the Homestead Sports Complex. So if you're in that area and you're thinking of sandbagging, that is one area that will have some supplies. 1601 Southeast 28th Avenue. Is that something folks could do this midday to try and get ready for the extra water you're talking about?
I would absolutely plan on a flood. I think that we've been talking about it. We see no reason to think that the possibilities, you never know exactly where you're going to have a deluge. But we have a history here of floods, of big-time floods. They don't happen very often. As I said, the last one that I can recall of a big-time flood was in 1981. There was the famous flood. Anybody who was here in 47 remembers the flood when they were building arcs here, and everything was lined up 2 by 2 because it was a monster flood that we hope that we never see anything like that again. You could take a boat from Fort Lauderdale to Naples for 9 weeks in 1947 here. So, and at that time, the other thing that's changed since 81 and of course the huge 47 flood, 2 things have changed. Since the 47 flood, we have a better drainage system than we did then, although not enough to take off that kind of water, but a better drainage system. The other thing, though, that has happened since 81 is that we've paved over most of the metropolitan area, where back in 81, Kendall and Homestead and all that was all agricultural out there. We used to go out there picking strawberries. And obviously now we have parking lots, and we built Kendall Drive out there. It's like a big dam. It's there that blocks the water from flowing and finding other spots, so it ends up flooding parking lots and flooding the residential streets. If you folks out in Kendall go out in your parking lot of your condo there and look at Kendall Drive, and you'll notice that's above your parking lot level. So Kendall Drive becomes like a dam that doesn't allow the water to move. Well, back anybody that's been around here a long time knows, used to drive out Kendall Drive was the 2-lane road that went out through a bunch of farm fields, and so the water distributed so much better back then than it does
Certainly have to watch out for flooding, then. That's going to be a big problem today. Brian Norcross, thank you very much. We're going to check back with him a little bit later. We're going to take a break now, but before we go, we want to leave you with a very important phone number for you, Neighbors for Neighbors.
Well, Brian's certainly a wealth of information. The folks up in Neighbors have all kinds of information for these questions you might have, including where the sandbags are available. We mentioned the Homestead Sports Complex is going to have sandbags available until 4 or their supplies run out. If you need more information, give a call to Neighbors for Neighbors. Numbers on screen. We continue in just a moment.
There are 3 words you'll be hearing a lot of in the coming months, 3 words that describe in a nutshell the difference between original Medicare plans and the one plan you can be sure has your own best interest at heart. Those words are not-for-profit. The difference is truly that simple. You see, with a traditional profit-driven health plan, the overriding priority is, well, making money. And why not? They have an army of investors and shareholders ready to sell off their stock if the company suddenly gets a little too generous with its members. That doesn't instill a lot of confidence, does it? Well, here are 3 more words for you. AvMed Medicare Preferred. AvMed is Florida's oldest and largest not-for-profit health plan. They don't make decisions based on pleasing a group of stockholders. AvMed's priority is the health and well-being of their members. But don't take my word for it. Call AvMed yourself. You'll get a free brochure on AvMed Medicare Preferred, the not-for-profit health plan.
Welcome back. You are watching continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene as it makes its way up north through the state of Florida. I'm Lee Davlos. Thanks for joining us, along with James Hill.
And we are going to head over to the Dade Emergency Operations Center, where Evan Bacon is getting set for another address by Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas. That'll be coming up at about 12:05. But what are the current situations over there, Evan?
Well, Jim, earlier in the morning, emergency managers were hoping that things would settle down a bit, that they could ease back, maybe cut down one of the press conferences. But as this storm continues to turn toward the east, there are now more concerns in the area. The concerns of the wind now coming toward our area, and more rain, of course, bringing traffic to a possible standstill later in the day as people head home from work with flooded roads, all these cars on the road. You know, there are many problems that could prop up during the day. So as we get more rain, we're getting more potential problems. And that's what Mayor Pinellas will address when he takes the podium in the next 10 minutes. Some issues he's concerned about. Shelters. Right now, one shelter is open with only 21 people inside. That shelter can hold up to 1,800 people, but with these more potential problems coming throughout the day, they're looking at opening 2 more shelters. They're also talking about locking down some area bridges. Now, that's not because they're worried that they're not worried about anything more than the structural integrity of the bridge. They want to make sure those bridges will be maintained, so they're considering locking them down. And then there's Miami International Airport. That airport can stay open until winds reach about 55 miles per hour. They haven't gotten near that at this point, but some airlines are already canceling some flights, so that could create another potential problem. So we have 3 or 4 issues that the mayor will be addressing within the next 10 minutes. People are gathering now in the press room here at Emergency Operations, and we'll be getting the latest information once the mayor arrives here. So that's the latest from the press room. Evan Bacon, CBS 4 News.
Well, Evan, we have a moment with you before the mayor checks in. The flooding has been the big concern, obviously, and what efforts are you getting a hint to as you speak to the officials over there that they might change this afternoon?
Well, we haven't really heard anything from the officials as to what they're doing. We rely on the mayor's updates for the latest information. Everyone down there in the background, they're all, they've got their ears to the phone. They're working in their separate areas. So we don't get as much information as we want. We have to rely on the mayor and his staff every couple hours to give us that vital information, which we're going to be getting in just a couple minutes.
All right, Evan Bacon, we'll check back with you in just a little bit. Right now, though, let's go to the newsroom where Ken Rosado is standing by with some pretty bad street flooding. What areas are hardest hit, Ken?
Awful lot. Lee and James, we have an awful lot of streets flooded. Let's start out here in Aventura. US 1 and Ives Dairy Road is flooded right now. Also, US 1 east to 29th Place on Ives Dairy is flooded. In fact, do we have a graphic we can bring up right now? I think we do have our graphic. We don't have our graphic, so I'll just read these off. The Northeast 29th Avenue and Northeast 187th Street, Northeast 19th Street and Biscayne to Northeast 29th Avenue, Northeast 203rd Street, Biscayne to Northeast 30th Avenue, Northeast 207th Street, Biscayne to Northeast 30th Ave, also West Country Club Drive and Yacht Club Drive, all flooded. That's only the Aventura area. It gets worse. We keep going with unincorporated Miami-Dade, 77th to 83rd Avenue, Northwest 8th Street, that area, 115th to 118th Street on Biscayne Boulevard, Northeast 191st Street to Northeast 198th Street by Northeast 10th Avenue, Miami Lakes Drive and 77th Avenue, Miami Gardens to 199th Street on Northeast 19th Avenue, 72nd Street and Southwest 147th Avenue, 147th Avenue Southwest at 152nd Street, 201st Street Southwest to 131st Street. Those areas all flooded. We move over to Virginia Gardens, Northwest 67th Avenue, 38th Terrace to 40th Street. By the way, we're giving you this list so that you know, in the event that you happen to have to go out for some reason, that you avoid these intersections because of the severe flooding. You might get stuck if you try to drive through. So this is why we're running through this, folks. Northwest 39th Street, 66th Avenue to 67th Avenue. Northwest 66th Avenue between 38th Street and 40th Street. Northwest 64th Avenue and 40th Street. Northwest 64th and 39th Terrace. We also have Northwest 63rd Court between 38th and 39th Terrace. Northwest 40th Street, 57th Avenue to 57th Place, Northwest 38th Street, 57th Avenue to 58th Avenue. There are a lot more intersections throughout the area, but throughout the metro South Florida region, but those are the key areas right now that we just read off to. And as we get more information, we'll of course bring it to you live in the newsroom. Ken Rosato, CBS 4 News, back now to you.
All right, Ken, thank you. We also want to remind people that traffic in and out of the Keys stops at mile marker 75, so please be aware of that.
Much more to come. We'll have another address from Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas just after 12 o'clock. It's Elliot and Jen on the way for Leave and James. Thanks for watching.
City Furniture has the ultimate selection of bedroom furniture. For just $9.99, you can get a great-looking bedroom. From casual to contemporary, you'll love our selection of styles and finishes. Plus, you'll enjoy no payments for 1 full year and no interest. To apply, call 203-CITY for your free gold card.
Big day here at Scott. We've just come up with our new softer Scott tissue. So everybody at Scott is taking a roll home.
Still 1,000 sheets, right?
It better be. Seems like common sense to have the people who make it test it out. Our new Scott tissue is still 1,000 sheets long, but now it's the softest Scott ever.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, it is nice. New softer Scott tissue. A little common sense goes a long way.
Downloading can mean downtime. And eventually, you run out of things to do. Introducing Bell South Fast Access Internet Service and a great deal. Downloads up to 50 times faster so you can surf quicker. Get installation, activation, and 30 days free. Just call 1-800-672-2238 now.
Hello? I just had to call. He's so cute. He takes after me, you know.
Talk and surf at the same time on the same line. No more busy signals, just a consistent, dedicated connection and revolutionary DSL speed. So call quickly for your free 30 days and start downloading in a flash. We know you've got time on your hands.
Now, live, this is CBS 4 News at noon.
Welcome back to CBS 4's continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. I am Jennifer Gould here along with Elliot Rodriguez. You can see here pictures from Broward. Irene definitely making a grand and very wet entrance here in South Florida. Right now, these live pictures showing that hurricane is creating some very treacherous conditions out there right now.
That's right. Throughout South Florida, in Dade, Broward, and Monroe counties, we are getting a real soaking from gusting winds to nearly constant downpours. Neighborhoods all across South Florida are covered in water.
And that, of course, has led to huge problems outside, especially as you can see right here on the roads. Traffic today, a nightmare. Of course, we are covering Hurricane Irene from the ground and the air, and we might not have the eye of Hurricane Irene over us, but we definitely know we are under a hurricane watch.
In fact, if you're inside watching us, be glad you are. This is no day to be outside. From Key West up to Miami-Dade and Broward counties, we have CBS 4 News team coverage blanketing the South Florida coast. Let's get started with the very latest from our Chief Meteorologist, Brian Norcross, in Weather Control. Brian.
All right, Elliot, first of all, let's look at the real-time radar. I'll show you what's going on in Dade and Broward. And here we see a very strong band now just to the north. This is Hollywood Boulevard right here. So just to the north of the city of Hollywood, then down across Hollywood Boulevard, and then wrapping on down to the south. The strongest part of this seems to be right along the turnpike here and the southwest part, unincorporated Fort Lauderdale there, eastern part of Davie in there. Very heavy rain, mostly south of 595 now. Not that it's not raining north of 595. It is, but this is very intense and very blustery, and it's all rotating on up to the northwest, and that trend is going to continue here all through the day today. Lots more rain to come. I'm just checking out here just one moment. Let me tell you before we move on what winds we're having now. Gusting to 62 miles an hour at Homestead. Here, this measurement taken just 10 minutes ago. In Broward, at Opa-locka, 48 miles an hour, 49 at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood, 41 at Executive, Pompano Beach at 37. So you see the further north you go, the lighter the winds, because you get further away from the center of the hurricane. Now, let's take a look at the radar out of Key West and put it in motion where we can see the center of rotation. The center of rotation now has shifted even a little further to the east, it looks like. It was over here, and the reason we don't like this shifting of the center to the east, because that just increases our winds. This is the center of low pressure. The air gets pulled into the low pressure center, spirals in, as you know, in a hurricane. And then we are also going to have high pressure building in here that's going to just be like, this is the drain in the tub, and this is the water flowing in. So it's just going to pour in over top of us, and that's why we think later this afternoon the winds will increase. But what you see is going to happen is we have a band there, and we have a band here. And notice there are sort of breaks in between these bands. So the rain will kind of let up a little bit. Not that it'll quit, I don't think, but it'll let up a little bit. And then we'll get another band coming in as if this thing behaves as expected, moves generally to the north. It's just going to pull these bands up over top of us. It's going to take all day and well into tomorrow before it ends. Here on the satellite picture, same kind of thing that we can see. What we hope for is if we get down into this area here, these are very gusty, squally things if this moves up over us, but it's going to take a while for that to happen. Still gusty and squally, but at least we will get some breaks there. It looks like the real solid stuff is now out here over the Bahamas. Here on a little different kind of satellite picture again, to show you the same thing, we have these bands that reach down here like this, and inside those bands are going to be very, very gusty weather. Now here's where the winds are. This is as of 11 o'clock. Hurricane force winds are reported in that area right there. And then here's where the tropical storm force winds, in other words, winds over 40 miles an hour, now including Dade, Broward, and much of Palm Beach County. And as the system moves to the north, obviously we have this large area of strong winds to come up over us. Let's go out now to the Dade County Emergency Operations Center. Mayor Alex Pinellas is just about to talk to us, and now here's Evan Bacon. Evan?
That's right, Brian. Mayor Pinellas has just arrived here in the press room. He's about to begin his noon briefing, obviously dealing with the problems of flooding here in the area of Miami-Dade County. He'll also be addressing the shelter issue, possibly opening some more shelters and bridges, the possibility of locking down some bridges in the area, and Miami International Airport. That could close down if winds reach 55 miles per hour. Let's go right to the press conference now.
And for that reason, folks here at the county have taken some measures to further protect our citizens. We're going to be making some announcements as they pertain to sheltering, some bridges and other issues. Of course, Mayor Pinellas will address those issues. We're also joined by our Fire Chief, David Paulison, our Emergency Management Director, Chief Chuck Lanza, also Howard Lippman from the American Red Cross. Mayor Pinellas?
Thank you, Juan. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We have a lot of information to provide at this noon update, so I will appreciate your patience, but there are several decisions that the county has made that I'd like to relay to you at this time. Based on the 11 a.m. advisory, we do know that Miami-Dade County and other portions of South Florida remain under both a tornado as well as a hurricane watch. We know that Hurricane Irene has actually taken a more easterly northeasterly direction, coming a little bit closer to us than we had earlier anticipated. But landfall is still projected a little bit west of us in the Fort Myers area earlier this evening. Once inland, we do anticipate that the storm will weaken. Nonetheless, Miami-Dade County is already experiencing considerable rainfall and, of course, high winds as well. We've had reported gusts of 62 miles per hour in Homestead. We've had reported gusts of 49 miles per hour at Miami International Airport and gusts of 52 miles per hour at the Port of Miami. Higher winds are expected this afternoon. So basically, the weather's going to get a little bit worse before it starts getting better. And of course, all of this has resulted in a severe threat of flooding in areas like Sweetwater, West Miami, and areas like Florida City, Medley, and Hialeah. In fact, the rain situation is very, very similar, based on information I just received from the South Florida Water Management District, to what happened in 1994 with Tropical Storm Gordon. What's happening is that you have an east wind that is pushing with the water up against the floodgates, which in effect means that it's like a permanent high tide. It's making the release of the water a little bit more difficult. So obviously, local flooding reports are increasing as we speak, and we expect them to continue to increase, and we ask people to be patient. It's difficult to build an infrastructure to handle so much water in such a short period of time. In fact, during the last 24-hour period, we have had between 5 and 7 inches of rain. Since 8 a.m. today, we've had upwards of 3 inches of rain, and we are expecting another 4 to 6 inches by the end of this evening. So you're talking about a 10 to 16-inch total of rainfall over the course of the last day and a half. As a result of all of this, we have decided not only to maintain open the Citrus Grove Middle School shelter, but we will be opening 2 additional shelters as of 2 p.m. today. Again, let me repeat that we have made the decision to open 2 additional shelters as of 2 p.m. today. One at Hammocks Middle School, that's at 9889 Hammocks Boulevard in the Kendall area. And the other one is Hialeah Miami Lakes Senior, which is at 7977 West 12th Avenue in the city of Hialeah. And obviously, if you need immediate sheltering, we're asking you to go to Citrus Grove Middle. The other two shelters will not open until 2 p.m., but they will be available at that time. And the primary reason, of course, for opening these additional shelters is because of the increasing threat of flooding in many of our low-lying areas. We've opened one towards the middle of the city, one in the northern part in Hialeah, and one in the Kendall area in South Miami-Dade County. Let me briefly address the issue of governmental employees. After consultation with the county manager and with the acting superintendent of Miami-Dade County Public Schools, we have made the decision to begin the process of sending public employees home immediately. Non-essential county employees have been relieved of their duties as of noon today. Essential employees, of course, must continue to report to their division heads and their department directors for further information. School board employees, the administrative employees, in effect, the downtown employees are being released at this time, and all of the school-based employees, teachers, etc., are being released pursuant to their particular principal's discretion. We anticipate that happening at this time as well. Our courts have shut down as of noon. So as of the last 10 minutes, our courts have shut down in Miami-Dade County. And I also want to take this opportunity to encourage all of the municipalities and, of course, all of the private employers to the extent possible to do the same. The problem here is that with the wind, the high gusts, and the rain, the situation in terms of trying to get everyone home will be a very difficult one, and we're trying to avoid a major traffic tie-up at rush hour today. We'd like to begin the orderly transition of getting people home from work now as opposed to 3 or 4 o'clock when the normal rush hour situation takes place. As it relates to our aviation department, although the aviation department per se remains open, in other words, Miami International Airport is open, many of the airlines have ceased operations. So if you've got an airline ticket, we recommend that you call your airlines before you decide to go to the airport. As it relates to our transit situation, our People Mover, which is the smaller People Mover system in the downtown area, is now closed. Our buses and our rail are still running, and that will happen until there are no more than 40-mile-per-hour sustained winds. I wanted to mention as well, Florida Power and Light has asked me to relay this message. There is a significant number of power outages in the county reported to FP&L. We're asking people with power outages, please, to be patient. The strong winds, of course, are delaying their repair processes. And of course, the safety of the repair people must be protected. I also want to announce that we've decided to go ahead and lock down our bridges. So all bridges have been locked down in Miami-Dade County. And we've begun the process to lift the tolls in the Miami-Dade County Expressway Authority. And we hope that by 2 o'clock that process will be complete so people could have a swifter ride home this afternoon. Basically, our message at this time for everyone is to be prudent. Although this is a weaker storm than the ones that we have been dealing with over the last year or so, it is a very, very wet storm. Our recommendation is that South Floridians curtail their activities, that you minimize your exposure to the elements, the gusts, the wind, the rain, etc. And, of course, that you maintain your state of alert. And to the extent possible, if you don't have to go outside, don't do it. Stay indoors. Any questions? If not, we will be back later this afternoon if there's more information. Tell me when you're ready.
Mayor Alex Pinellas saying it's time to basically batten down the hatches and concentrate on getting through the day, getting home from work. He says things will get worse before they get better. So basically he's taking some steps to take care of the problem before things get too bad. Now, flooding is the primary concern. They're looking at 10 to 16 inches of rain in the South Florida area before this whole thing is over. So as a result, they're opening 2 more shelters. We can bring up a graphic and show you where they are. One will be Hammocks Middle School. The other will be Hialeah, Miami Lakes Senior High School. These are 2 more shelters in addition to the one that's already open right now. That one at Citrus Grove Middle School. Right now, only 21 people in that shelter, but they're expecting people to come flooding into these shelters, no pun intended, as the rain continues coming down. Non-essential public employees from Miami-Dade County have been relieved of their duties. They should be heading home now. School board administrators, also teachers for the teacher workday are asked to go home. They have been released at their principal's discretion. County courts are shut down. Municipalities are asked to follow in the footsteps of what the county is doing. And to get home, tolls have been lifted on those area expressways. They want everybody to start heading home now because with the weather the way it is, traffic could become a major problem. People could get caught out on the roads for hours. If you're planning on flying out of Miami International Airport or expecting someone that's coming in, you should call ahead with the airlines to see if those flights are in fact coming in or if they have been diverted to other airports. Bridges in the area have also been locked down. Basically, the mayor wants everybody to be as patient as possible. Some power outages are expected throughout the night. Flooding in various neighborhoods could become a problem. So basically, stay tuned, stay in touch with us, and we'll get you the latest information as it becomes available. Rumor control. This is an important number for you to call if you have any questions that you need information for right now, and there's no one to help you with it. The phone number for that will be 305-598-7550. That's the latest from Miami-Dade EOC. Evan Bacon, CBS 4 News.
All right, Evan, thank you very much. And of course, as Evan just pointed out, and as Mayor Pinellas also said, a big concern is flooding. He said we can expect within the next day 10 to 16 inches of rain.
Yeah, we're going to go to Brian Norcross right now. And Brian, it sounds like we're not even at the halfway point. We have a lot more rain to come, right?
Rain, and the wind has only begun, which is the other thing. And I was heartened to see the county taking this kind of action. Now, there was a statement from Broward County earlier where everything is perfect in Broward County. No problems there, but I think prudence needs to dictate your actions here this afternoon. I think Dade County has done exactly the right thing. That as the water rises here, if you can imagine, not just on the expressways, but getting home through these flooded streets is just going to be horrendous. And we need to get people in place so we don't have people out in dangerous situations. It just makes good common sense. And even though Broward County government doesn't seem to be responding that way, my advice, if you care for it, is that even in Broward County, that you go ahead, get home, and let the storm go on by. It doesn't make any sense to me to be out driving around today. Now, Jerry Gerald is standing by waiting here. Jerry, you might have heard what I had to say. I don't know if you were able to hear Mayor Pinellas, but essentially they're closing down Dade County. They're just noticing that we're having a hurricane here. Seems like we don't want people out running around in this kind of weather. You wouldn't think, would you?
No, I think that's a good action. I didn't hear him, what you're saying is the first I've heard of it, but that sounds very reasonable to me.
We have not seen, we would not think, the kind of winds we will expect to see. When you say, when do you think we'll see our peak of the winds?
Well, I mean, we've got a tropical storm warning, so we don't expect to see any sustained winds over 75 miles per hour, and we're getting up close to that in certainly the Upper Keys, and the gust at Homestead is as close as I want to get. So But I think we're not going to see our worst winds until the storm is abreast of us, and I think that's, by my calculations, that's tonight. That's in the evening sometime. So I think it ought to be getting worse for the day, and so I'm glad to see somebody doing something about the commute tonight to maybe back it off a little bit.
Yeah, that in Dade anyway, they are asking employers to let people go home, which I think is a good thing to do. Now, just looking at the radar, do you have any new fixes that looks like the thing may still be easing a little bit to the east?
Well, the last radar fix that we had made it look like it had finally jumped a little bit to the north. Now, maybe you've got something after that.
Well, it definitely did jump to the north.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out where the center is because it's not a well-developed eye, honestly.
Yeah, it's not. And we did have an aircraft fix that is due about now. I'm not sure whether it's come in behind me there or not, but we should be having that at any moment. And Brian, as I'm sure you've heard, we've had some computer problems because of some power problems. Our UPS didn't come up, and we've gradually brought things back up. But we were a little bit blind there for a little time. I think most of that's straightened out now.
I mean, is it a fair assessment, do you think, that if we look at the winds in the Upper Keys and the gusts to over 68 at Homestead, and as you go north up through Broward, it's just the winds are not quite as strong, but that those winds are just going to increase south to north as we go through the day today, and add to that the high pressure building in on the East Coast, and we're expecting a windy situation.
That's absolutely right. This thing is moving north at about 8 or 9 miles per hour, so it takes several hours for the same effect that we've had in the Keys to reach here, and the same effect we've had here to reach Broward. So yeah, there's a little lag, and they might get away with less for the evening commute in Broward just because of that too.
We're looking at pictures while we're talking to you, Jerry, of northwest Dade. The flooding has begun, and I don't think there's any reason to think it's going to get any better before it gets worse, do you?
And no, we got a lot of rain to come through here yet, so I don't see much really improvement in the rain situation until this time tomorrow.
But by this time tomorrow, it looks like it is over your shoulder there, just the shape of the storm and the fact that it has moved a little bit east, that some of that really intense part of feeder band may end up over the Bahamas that we thought was more likely to end up over us, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that, and we were counting on going through this, and so we might have gotten spared a little bit of that. The ball that's going by us may not be quite as wide as it looked like it was earlier today.
All right, well, we'll take anything right now.
Yeah.
All right, Jerry, we'll be back with you later on. Thank you very much.
Okay, Brian.
All right, you know what we haven't done is, for folks that are tuning in at noon, we have not given you the latest advisory, so why don't we do that before we send it back to you folks. I know there are a lot of things going on in town that we do need to talk about. Here are the numbers as of 11 o'clock, 24.7, 81.6, 75-mile-an-hour winds, north-northeast at 8, and that little bit of an easterly component actually has two effects. One is that it will increase our wind here a little bit because it puts the center of the low pressure closer to us when it comes by, and also it may, as we were just talking about, keep the heavier rain a little bit off to our east, like over the Bahamas and over the ocean. So that may be, that's kind of a good and bad news thing, that little bit of an easterly component. And there was the pressure at that time, 987 millibars. So the future track takes it tomorrow morning up here just on a line somewhere north of Lake Okeechobee. So sometime between now and tomorrow morning, midway, so overnight tonight, is when it will be essentially even with us. That's when the lowest pressure will be the closest to us. Also about that time is when the high pressure will be building in. We'll talk more about that in a second. So tomorrow it's just over south central Florida somewhere. And then by Sunday it's up in this area. And then look at this for Sunday night, where it would be over the Hurricane Floyd territory. They're just unbelievable situation there, where they're just barely recovering. But here is the wind story, and this is the thing that I hope that the folks in Broward are paying attention to, because this is my concern, and that's why I think it's a very good thing that the folks in Miami-Dade County did, the government, in getting people home. Right now, all we're dealing with are winds associated with the hurricane, and that's what's bringing us these wind gusts of over 60 miles an hour in South Dade. But as we move through the day today, the hurricane comes closer to us, And then later tonight, we get this enhancing wind coming in from this high pressure building down from the north. So that'll happen later tonight and into tomorrow. So we will get this double-barreled effect, and that's why we're talking about the winds increasing through the day today and probably peaking sometime late in the overnight hours tonight in terms of the wind. Now, about that time, the rain should start to let up and be much more sporadic, where it'll be a downpour but then stop, and a downpour and stop, as opposed to just going kind of from light to heavy as we're going through here right now. So that's where we stand here right now. Back in a little bit and we'll check that real-time radar and see exactly where this heaviest rain is, but obviously it doesn't really make any difference because it has no place to drain anyway as it falls. So flooding potential throughout Dade and Broward. Most of the rain in Dade moving north to Broward, where it's already saturated from the heavy rain yesterday. So flooding is the name of the game. Wind is the name of the game for later in the day.
And it's just getting started. Thank you, Brian. We're going to take a break right now.
But before we do, we want to show you some live pictures right now. You can see the streets there are absolutely flooded. And as both Elliot and Brian just said, Irene is far from over. We'll be right back.
World celebrated in 1945 and is still celebrating at Fair's 54th anniversary sale with 40% savings store-wide. No down payment, no interest for 12 months. Fair's gives you the finest names in furniture: Drexel Heritage, Henredon, Stanley, Roy Hill, Lexington, and delicious leathers from Natuzzi. For 54 years, people have been experiencing Bear's fashion, design, and savings. For a better lifestyle, where? Bear's.
Hurricane Irene. CBS 4 News meteorologist Brian Norcross and real-time radar track Irene from the Keys, the West Coast to here in South Florida. Plus updates every hour with the latest advisories. Hurricane Irene, continuing coverage on CBS 4 News. For the latest on Hurricane Irene, stay with CBS 4 News. Call our exclusive Neighbors for Neighbors Hurricane Helpline with your questions and concerns. Continuing coverage on Hurricane Irene. Stay with CBS 4 News.
This Saturday at every Macy's, it's Super Saturday. One super day of savings store-wide. Already reduced sportswear for her an extra 30% off. The season's newest coats and jackets for her 25 to 40% off. Boots from Enzo Angelini, Timberland, 9 West, 25 to 30% off. Men's suits and sport coats 30 to 40% plus an extra 15% off. Burlington Floral Stripe Comforter Set $99.99. Macy's Super Saturday plus a preview day Friday.
CBS 4's newspaper partner, the Sun Sentinel, offers the best way to find the most fun in South Florida with Showtime and ShowtimeInteractive.com. When the big storm threatens, turn to CBS 4 News Hurricane Network, working to keep you safe. And our CBS 4 weather team join forces with Channel 2 for open captioning for the hearing impaired. WQEA for CBS 4 information in Spanish. And when you can't watch CBS 4 News, listen to our radio partners, Magic, Light FM, Waxy, and in the Keys, US 1 and Conch FM. The CBS 4 News Hurricane Network, keeping you safe.
Now, there's a new place to turn for complete financial information. CBS Market Watch, brought to you by Fidelity Investments. Sunday mornings at 8:30 on CBS 4.
Downloading can mean downtime. And eventually, you run out of things to do. Introducing Bell South Fast Access Internet Service and a great deal. Downloads up to 50 times faster so you can surf quicker. Get installation, activation, and 30 days free. Just call 1-800-672-2238 now.
Hello? I just had to call. He's so cute. He takes after me, you know.
Talk and surf at the same time on the same line. No more busy signals, just a consistent, dedicated connection and revolutionary DSL speed. So call quickly for your free 30 days and start downloading in a flash. We know you've got time on your hands.
I'm Richard Golden. We've kept it going as long as we could, but now 53% off all our frames ends this month. That's right. Our biggest anniversary sale in history is almost history, and so is 53% off. So while there's time, hurry into DOC for 53% off every frame we carry, because at the end of the month, 53% off is over.
Welcome back to CBS 4 News, continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. You can see out there as the raindrops smack the camera. It is absolutely pouring out there. Mayor Alex Pinellas and Brian Norcross both telling us earlier we can expect up to 16 inches of rain.
And we've gotten approximately half of that, so we're still halfway through this thing. We're going to get a lot more rain in South Florida because Hurricane Irene is dumping rain all over this community. Roads are wet in Hialeah as showers continuously drench the area. Puddles of water are turning into many rivers in that city.
And this is what it looked like earlier this morning. We're going to show you right now in northwest Miami-Dade. You can see drivers taking chances, just plunging through flooded streets there. And coincidentally, that is where CBS 4's Lisette Campos is with live more on the flooding right now.
Yeah, Lisette, we understand you're on northwest Miami-Dade around what street? 82nd Avenue and 7th Street?
No, northwest 8th Street and 82nd Avenue. This street, the conditions here have been so bad that officials with the South Florida Water Management District have been out here. They were here earlier this morning. They were taking pictures of this intersection. The whole street, northwest 8th Street from 77th Avenue to 83rd Avenue is flooded. By 6 o'clock in the morning, they'd already received 12 inches of rain since last night. Conditions here have deteriorated throughout the last few hours. We've seen many cars stall. The tow trucks are here. They're basically like sharks, just driving around waiting for the next car to stall in this puddle. It is now almost knee-high. The conditions here continue to just get worse and worse. We can tell you that in addition to problems with the floodings, now cars have to worry about the debris that is floating in this water. You have tree limbs, there are rocks. If you can pan over here, Manny, to your left, you can see that the tree limbs that have been falling, what's happening is they're going over the fence and into the puddles of water, and it's getting stuck in a lot of these cars as they drive in this water. So some very dangerous conditions out here. The Dade EOC has told us that this is not the only intersection that's having problems. In the city of Medley, they are experiencing a lot of rainfall, a lot of streets that are having flooding, and so we are being warned that this will worsen throughout the day. However, still no official word on whether or not they're actually going to close this street down. Back to you in the studio.
Well, Lisette, I'm wondering, you've been there for several hours now. What have you noticed about the way people are driving? Are most people being cautious? Like I see that guy behind you right now going very slowly.
Well, he's one of the few. What we've noticed, there's a pattern that we've noticed, and that's that folks in the low-riding cars, your regular vehicles, they are driving through these very deep puddles. They're driving slowly. However, a lot of people have trucks. They have sport utility vehicles, and those folks tend to drive through these puddles quickly, and what happens is they're causing a wave that just washes over these low-riding cars, and the low-riding cars then stall. So folks in the sports utility vehicles and the trucks, they need to be a little more considerate of everyone else on the road. So far, we have not seen that in this particular neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, Lisette Campos, reporting from Northwest Miami-Dade. I just want to add that I know somebody with a sport utility vehicle. You don't drive like that.
Yes, but I have been considerate. But I did notice a lot of other people not doing so. Also, one of the things Lisette pointed out, the water, of course, it is a high level right now, and kids like to play in that. But again, you want to keep your children, and you yourself want to stay out of that water, because standing water can obviously collect bacteria.
Not a safe situation
No.
when you think about a lot of the communities in South Florida have septic tanks, and what happens with the overflow, you certainly do not want to play in that.
No, creating a completely another potential hazard there. Our live team coverage continues now in Marathon, where the intensity of the storm is catching many residents there by surprise.
Yeah, let's get the latest right now from CBS 4's Lisa Cabrera, who files this report from Marathon.
We are on the eastern side of Marathon as torrential rains continue. Water levels are rising. Some of the boats out in this part of the water have been capsized. Emergency management officials from Monroe County warning people not to leave their homes. If people have not evacuated yet, they are not to go to shelters at this point. They are to remain hunkered down in their homes. Gusty winds. We are reporting 100-mile-per-hour gusts in Big Pine Key as residents here in Marathon brace themselves for more bad weather.
Lisa Cabrera, CBS 4 News.
Well, that weather is one of the reasons why Lisa had to file that report. But Lisa, we do have you on the phone right now. And what are you noticing out there? How are the conditions? Still pretty bad?
Yeah, Jen, we're on the Atlantic side of Marathon right now. We're dealing with this just relentless wind. Finally, about 20 minutes ago, the rain came to a stop, but it has been through here also driving rains, horizontal rains even after we thought we had hopefully missed the brunt of Hurricane Irene, but again, it keeps coming in bands. Looking out on the water, several boats are capsized underneath water. A small island about 500 feet away from this marina is now completely underwater. Brian Norcross telling us earlier it's high tide. Well, high tide has now gone over into the parking lots in the streets here in Marathon. US 1 has been shut down from about mile marker 72 south. The mayor in Marathon has issued a curfew. What we have been told is indefinite at this point. Again, emergency and management officials asking people to stay indoors still. They're telling us we're not out of the woods yet, and at this hour we do have some gusty winds, which, as you know, of course, can make a dangerous situation when you have debris in the room. Here, a lot of downed power lines, random power outages throughout Monroe County. So it's still very dangerous to be outdoors right now, Jen.
Certainly very dangerous, Lisa. This is Elliot. When you're talking about 100-mile-an-hour winds and this amount of rain, are you seeing any people out and about, or is everybody pretty much indoors there in Marathon?
Well, the report that I filed, that was probably filed probably 3 hours ago. There were reported gusts of up to 100 miles per hour here. It's not that bad now, but we are getting pretty big gusts, and surprisingly, looking out on the water, there are people on the water trying to rescue a boat that had started to sink. It was anchored out at sea, and they are just getting whipped around on these small vessels out in the water. But, of course, no emergency management services at this point, no one out in terms of rescue crews to tell people, hey, that's probably not a smart idea and you probably need to seek shelter.
Lisa, this is Jennifer again. Did you notice yesterday at all when there was they were asking non-Keys residents to please evacuate? Were you noticing that people were taking that seriously, and others who were residents, were they taking the necessary precautions that they needed to?
We did notice a traffic jam for about an hour where people were heading north. There was a long line of cars just heading up US 1, and then it all stopped. That's when we started getting some of the severe weather, and I think a lot of people who did not go to the shelters here in Marathon and in Monroe County might regret it. We've seen some concerned people peering out of their windows from their homes, realizing just how gusty these winds can get. It's a Category 1 hurricane, but as you know, we can get some severe gusty winds threatening windows in homes that don't have hurricane shutters.
Very true.
Also, Lisa, you mentioned that you're on the Atlantic side of the Key. Is it any better or any worse on the Gulf side?
It does appear to be a little better on the Gulf side. This is where the winds seem to be picking up speed over the water. On the Gulf side, we noticed it seems to be a little calmer. Here we have high waves. The flooding is more severe. On the other side, it's not as bad.
Okay. Lisa Cabrera, thank you very much for that live report for Marathon, and certainly be careful with those winds and power lines down.
You could hear it right behind her, and as she was saying, those winds definitely dangerous. You want to stay indoors because anything that's not tied down, things can just fly around almost like projectiles, and that as well can be extremely dangerous.
Okay, we're going to leave you right now with some information that was given to us by Miami-Dade County Mayor Alex Pinellas just a little while ago. The county has opened up 3 shelters. One of them is right there, Citrus Grove Middle School at 8865 Southwest 16th Street. That one has been opened. They have also opened 2 other shelters.
And again, we want to show you some live pictures right now of exactly how drenched the roadways are. We have a picture right here, live shot from Northwest Miami-Dade. You can see cars desperately trying to make it across, but not having a good go at it. CBS 4 News continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. We'll be right back.
Be careful out there.
Storm information on time online. CBS4News.com and SunSentinel.com/storm. The most accurate hurricane websites. Direct from Brian Norcross. Track storms on time online. From the Sun Sentinel and CBS 4 News. When the big storm threatens, turn to CBS 4 News Hurricane Network, working to keep you safe. And our CBS 4 weather team joined forces with Channel 2 for open captioning for the hearing impaired. WQEA for CBS 4 information in Spanish. And when you can't watch CBS 4 News, listen to our radio partners, Magic, Light FM, Waxy, and in the Keys, US 1 and Conch FM. The CBS 4 News Hurricane Network, keeping you safe.
In commemoration of Hispanic Heritage Month, 10-10-345 and CBS 4 salute the many contributions of Hispanic businesses in South Florida. Join us in congratulating the 1999 top 5 publicly held Hispanic companies in Florida as recognized by the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce. CHS Electronics Incorporated, Mastec Incorporated, Neff Corporation, Supreme International, Hamilton Bancorp Incorporation. Dial and save with 10-10-345. Save up to 60% on calls to Latin America.
The world celebrated in 1945 and is still celebrating at Bear's 54th anniversary sale with savings of 40% store-wide for a better lifestyle. Where? Bear's.
New cinnamon first.
No. Honey wheat.
Cinnamon.
Okay, cinnamon.
Thomas's English Muffins, the Nooks and Crannies Muffins, an American tradition for over 100 years.
Oh, look at that!
Thomas's makes bagels?
Thomas's Bagels, fresh, pre-sliced, golden on the outside, and
Great.
Thomas's, an American tradition for over 100 years.
Now's the time to put Katerra's 200 horses to the test and unleash an exhilarating drive. Then put our lease to the test. Lease a new 99 Katerra for around $360 a month for 36 months and $360 due at lease signing. Call for complete details. Through November 1st, you'll even get a 3-year, 36,000-mile SmartCare basic maintenance contract at no extra charge. See your Cadillac dealer today and put Cadillac to the test.
Closed captioning is brought to you by the University of Miami Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center, a leader in providing research, breakthroughs, new treatments, and hope.
Sunsweet prunes, naturally rich in antioxidants for a healthy body. You've never tasted a plum like this before. Find Sunsweet prunes at your local Sedano's.
Downloading can mean downtime. And eventually, you run out of things to do. Introducing Bell South Fast Access Internet Service and a great deal. Downloads up to 50 times faster so you can surf quicker. Get installation, activation, and 30 days free. Just call 1-800-672-2238 now.
Hello?
I just had to call. He's so cute. He takes after me, you know.
Talk and surf at the same time on the same line. No more busy signals, just a consistent, dedicated connection and revolutionary DSL speed. So call quickly for your free 30 days and start downloading in a flash. We know you've got time on your hands.
Miami.com. 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 Miami.com.
What are you expecting, a beer commercial?
What is the biggest payday in the history of Florida racing with $1.5 million on the line?
They come to the wire, and 3-Ring takes the mighty girl.
What is Horse Fair 99, showing over a dozen breeds of horses? What is the Super Sports Village with free fun for the kids? It is the Festival of the Sun, Saturday at Calder Racecourse. First race, 12:30.
Hurricane Irene, continuing coverage on CBS 4 News.
CBS 4's continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. We wanted to tell you this just in right now. Governor Jeb Bush apparently asking the White House for a federal emergency declaration in advance of Hurricane Irene's possible disaster it will be causing to South Florida. You can see right here live pictures from Broward. Area is absolutely getting soaked, and the rains just don't seem to be missing a spot at all right here in South Florida.
Yeah, one of the hardest hit areas today has been Davie, and that's where CBS 4 reporter Jack Hambrick is standing by live. Jack, what's going on in Davie right now?
Elliot, the wind really hasn't been a factor, but the rain certainly has, especially over the past hour and a half. It has picked up significantly. Looking down Southwest 16th Street right off Hiatus Road here in Davie, you can see this road is pretty flooded. There's a home over there to the left. It sits pretty high up. It's a newer home. That home probably will not have a problem, but what will happen throughout the day, or at least what the fear is that the rainwater, as it continues to build, some of the older lower lying homes that are perhaps just a little above street level, once this water continues to build, there is obviously the threat that it could get into the homes. You can look at this particular home, which is a little older, and you can see the water that is now building up around the yard itself. And this is also an area where they don't have sewers. Everything is on septic here. And if we go back over here, there's a little girl we've been watching who's been playing in this water, and as you all mentioned, I think about 10 minutes or so ago, it's certainly not very safe to get out in the water because of the bacteria, because there are septic systems out here, and because this water could possibly be contaminated. So the flooding problem, street flooding anyway, we are told in Broward, is getting progressively worse. That was expected as the day goes on and we continue to get the rain that we have been predicting all along. The county has shelters. Broward County, like Miami-Dade County, has shelters that are ready to open, ready to take people in should the flooding get so bad that that people would need to go to these shelters. We talked with these folks just a few minutes ago. I think they are delivery men from Home Depot, and trying to find an address. They were taking some landscaping. I don't know how much landscaping anybody will be doing today. I think at this point, as the storm gets worse, a lot of people in Miami-Dade and in Broward need to think about perhaps going home and securing the home and bunkering down for the day, because the weather is expected to get progressively worse, and traveling on the roadways, as we've been telling you all day long as well, is going to become treacherous as well, or more treacherous as the street flooding continues. Live in Davie, I'm Jack Hambrick, CBS 4 News.
Hey Jack, before you go, what do you see more people like that are going about their everyday business and doing landscaping and whatnot during a hurricane?
Yes, because I think that a lot of people are looking at this storm. It's not like Hurricane Floyd, or at least the threat of a Hurricane Floyd. I think that you see people. The county this morning announced that the Broward County EOC and the officials announced that it was going to be business as usual today. At least that's what they said at 6 o'clock this morning, and that they would change their plans throughout the day. So that is the word that people were getting here in Broward County. So I think a lot of people just figured they'd go to work and continue their day. But obviously the storm is the rain is becoming much harder. We're getting a lot more flooding, so people need to change their plans. And as you've seen down there in Miami-Dade, a lot of folks starting to go home.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the change between the two counties. We'll have more on that later on. Thank you, Jack Hambrick from Davie. If you're a Broward County resident, have questions or need to report flooding in your area, here's some important numbers you may want to write down. The Broward County Citizen Hotline is 831-4000, and if you want to report flooding, call the South Florida Water Management District at 1-800-544-2323.
You might want to keep a pen and paper handy during this entire newscast, because we're probably going to be giving a lot more phone numbers and of other information that you'll definitely want to be jotting down. Right now, though, our team coverage is going to continue with CBS 4's Gary Nelson. He's at the Dade EOC right now.
Well, Jennifer and Elliot, here among Miami-Dade emergency managers, the primary concern at this hour is avoiding what might be the mother of all traffic jams. This is, after all, a work day in Miami-Dade County. Folks got up this morning and went to work. Government was ordered to go to work today. And now we've got this darned Irene coming through with stiff winds and continuous rains. The roads are slick out there. We could have a real mess come rush hour. They're hoping to avoid that here. And so just within the hour, several steps have been announced to try to take care of that impending traffic turmoil. All told, tolls have been removed from Miami-Dade County expressways and the Florida Turnpike. They've been ordered removed, and they will be by 2 o'clock to open up those toll booths so that they won't further impede traffic. All bridges have been ordered in the locked down position to help expedite the flow of traffic and also to protect the bridges themselves. In a stiff wind, you put that draw span up, it becomes a sail, and damage can be done to the drawbridges. And government, Miami-Dade County government was ordered shut down as of noon today. All non-essential functions and all non-essential employees ordered to shut down and go home. The idea here is to get as many folks home as possible in advance of this afternoon's rush hour. And just a short while ago, Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas urged other employers to follow the county's lead.
And I also want to take this opportunity to encourage all of the municipalities and, of course, all of the private employers to the extent possible to do the same. The problem here is that with the wind, the high gusts, and the rain, the situation in terms of trying to get everyone home will be a very difficult one, and we're trying to avoid a major traffic tie-up at rush hour today. We'd like to begin the orderly transition of getting people home from work now as opposed to 3 or 4 o'clock when the normal rush hour situation takes place.
All right, so there you have it. If you are home, Miami-Dade emergency managers are asking you to stay there. If you can send your folks home early today from work and help alleviate what promises to be a major traffic headache in this nasty weather this evening, please do. Let's talk just a little bit now about the flooding situation here in Miami-Dade County. We are experiencing street flooding, as we've been reporting throughout the day, in most of the usual areas where we expect to see flooding when heavy rains come along. It is not atypical in that regard. However, there is a phenomenon occurring in conjunction with this Irene that could make things worse as the day and the night go on, and this is the problem. These strong easterly winds coming in from the ocean side are serving to push the sea up against the shore and effectively block the floodgates, those mini canal floodgates that open up and allow the waters to flow out into the ocean. Those easterly winds are pushing the water up against the shore and serving to partially block those floodgates and perhaps contribute to our flooding problems. That's something that the mayor is worried about. He evoked the memory of Tropical Storm Gordon back in 1994 when we had some hellacious flooding here indeed, and it was caused largely in part because of those easterly winds blocking the floodgate and the effectiveness of the floodgates along the shoreline. So, expecting that we might have some more flooding, the mayor has also announced the opening of 2 additional shelters here in Miami-Dade County. We have a graphic that we can go to show you. Hammocks Middle School at 9889 Hammocks Boulevard will be opening up this afternoon, we understand, by 2 o'clock. And Hialeah Miami Lakes Senior High at 7977 West 12th Avenue will also be opening for shelter. That's for folks who don't feel comfortable in their homes, who feel that they might get flooded to the point that they're unable to stay in their homes and they'd like to go someplace else. You can go there, along with Citrus Grove Elementary School in the city of Miami on Northwest 3rd Street at 21st Avenue. And if you have any questions at all about this storm, about anything at all that you need answered regarding Irene and how you may or may not need to react to this event, there's the number to call, the Miami-Dade Rumor Control Hotline, 305-598-7550, 598-7550. And again, the strong urging now at this hour from the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center to employers all across the county, please, if you can send your people home early today, do. We're hoping to avoid the mother of all traffic jams come rush hour with all the rain and the wind. We're live at the Miami-Dade EOC. Gary Nelson, CBS 4 News.
Okay, thank you, Gary. We're going to take a break right now. We do want to remind you that we are in for a lot more rain in South Florida. Hurricane Irene is just getting started. There's a look now from one of our tower cams. As you can see, the winds are whipping up and we are continuing to get rain. We could get up to 20 inches of rain by tomorrow.
For people with type 2 diabetes, news about a proven treatment option that could help lower your blood sugar.
An option?
Is only a phone call away.
Okay, how's it going to help me?
Call today and we'll send your free diabetes management kit. It's a special offer for people who want to control their blood sugar. It has important information that can help you manage type 2 diabetes better, and information about a proven treatment option for diabetes. Call now for this important information that could help you lower your blood sugar, which could help prevent or delay complications like blindness. Better blood sugar control could mean a healthier tomorrow, so find out more today. Call now and we'll send your free diabetes management kit with information about lowering your blood sugar and about a proven treatment option for type 2 diabetes. The more you know about diabetes, the better you'll be able to manage it. So call now.
Okay, I'm calling.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb, a leader in diabetes care.
For the latest on Hurricane Irene, stay with CBS 4 News. Call our exclusive Neighbors for Neighbors Hurricane Helpline with your questions and concerns. Continuing coverage on Hurricane Irene. Stay with CBS 4 News.
Nobody beats City Furniture's prices on Simmons Beauty Rest. A queen set is just $2.99. You'll find a big selection of Simmons mattresses, including a pillow top for only $5.99. Plus, you'll enjoy no payments for 1 full year and no interest. To apply, call 203-CITY for your free gold card. Breast cancer is the leading cause of death among women between the ages of 35 and 54. Here are a few hints for breast self-examination. Check your breasts every month for changes in shape or symmetry, hard lumps, thick or dense areas. Examine the entire breast area, the armpit and collarbone area. Not all changes mean cancer. For a free booklet, Understanding Breast Changes, call Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center.
Brought to you by Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center and Roche Laboratories.
Hurricane Irene, continuing coverage on CBS 4 News.
Okay, welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. As you can see, it continues to dump lots of water in South Florida, and that is causing all sorts of problems, including flooding, and also the wind is whipping up in several areas. We've gotten reports from the Keys where it is especially bad. I'm Elliot Rodriguez, joined by Jennifer Gould.
And right now we're going to turn things over to CBS 4's Chief Meteorologist Brian Norcross and Weather Control. And sadly, Brian, a lot of us just really didn't even put up the shutters.
Well, I don't. We're hoping that the shutters are not going to have been necessary, Jennifer. The problem with these kind of storms where the wind slowly increases, is it becomes a point when it becomes more dangerous to put up the shutters. You run a higher risk of hurting yourself doing that than you do by leaving the windows unshuttered. We're hoping that we don't have too many problems from the wind, even though we do expect the wind to be significant and expect too many problems in the sense of broken windows and that kind of problem. We know that we're going to have tree limbs down, and we know that we're going to have problems for the boats that are not tied down well. We've already seen boats that have been swamped in the Keys as the storm came through there. But even as the winds increase here, and we think they will get significant, and we just got a report that, although I can't find it in the computer, but out of the National Weather Service in Miami, they're saying that Homestead at the Air Reserve Base there reported a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. Obviously, 70-mile-an-hour gusts can do some significant damage, so it's going to be a close call, it looks like, as our winds increase through the day today in terms of what might happen in terms of whether we should have shuttered or not. In terms of rainfall, one of our viewers has faxed in from Weston, 7.5 inches of rain continuing to fall there. Wind gusts to 45, our wind gusting to 49 here in West Dade throughout. Let me just take a look here at the late observations. Wind gusts generally in the 35 to 47 mile an hour range throughout South Florida, stronger to the south and then weaker to the north, but then the strong winds are moving north as we go through the day today. And of course, I don't have to show you the radar for you to know it's raining, but just so you can see where the heaviest rains are. Right now, we have a band of very heavy rain extending across Central Dade. We'll go close up on that in a second. And a few areas here in the central part of Broward and one in extreme North Broward. Let me just zoom in here. Let's start from north to south here and just show you where exactly we are. First of all, here we are in the Deerfield Beach area. There's the Sawgrass Expressway, so we're just north of the Sawgrass, and there's 95, and there's the Turnpike. So you can see the cell kind of rotating up that way, so that one is going to move into Palm Beach County, also just north of Boca. Some big cells there. Now a little wider view on Broward, and we can go close up here and see that down in South Broward, just to the north of Hollywood here and up toward Cooper City. Here we have the Turnpike. There's 441. There's University there. Here we are at Pines Boulevard, Hollywood Boulevard. So north of there up to 595, another cell there, again rotating up toward Davie. So if you're getting moderate rain in Davie now, it's going to get heavier before you're done there. And on down to Dade we go, where we had that very continuous line. When we see a continuous line like this, often that has the really the very heaviest stuff in it. Let's see exactly where that is. Well, it's right along the Tamiami Trail. There's the Turnpike. So here's the FIU right here and the National Hurricane Center right there. So this is right along the Turnpike, the Tamiami Trail, and this is where we've had all that flooding right near the Tamiami Trail and Southwest 8th Street. So certainly more and more flooding to come here as we go on through the afternoon, the evening. And in terms of that wind is already beginning to increase, and we expect this trend to continue with the peak winds not arriving until the evening hours tonight, maybe even not until closer to midnight. So that second effect that Gary Nelson was talking about of holding the water in the drainage is going to continue on into tomorrow. Then by tomorrow, our winds will start to switch around. So then the wind will actually help the drainage situation. But increasing wind through the evening, into the overnight, and then decreasing some tomorrow, and winds switching around tomorrow. And then the weather improving as we move through the day tomorrow. We'll go into that in more detail here coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. You know, kind of windy in northwest Miami-Dade as well. Not a good day for your umbrella.
In fact, Al Sunshine has a very important lesson about good equipment on a day like today, right, Al?
Elliot, Jennifer, absolutely. You know, you used to be able to measure a cold night saying it was a 1-dog night, a 2-dog night, or a 3-dog night. Well, I've got a new wind stand for you. Umbrellas. Take a look at this. It looks as if you're going to be dealing with one umbrella, it's more than a one umbrella day. This one blown apart by the winds. Brian told us the wind was gusting about 35, 40 miles an hour here in West Dade. I can tell you it absolutely is. If you take a look at the trees over there, you can see that they're blowing pretty good. We've got some palm fronds down, and you're going to expect this kind of damage and winds probably throughout South Florida today. Again, if you're going to get an umbrella, you better make sure that you have a couple of them, because it's going to be a problem continuing throughout the day. Back to you guys in the studio. You're a lot drier than I am.
Hey, Al, are you going to conduct a shame on you umbrella test out there?
I think today's a perfect day for it. What do you think?
I think so. I'll give you a couple of the tests, Al.
Yeah, we're going to take out a collection and buy Al a new umbrella. Thanks a lot, Al, for being a sport.
I'll take whatever you got.
Okay.
All right, Al. Thank you.
We're going to take a break and leave you with some more pictures of what Hurricane Irene is doing here in South Florida. This picture is from our Broward cam. As you can see, the rain continues to come down. That is our Miccosukee cam, in West Miami-Dade, where the rain is falling from Hurricane Irene, and we will be right back.
Storm information on time online. CBS4News.com and SunSentinel.com/storm. The most accurate hurricane websites. Direct from Brian Norcross. Track storms on time online. From the Sun Sentinel and CBS4 News.
Why keep pounding the pavement when you can discover heart-pounding excitement with Pontiac Y-Track Grand Prix? Precise cornering, road gripping performance. Wider is better. And now, during Discovery Days, if you're a resident of one of these Southeast Florida counties, get a special Grand Prix cash bonus. That's on top of already great deals. Discover driving excitement. Pontiac Grand Prix. For more great offers, visit our website.
Let your imagination run wild. It can in computer animation at the Art Institute of Fort Lauderdale. In as little as 24 months, you'll learn how to create 2 and 3D images on today's technology. And you'll study with experienced faculty who've been there and know what it takes. When you graduate, you'll carry a digital portfolio that will help launch your career. To take a closer look, call the Art Institute of Fort Lauderdale at 1-800-714-1118. That's 1-800-714-1118. Call now.
CBS 4's Neighbors for Neighbors Helpline, answering your Hurricane Irene questions. Now, live. This is a special edition of CBS 4 News.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Irene. This a live look from our Calder cam. As you can see, it is rainy out there, but the traffic is moving. One of the things that has been done here in Miami-Dade County is that county employees have been sent home early in order to avoid a big rush hour problem. Therefore, there will be fewer people on the roadways this afternoon.
It's a big change in looking at this picture compared to some of the pictures we were looking at earlier. The roadways absolutely look like rivers instead. Cars just getting stalled in the middle. You saw people just absolutely getting drenched and stuck in them right now. Here, again, the traffic moving a little bit better there, but earlier on, it was a whole different scene. We saw people, I guess the big thing here, right here, you can see a lot of the SUVs apparently, although they have an easier time getting through these roadways maneuvering, when they spray up the water, the lower cars, the lowriders, as you can see one right behind that one, those tend to be getting stalled and stuck in some of the water. And about a half hour ago, we saw someone trying to maneuver their car out of that.
Yeah, that's actually Northwest 82nd Avenue near H Street, I believe, and it has been one very, very treacherous intersection there because several cars have indeed stalled out there. And I have a feeling that this is going on in many, many parts of South Florida. Let's go to Brian Norcross in Weather Control. Brian, we're in for a lot more of this rain, right?
Yeah, we don't see any end in sight to the rain. As we talked about a moment ago, the wind is only going to increase here. So I think Dade County did exactly the right thing in trying to encourage everybody to get home and get in place, because that picture you just saw is just going to be repeated more and more and more as our drainage system cannot handle this kind of rain. And the other thing is, of course, most folks live in the western part of the county, and many folks work in the eastern part of the county, and the eastern part of the county in Dade and in Broward both is higher land. So they may be at work and maneuvering just fine, but when they try and get home, where the streets are going to be flooded out west before they get flooded in the east. So that's the reality of what we deal with here, and it's a good thing. Let's get folks at home so they're not having to drive through a flooded mess here later this afternoon. So I think Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas did exactly the right thing in getting that process underway. It would be good to see the folks in Broward take the same action, but that's just my opinion. All right, let's take a look at the real-time radar, because I want to get to the wider view here of what we're going to see and what you can expect at your house, because we're all going to get the same thing. Is we're going to get these bands. You see this band here coming in like that, and then there's another one that's kind of broken like that, and then here's a more solid one there, and then here's one here. As the storm migrates off to our west in a generally north or northeasterly direction, it's just going to pull these bands up over us. So you're going to get the good downpours, and then you're going to get kind of a break, and then another set of good downpours and a break. Even though the break will continue to have rain in it, we don't see hardly any breaks of rain. Like a little dot there and there and there and there, but hardly any significant breaks. But just it'll get lighter and then heavier and lighter and then heavier and lighter and then heavier for the foreseeable future. No obvious changes coming. Now, there are a few changes in the structure of the hurricane here, and it's a little hard to understand what's going on. But if you look at that, you might be inclined to think, oh my goodness, it looks like the center of it has moved way on over to the east and is now over in here somewhere, but it's not. Here's where the center is. It's moved up here, 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 and it's this dent up in there that is the center, and we know that because the aircraft are flying around out there and they found where the lowest pressures are measured, and they're measured right about in that area. All this out over here is just a poorly formed eye wall. So this that we see rotating around the top here, right in there, that's the thing trying to form an eye, and it's just not doing a very good job at it right now. But the point is, in any case, and see it actually has another kind of fakey looking eye on off to the northwest as well, up in there. But that's where the aircraft has measured the lowest pressure. So that's how we know that's where the center of rotation actually is. Sometimes you can get deceived on radar. So the point is that it moved from here to here and now to there. So it does look like it's resuming a more of a northeasterly track, as the Hurricane Center had been talking about. And what that's going to do is that's just going to bring all of this rain that extends down here on up over us. No reason to think that that's going to quit. The only little bit of good news is that we can see on the satellite picture that there's actually more rain that we could have been getting that looks like we won't get, because the more solid rain is out in here. See, it's out over the Bahamas. And we're going to instead, it looks like, remember the center is somewhere up in this area here, kind of moving in that direction. So it looks like we'll deal with this part in there, which is not as long as this part over the Bahamas. So it looks like the weather will stay bad over the Bahamas longer than it stays continuously bad over Dade and Broward, but we don't think that's going to solve the flooding problem. It just may not make it a flood of biblical proportions, just a good, really annoying flood. Here you see on the color satellite picture where we can see the general movement. And again, you get a good view here of where, even though it wobbles back and forth, where those dark purples are. Notice they're moving on a line like that. And here we can see that we will start getting some breaks, but still, even down to kind of due to our south, there are still some good strong thunderstorms over Cuba, so it's going to take a good while for this to all go through. Here's where the winds are now. The hurricane force winds confined to this small area here down that perhaps affecting the lower Keys, but only in some squalls in this area, not the whole area by any means. And it looks like now those squalls have moved up into Florida Bay. But the tropical storm force winds are over all of southeast Florida now, and indeed we're seeing them measured at the airports. A few places have sustained tropical storm force winds, like Homestead, Tamiami Airport, right on the edge at this point in southwest Dade. But as you move north, we only have tropical storm force gusts at Opelika, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood International, Pompano Beach, all with now tropical storm force gusts. But the core of the stronger winds now that are down in here will begin up as the storm moves up over the peninsula as we move through the next 12 to 18 hours. Here are the numbers as of 11 o'clock, and we get a new advisory here in a little less than an hour. 24.7, 81.6 with the winds at 75, and there's that north-northeast movement, 8 miles an hour. And the pressure at that time was 987, but now we have a pressure measurement that's down a little bit, 985 millibars. So the pressure dropping a little, and the only real effect of that dropping pressure, we think, for us, is that the lower the pressure gets, the stronger our winds are going to get. Because the winds will just feed in. It's like a drain sucking the water a little harder down it. The water just flows in a little more. Let's see what, we just got a little advisory coming in, just advising us the tornado watch continues. We haven't had any reports of tornadoes recently, but tornado watch continue. And updating the wind measurement, by the way, Homestead Air Reserve Base now, this was about 30 minutes ago, reported a 77 mile an hour wind gust. Miami International 52, 51, the highest peak wind at Kendall Tamiami Airport, Fort Lauderdale Hollywood 48. So you can see the winds decrease as you go north, but again, that's because the area of strong winds is moving north. So we expect all of us to be dealing with wind gusts up near that hurricane force of 77 miles an hour at Homestead reported. Now, again, talking about the winds, let me continue on here with what I was going to show you. First of all, the future track, we see that here we are, so when the storm is kind of closest to us, which looks like it's going to be about there, and it looks like that's going to be later on tonight, so that by tomorrow late morning it should be up north of Lake Okeechobee, somewhere between the west coast and the east coast, north of Lake Okeechobee. So our winds clearly would be decreasing by that time, but how much water will be out of remains to be seen. But in any case, moving north and then unfortunately moving up toward North Carolina, which is just hard to fathom. You talk about a flood, of course, we all know about the incredible flood up that way. And when are these winds going to increase? Well, here we are now, just getting the winds from the hurricane, but the high pressure building in as the storm moves north. So once the winds, so later tonight, their winds will increase, and then they'll stay pretty high for a good while, even into tomorrow, because high pressure builds in and adds to the hurricane force wind. So even though the hurricane moves away, so the winds from that decrease, but then the high pressure builds in, and so that just keeps the wind going for a good while, and that will keep the water pushed up into the canals, so we won't be able to drain until the storm gets well to the north. And then you can see, look, by tomorrow we're still going to have a problem. But once the storm gets up in here, then the winds coming around like this will begin to push the water away and push it out of the bay and allow the drainage system. That's how the drainage system works. It goes into those canals that you all know about, and then it goes on out into the bay. So once the wind starts pushing the water out of the bay, that will allow the drainage to start, but it does not look like that would happen until late tomorrow into Sunday. So we could expect this flooding to last us through today, tomorrow, and then the improvement really to not begin until sometime on Sunday. So I think that covers us for now. Quick look at real-time radar just to get you one more glance at it here before we go. And again, the same thing. It looks like they're getting a lull in Homestead right now, but they've got another band to come. Here's the one in Dade. Broward, again, looks like getting lucky right now, but certainly these stronger bands will be moving up and moving through Broward. So if you have something you need to do, now is the time to do it in Broward, because your winds are going to increase and it's just going to get worse as you move through the afternoon into the evening hours. Okay, back to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Brian. In fact, we may get a look at what's going on in Broward County. This is a look from our Calder cam, which is right on the Miami-Dade Broward County line. And there you can see some pretty serious flooding right there. Hard to tell if that is a residential street or a parking lot or what it is, but there is an awful lot of water there. And this is from going on in several neighborhoods. I'm told now this is a residential neighborhood there in northwest Miami-Dade, right at the Miami-Dade Broward County line. This picture from our Calder cam, and you can see that is no place for anybody to be trying to drive their car in.
Lots of debris and lots of water. We're going to take you a little bit more north right now to Davie, where CBS 4's Jack Hambrick is live, and I guess some cars